The HCS FaZe Atlanta Major is presented by AMD. Hello and welcome to the HCS Atlanta Major presented by FaZe, and welcome to day 3. It is going to be an incredible day on our hands, folks, because it is Championship Sunday, and that always brings out the very best of all of our teams, well, especially the teams that we have left in the running, because this weekend has been one of wonders. Up-and-comers, upsets, but success stories. Wes, on set, Brav, so lovely to have you. I got to ask you how you're feeling right now at this point, because the tables have been turning for a lot of different teams here. Some are really making some moves, and how are you feeling about maybe the couple of upsets that could be occurring today?
Yeah, I think anybody can win today. I think what we've seen from Pure and Shopify show me that they have enough to get the job done. It's just a matter of showing up on your A game on Sunday. We'll see if the Young Guns can create some more upsets and actually win their first tournament, or is it going to be an Optic or an SSG that take home a championship here this weekend? I can't wait to get these games started, and we have a banger of a series to kick this off, but honestly, all 4 of these teams are going to play at such a high level. I'm excited. We
really do indeed, and on set, you know, gosh, we said goodbye to some Titans yesterday, a few of them, to be perfectly honest with you. Shocked by some of the results coming into day 2?
Hey, I don't know if you saw it, but I put out a tweet on the first day. I don't know if you saw it, but I was saying that, you know, there might be some upsets at this event, and well, I just had a feeling that something was going to give for one of these teams. So if you're not here on a Sunday and you expected to be here on a Sunday, that's on me, okay? But it leaves us with an amazing story, not just for this event as well and for Championship Sunday, but what's going to happen for the rest of the season, right? Because teams are going to have to bounce back. We have Optic on our main stage with a chance to maybe get their first chip as well. It's going to be a crazy day.
It certainly is indeed. And Brav, just our full circle moment between you and I here. Day 1, we talked about how crowded it was.
Yeah.
I don't think we could have predicted really how many people were in the running and how many teams were going to really go the distance. But right now, where it stands, how are you feeling about some of the teams who have kind of pursued this dream of taking this chip on this stage that maybe haven't done it before?
Yeah, I think you're so right. It really is so crowded. I think it's even more crowded than we maybe realized with FaZe, like having the result that they had. For me, I think, just like Wes said, I think any team can take this today, which is a really exciting place to be in Championship Sunday. You don't always get that on a Champ Sunday. There might be some heavy favorites that are likely to steal it. I think 2 anecdotes, though. I got to talk to 2 players today. Snakebite, you saw his tweet. He said, with these margins, you have to play your best, and when you don't, these things happen. We also caught Lucid in the hotel this morning. He looked at us, he kind of gave us a quick smile and said, let's see if we can finally make a run this season. So I think they're feeling the weight of that. It's time for them to really perform as well.
It certainly is indeed, and it would be great to see another kind of face up there this season, winning another major. Let's take a look at the roadmap, though, and see what we've got coming your way for the rest of it this season, because we've already had split number 1. As you can see, our 2 champions there, Space Station and FaZe Clan, and here at Atlanta, we're on that final day. We'll find out soon who will be taking this major, the first one in split 2. And then we have Salt Lake City. It's going to be Space Station's hometown. They took that one last time at their own home major in front of their crowds. And then finally, Seattle, Washington, we have the Halo World Championships. And that one is going to be a blast, because that is exactly what all of our teams are gunning for. And it's all about peaking at the right time. And that seems to be different for so many different teams here. And it's hard to kind of get that timing right for a lot of them.
Yeah, I said this yesterday, and it's something we honestly see traditionally in Halo is by year 3 of a game being out, all of a sudden the Young Guns that have been putting in all the hard work and all the time have started to climb the ladder, have started to get the experience they need to continuously, consistently start to make it to Championship Sunday. We're seeing that with Shopify Rebellion. We're even seeing Pure and the best of them so far. So I can't wait to see how these teams continue to grow through this season. And that World Championship, you think this tournament's crazy? I have a feeling that the rest of this year is about to be even crazier.
Talking about our teams, we do have 4 left, but one of those guys is Space Station. They were looking so good already in this major. They 3-0 pure. Legend's damage yesterday was just unbelievable. He's been a showstopper for this team every single time we've seen him on our screens. Even when they were kind of lackluster in London, Legend was still up there putting in the damage. This guy just doesn't let his foot off the gas, and what an incredible iteration he is for that roster.
He's playing some of his best Halo, and he just seems to get better event after event. He has not let Space Station down at any point this season since he has joined this roster. And I think amongst all the carnage that we've seen going on, upsets left, right, and center, one consistent that we've seen is Space Station. Every time they have stepped on that stage, they have looked like the team to beat. Some of their performances we've seen so far, you know, even a series yesterday against a team like Pure, right? Pure come off the back of a huge win, 3-0 against FaZe. Everyone's going, what can they do against Space Station? Well, Space Station, they reply and just wipe them to the side. They have been so good this tournament, and I'm excited to see what they can do today.
Yeah, with that SLC Major coming up next, we know how good this SSG looked at Atlanta. The fact that they are quietly going throughout the winner's bracket, it feels pretty quiet to me with all the noise going around with the upsets. Optic and FaZe meet in the elimination bracket. SSG are on the right path to another championship, and what it would mean for them to go and win this tournament this weekend, set themselves up for a home event next tournament. How good is this SSG team, and what does this season look like all of a sudden? If SSG wins this, goes to a hometown event that they played so strong in last year, all of a sudden we could be looking at 3 out of 4 owned by SSG. I know I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but there's an opportunity and a road path to where SSG look very dominant this season.
Yeah, also one thing we got to look at on that graphic is, Mark, how much did we talk last year pre-SLC about SSG's Slayers? And look at that graphic. Guess what? It took SSG perfecting their Slayers to win last year in Salt Lake City. In London, their Slayers was a 5-4 record, not where they want to be. Guess what? In Atlanta, it's very different. I think they're 4-1 in Slayers overall. Slayers continue to be a pretty important factor for SSG.
Really was 2 completely different stories there for the team, and they did have that kind of shocking performance for them in London, but here is a whole different page right out of their book, and I'm really excited to see where they're going to be ending up heading into today. But another team looking to also make one hell of a run, of course, that Shopify Rebellion, and we've had many questions about this roster, how they come into Sundays, how they're going to get over the hump of this tremendously big deal of a day, and so far it hasn't looked too good for them. But maybe they've learned from some of that. Maybe they do have the experience to know that they have to play up to a championship Sunday in order to lift that trophy.
Yeah, I think it is that experience that they really needed to get under their belts, and now that they have that, a couple of championship Sundays for a couple of these players, maybe not going their way, but they will start to catch on, and they have proven to me time after time so far this season in big series against the best in the world, they have what it takes to get the job done. If they can consistently play like they have this weekend so far, they may be the team leading up, holding up that trophy. And I could not be more impressed with the slaying duo of Cycle and Suppressed and the damage and the kills that they are getting against some of the best in the world. They are standing out as individuals.
That duo has been unbelievably strong for this team. I do want to also point out that Cycle has his moments as an individual. That skill ceiling, well, I don't think we've actually caught it yet because he just continues to impress. I mean, yesterday against Optic Gaming, folks, he had 31k damage, actually over that. That is 4k more than the second highest in that lobby. That is unbelievable stats. When you look at Optic Gaming, that is not an easy task to do, to be kind of wiping the floor with a championship roster like that. Cycle being so young, I mean, that kind of impression that he's leaving on other players, that demands respect.
I mean, it was a stat we were looking at coming out of London, right? We were looking at damage differentials, what players are putting out damage but not taking a huge amount. Cycle was the top of that list. He was absolutely phenomenal in London, and it's continuing here. This isn't a fluke event. This isn't a player who's kind of just putting a couple of good games together. This is a player, like you said, Wes, who is separating himself from a pack of established veterans now and really is making his own story. And I think we were talking, right, well, who does this guy remind us of? And it's like, he's really giving us Pistola vibes in the way that he positions himself around the map. Always has an escape route. Such an intelligent player, and really excited to see what he can do on Sunday.
All respect to Pistola, but and it's the ultimate compliment to try and even compare someone to Pistola, and Cycle has lived up to every bit of it this weekend. Every single time I see him on the map, he is a problem. When you talk to the pros around the league, like the Lucids, the Snakebites, they'll tell you about how good Cycle is. They'll say, no, he is good. And the fact that he has his his opponents respect the way he does tells me exactly how good he is, and he is proving it this weekend. I hope he has a great Sunday as well.
Another team that are stepping it up big time here in Atlanta are Pure and Brav. Wow. Unbelievable. What a run from these guys. I think there was a lot of kind of question marks coming into this. How far can these guys go? Can they push the boundaries? Well, coming into Sunday and knocking FaZe down so early on in their own competition, 3-0. I mean, last shot against FaZe, he had over 21k damage. That is huge. And then Tolik ended up with a 1.54 KD. These guys weren't messing around with this championship roster, and they really kind of did the damage early on.
Yeah, not messing around at all, taking Optic to Game 5. I think that was the first indication to a lot of people that this team is the real deal. And like you said, to knock FaZe down the way that they did, unbelievable performance, and they really didn't slow down. Obviously, they ran into a little bit of a wall against SSG, but looked very good in their final series of the night. Mark and I got to talk to Tolik. Spirits were high on that team, even coming off the SSG series. One of the things he also said was that his series against FaZe was the best performance of his entire career. A lot to be proud of for them. And now, I would say, if you talk about teams with nothing to lose on a Champ Sunday, I think it's Pure.
Yeah, I've got to completely agree with you there. And, you know, Onset, looking across this is going to be the matchup we'll be seeing the Slayer weakness. I mean, 2 losses, I understand that things haven't been so good, but a lot of the time, Slayers are kind of 50-50, and it really can be a bit of a curveball for some of the teams, and also a little bit of a dig to get back in a series or maybe solidify one. Really, the first and the most important part is getting that first objective done, and then you can kind of breathe a little. You have some wiggle room. So for Pure, they're definitely going to be trying to solidify themselves in that first map.
Yeah, looking at those Slayer records is interesting, right? Because you go into a championship Sunday, the majority of your series are going to go towards Game 4, Game 5 of how good these teams have been playing, right? So those records start to become a little bit more prevalent, a little bit more important when you're getting to those big moments in the big series. You get to a Game 5, it's going to be a Slayer. You want to have a little bit of confidence that you've been winning a few Slayers throughout the tournament. Seeing that record, it maybe puts a little bit of doubt in your mind. You're like, if it goes the distance, are we going to have the ice to call ourselves the winners of this series? So keep an eye on those Slayers, especially if we go late into one of these series.
Indeed, and another team we're keeping our eye on, of course, is Optic Gaming, folks. And they have had quite an up and down tournament so far. It hasn't been as dominant, I think, as we are used to seeing from Optic Gaming, especially when they're playing at their best. But they get the job done every single time. Resilience is the name of the game for this team. They managed to ice up, and against Pure, they were looking pretty good. You know, things got down to the wire, but they managed to show us what happens in the second half of the series and turn things around, especially for Lucid. And then against FaZe, I mean, it couldn't have been closer yesterday. The icy clutches from Optic were everything we want to see as a difference maker, especially heading into Sunday.
And is that the spark that lights the fire under this team to go get a championship this year? I truly think that when Optic beat FaZe last night, they said, all right, the hard part, it's done. Knocking FaZe out of a tournament is one of the hardest things you can do right now in Halo Infinite, and the fact that Optic was able to do it on Saturday gives them every bit of confidence that they have what it takes to go on the run they need to and get back-to-back best-of-sevens done in the grand finals. I think on the back of Lucid, someone who is playing extremely well this weekend, leading the KD leaderboards for the weekend, this team has what it takes. They know it. They have what it takes. And what you said, Andy, about Tommy's sitting there in the lobby today thinking, all right, the hard part's done. Let's get this going. We know we have what it takes inside. We're overdue for a championship this year. They've got back-to-back seconds. They do not want to make it anything less than a first today.
I think it was interesting also seeing that head-to-head there, Lucid versus Last Shot. A really interesting comparison, both main Slayers for their teams. One already being a star, right? Somebody who is honestly one of the faces of Halo Infinite. And then we have Last Shot up and coming. He's looking so good. And the confidence coming across the stage from this young man is everything that you want to see in terms of growth for him and his roster. When you do compare the two, though, Onset, what are you making of their kind of individual skill? And does Last Shot have what it takes in terms of confidence and experience to be going up against a Slayer like Lucid?
I mean, when you use those two words, right, and you use, confidence, I look at that and I'm like, yeah, like the amount of gunfights we were watching him take yesterday. If Last Shot has first shot, he usually hits that last shot and fives you. He has been so impressive, and it's always interesting to see how a player's dynamic changes across a series depending on who he's playing, right? It's very different, it feels sometimes, to be playing in pools and playing an open bracket team as opposed to taking a 1v1 with Formal or someone like that. You know you're fighting Formal, you know you have to hit your shots, but I think Last Shot is the kind of player who, he doesn't care, he just sees the Spartan, right? And he backs his own ability to hit the shots. He has been so impressive. One of the standout players throughout this weekend.
Certainly is indeed. Well, it's time now, folks, to just have a moment of maybe kind of semi-silence for those that we've lost along the way, unfortunately, because a lot of our teams have been knocked out and they fall short. Here are our final standings for many of our big titans, to be perfectly honest with you. FaZe Clan bowing out, top 6. That is very unheard of. Yeah, it's a really tricky position. I feel like this is very reminiscent of last event for Space Station Gaming. You have bad events, you need to go back to the drawing board. ITB Esports, though, I think that is some pretty good accomplishments for them. I think top 6, being amongst FaZe in that as well, when you're trying to kind of compare yourself to where you're at in your season. Also, the European Championship we saw, Brav, against Quadrant, they got that. They know what they need to now improve on, and I think the growth is there for Split 2.
Yeah, we talked to a lot of the ITV guys last night as they were coming out of the tournament venue, and I think overall the consensus was we are happy to be back where we should be, right? We should be a top 6 team. We proved it in Arlington. To not get out of pool play was wild, right, in London. I think for them, a heartbreaking defeat to be largely on home soil, right, kind of on their home continent, and then find themselves falling in the way that they did. ITB looks to be back on form, and now we can talk about them maybe still being a top 6 mainstay for the rest of the year.
Indeed, we can. Now let's take a look at the brackets and see where we are at coming into day 3. These are the journeys, folks. If you're just joining us, welcome to Championship Sunday of HCS Atlanta. Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion are going to be happening in our winners finals on that main stage. This is going to be a brawl, folks. If you are just tuning in, you haven't kind of caught up with HCS stuff as of recent. Rebellion, you might be thinking, oh, this is going to be an easy one. I promise you it is not. Rebellion are out for blood. They are looking so unbelievably dominant right now, and the consistency is definitely there. I'm excited about that matchup. Elimination bracket-wise, though, Optic Gaming, they've made their way through. They did fall short, only into the Elim quarterfinals, but they made handiwork of FaZe Clan, and now they're going up against Pure in a very similar spot, actually, both of these teams having to get over that hurdle. Pure, arguably, had a bit of an easier ride here. They weren't as tested as Optic Gaming, so I'm excited to see kind of where that leaves them there in that series. Our schedule for you guys as well. First up, Optic Gaming versus Pure. One of these teams is going home. After that, our winners finals, Rebellion versus Space Station. One will be in the grand final position. One will be playing the winner of our first match. Elim final after that. And then, of course, as you know, grand finals are coming your way this evening. Where can you guys catch all of the action? Well, I'll tell you what, if you keep all your tabs open, we have plenty of places to catch it. We, of course, do have some incredible streams happening with our co-streamers as well, which you can get Twitch drops from. So make sure you are tuning in all day long to get all of these good in-game rewards as well. And please do go support all of our co-streamers. I mean, Clutch, have you been keeping your tabs open for all of these in-game goodies, or do you just get the goodies because
How's
you
that
are
work,
Clutch?
I don't get it.
How does that work?
Nothing for free. I got my mom on my account back home. Tabs open. She's in the chat.
Mama
Telling y'all to
Clutch is
stop
always
talking
watching.
about my bald head this morning. But I should have those all unlocked by the end of the weekend.
Okay, good.
If she's doing their job.
As long as the right tabs are open.
Thank you, Mama Price.
Thank goodness for that. Honestly, you haven't blessed us with your bald head, actually, so far this weekend. You've been wearing caps.
Championship Sunday, the bald head comes out looking like a trophy, shining with the white off top, you know.
Fantastic stuff. If I could share some with you, I would, Wes.
I don't know if I want that hair.
Okay, that's all right then. Good, I can keep my hair. I can keep my hair. Folks, of course,
that is a
coming
sight.
up next.
That is a visual.
Coming up next, we do have Salt Lake City. It's the Space Station Gaming event. You know this one is going to be a banger. Make sure you guys are getting those tickets in because it's going to be at the Salt Palace Convention Center, which I kind of love the name of that. For some reason, I think that's so Space Station Gaming, Salt Palace. Love to see that. We're going to be having a Halo Major in a palace. I know it's a convention center, but I know that they're going to make it royal. They'll make it royal.
I expect it to be
palace.
treated like a king.
Let's not let that happen. I mean, that's a very slippery slope.
Let us know when that happens.
It is.
We'll leave.
It is a slippery slope, but really excited about the Space Station Gaming events. They always put on a show. Absolutely incredible stuff. We are getting the stage ready for our first match of the day. And while we do get things set up, Wes, I just want to ask you about how you're feeling right now. Coming into Sunday, seeing tables turning for a lot of our teams. I do truly believe we now have a big four. And I personally am very excited for that. I think that's been a long time coming, and I'm just glad that that's here.
Yeah, I think Shopify will make a home inside that top 4 for the rest of the season. But I want to talk about Optic versus Pure. And the big question for me is you asked Mark about last shot, and he has the confidence and he has the skill. But does he actually have like the pedigree? Does he actually have like the experience to wake up on a championship Sunday and go against the big dogs in Optic Gaming? The Green Wall is going to come out ready today, and I am very concerned about Pure getting their feet on the ground in this series. whatever game 1 is in this series is going to be massive for Pure to show that they are here to play. If they have any trouble finding their footing in that game 1, this could be a very quick series, and Optic could use that momentum from the FaZe series yesterday to really start a journey to the championship here. And in the grand finals, I think they're going to have so much momentum. Whoever's waiting, even in the winners, with two best of 7s in their favor, is still going to have a hard time slowing them down.
I think it's a great point that you actually raised there, right? Because yesterday's very different to today. We always talk about how Sunday has this different feel about it. There's an intensity, there's a ramp up in the competition. Sunday's where you make your money. And I think it's a really good point. You know, Pure momentum was on their side yesterday. It was series after series, win after win. Everything was good for them. And then they have to step away for a little bit. And maybe there's a little bit too much time to think about what the process is in front of you. You start to maybe build a picture in your own head of, wow, this feels like a really steep mountain. Or is it the flip side where they're like, it's a free shot for us, guys. Let's see what we can do. Let's try and call some upsets.
Yeah, to play devil's advocate, Pure and Optic played in pool play. And 3 of these game modes, I think at the very least, were featured in that series. Pure, arguably, looking back on that series, choked in that series. Up 3-1, game 4, Aqua CTF. You blow that lead, you lose 4-3. All of a sudden, you find yourselves in a game 5 with guys that love to go to game 5 and play their best. Big Dog Trippy does not mess around in game 5. I think Pure are seeing that series as very winnable from pool play. They get an opportunity to redeem the one mistake it feels like they've made so far this tournament. And wouldn't that be a show for them to get into the top 3 and see Shopify or SSG as they've started to heat up themselves?
Yeah, and for me, one of the things, too, is it almost feels like last shot. When you talk about confidence and experience, I agree, Mark. He has the confidence. Does he have the experience? You know, inarguably, no, he does not have the main stage experience. But I almost feel like he has such little main stage experience that he doesn't have the kind of level of knowing just enough that it hurts him. You know what I mean? I think he's just coming in, nothing to lose. It's just another match. Players who have been maybe on the main stage once or twice and fallen short, they start to head case. I think last shot is just, he's rocking up and doesn't even know enough it's going to hurt him. He's just going to come in and just start shooting some folks and laying down damage numbers. So I'm excited to see what he could do.
Me too. And now you talk about main stage experience, and one person comes to my mind when I think of that, and that's my homie Guy Blaze, who's on the stage right now to give us our event commendations. Guy, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And as she said, every event we have to show honor to our best performing players. And here in Atlanta, we got 4 amazing guys coming to the stage. But to help me give out those medals, I got 5 times Triggers Down champion, legend, Richie Hines here with me on the main stage. But without further ado, let's bring our finalists to the stage. Make some noise for them, everybody. Coming up first, award for Best Slayer. Make some noise for Lucid. He had a 1.34 KD, and he also had the second best KD in CTF and Strongholds. Coming up next is his teammate, first time accommodation winner, it's Trippy. Now, Big Game Trip has been a jack of all trades for Optic Gaming throughout the weekend, getting them back to a Sunday. Now it's best support. Show some love to Legend. Now Legend is top 10 in damage differential in 4 game modes, and he has the second best KDA of the tournament. And now last but not least, make some noise for Coach Trey, winning his second accommodation, taking yet another team of Young Guns to a Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, show some love to your 4 finalists. Now it's officially time to get the championship bracket started. This is Championship Sunday.
FaZe is, 1, the brand and the logo. It's something that can never be recreated. It's a part of gaming history and internet history forever.
What does it mean to be great? What does it mean to be a champion? That who you looking for is right here.
Winning with this team also is another amazing thing, and I just think shows like how we're still consistent at this level, and we can, you know, just keep trying to dominate.
But as as you say, FaZe Clan was built to do one thing, and that is win a world championship. FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming, a tale as old as time, and one of the greatest esports rivalries to grace our screen.
It's a 1v1. Frosty versus Frosty. Frosty will win it. 60 seconds left, and they are up 3-0.
HCS Major Atlanta, hosted by FaZe Clan.
It's time for Championship Sunday to kick off, everybody. We're ready for our first main stage hit game here in Atlanta. It's going to be Bravo. It's going to be myself on set to talk you through this one. And it's one thing to get to Sunday, but it's another thing to stay here. We start with an elimination game on our main stage. We have Pure, we have Optic Gaming. It's the perfect way to start the day.
It really is everything to play for here. You and I don't always get to get the first match on Sunday, but cannot wait to kick it off with these two teams. And you could not have two different stories, right? More different stories than the ones we have of these two squads. Optic Gaming, of course, world champions many times over. However, now back-to-back second places in this season to play. On the other side, though, it's the team with nothing to lose. It's Pure, a team that a lot of folks would not have had in their top four. They've made it to Champ Sunday, though, and they've made quite a statement along the way.
They certainly have indeed. They've proven they have the pedigree to beat some of the most established championship-winning teams that we have in Halo Infinite. The question is Sunday a step too far? Or is this going to be a journey they continue and they keep this kind of little journey of theirs going for as long as possible?
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch them throughout this entire weekend. I think just the attitude on this team. Last shot on the far left. Druck finally back in LAN play, and my God, has he ever made the most of it here in Atlanta. Talik and Cherished, the last two players rounding out that roster, just putting down damage, and I think catching teams off guard left and right. If you didn't catch it, by the way, just as a reminder, these two teams did go to Game 5 in day number 1. In the end, Optic Gaming did take it, but Optic Gaming knows they cannot take these guys lightly.
Yeah, it certainly can't indeed, and I don't think anyone will be taking this team lightly, not just here in Atlanta, but certainly moving forward for the rest of the season as well. And when you look across the lineup, you look at the players, maybe not some of the biggest names out there, but when I look at chemistry, synergy, the way they work together on the map, Andy, they've been as good as anyone here in Atlanta.
Yeah, the speed, really the cohesion of this team, the way they move around the map, it does look and feel very good. One thing I do want to highlight, it does feel like they have been dependent on last shot to pop off. And when I say pop off, I mean he's dropping 21 and 9s. He's dropping most damage in the lobby and most assists. They need to be careful that is not an X factor, right? It cannot be about last shot performing or not, and that being a serious result.
Well, let's move over to the other side of the stage. We saw a crazy series last night, which means that Optic Gaming stay here in this tournament and arrive here on Sunday. Let's remind ourselves of the story coming into this event, though. It's the second place curse. Grand Finals is where they've found themselves 2 events in a row, but just not being able to get over the line. Do you feel like there's a little bit of a different feel in the air today for this Optic Gaming roster?
I absolutely think so, and I think Wes put it really well on the pregame, just saying that really the hard work was last night, because let's not forget specifically the back-and-forth rivalry record between Optic and FaZe this year. Optic wins both series in Arlington. In London, FaZe wins both series. However, now everything is kind of turned over. Optic gets their revenge last night. They now lead in the overall series for the year, but more importantly, they make it to Sunday. And I think when they look at this lineup here of the teams that are left and they know FaZe is out, they've got to be thinking, we heard it from Lucid this morning, this is their time to make their run.
It's not just going to be a question of skill, I think, for Optic Gaming today. It's going to be a question of stamina as well. Starting on the elimination side of the bracket, not 1 or 2 series they have to go through. There's a long, long road for them to call themselves champions, and sometimes you need that, right? Sometimes you need to build through a Sunday. Sometimes you need the opportunity to find the level when it really matters, and Optic, I felt a few times have been in that grand final, just looked a little bit off the boil, but if they can get some momentum going through today, and those Green Wall fans get behind them, they're going to get loud, and they will start to expect Optic to perform.
Yeah, you and I were lucky to be in the crowd with everyone last night during that final series of the night, and man, the Green Wall is here in force. During that series, you heard them. They were loud, and guess what? You know the FaZe players heard them as well, right? Taking a look at the series layout between these two squads.
Well, here we go. CTF Aquarius is going to kick us off, one of my favorite game types to start a series with. Then we move over to Recharge Slayer, which historically has been a pretty good one for Optic Gaming. Then is King of the Hill Solitude. Stronghold's Live Fire, if we get there, could be an absolutely crazy one with the speed that these two teams traditionally have played on that map. And then we go to Slayer Aquarius. Now, we set ourselves up beautifully. It's time for us to get into the gameplay now. It's an elimination semi-final. The road ahead is long for both of these teams to make it to a grand final, but they have to start somewhere. And starting on a Sunday, it always feels good, Andy. Let's get into some Aquarius.
It really does. Aqua CTF is a great way to start a championship Sunday. This is going to be fast. This is going to be furious. And these teams are going to be at one another's throat throughout the entirety of the game. What a way to kick things off here as a table setter for this series.
We're ready. Atlanta is ready as well. You can see the crowd starting to warm up here in the building, and it's because we've got one hell of a series to kick things off. We've got Pure, the underdogs, against Optic Gaming, one of the most established esports organization and championship winning rosters you can put together.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Championship Sunday. Looks like the overshield does not go down. I'm not sure. That pre-nade there from Formal looks like maybe a miscommunication on timing. He had two players going for Obi. Lucid was one of them. In the end, he will be able to pop, and they will get the overshield, but not before losing two players. They're going to have to wait and now go forward. Two players alive for Optic, and all players spawning in the back of the base for Pure.
You're on the back foot at the start of this one. Look at the confidence from last shot, by the way, just flying out. And we mentioned, is he going to be confident? Well, there is your answer. That is one way to place a marker on a series. Sees Formal, gets first shot and says, you're mine.
Sees Formal with the overshield and just flies out of the base, and in the end, perfect pre-nade and shuts it down. Great stuff from last shot. Really couldn't ask for a better opening from him.
Oh, this is going to be a potential counter opportunity. A couple of kills going down on either side, though, and it's actually going to be Trippy, who was trying to run that flag, but Cherish not only got that flag out of the base, now he's going back, challenging. He's killed one, he stopped the flag, but is there enough support around him? He's got a lot more work to do here. Cherish needs to live, but Dead Zone doubles back, gets that kill, and he was the furthest player up for Pure.
Very good wait and bait on that flag from Optic Gaming. Very impressive. The fact they got that flag into the courtyard and then waited and baited, did not let that flag carrier get cut off. Here they come.
Trying to force this one home. Drugs inside of the base. He gets taken down by Dead Zone. That flag is still moving. That flag will go home, and it's Optic Gaming who strike first here on Aqua CTF.
Cherish did everything he could in that play. It was a 1v2. Both flags were out. He tried to make something happen. He got the first kill, got damage on the flag carrier, but really wise from Optic Gaming once again to leave that flag court, not make sure they let any more kills go. And in the end, experience pays off. However, Talik right away answers back with a double. That's 3 dead for Optic.
3 dead for Optic. The first time we've seen multiple players in the death screen, and it's going to be interesting to see what Pure can do with this opportunity. One thing you don't have to ask for this roster is to get in the base, is to hold forward and start causing a ruckus. However, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Talik to do here, as a couple of players have fallen on the pink side, and even though they were off spawn, Optic Gaming won the fight for the OV.
3 dead there as well. That's 4 dead. A stagger. The last shot will fall as well. That means Lucid is going to be able to make something happen here. Drop slide with the flag as well means he's already essentially at the halfway mark, still full overshield. Yeah,
going to run this one towards the spawners. Even though there's 2 players in front of him, he should guarantee himself at least 1 kill. And now he can turn around, fight the other spawner while his teammate runs that flag. Still 2 dead here for Pure. This is another opportunity for Optic to put a flag in. Dead Zone's got it back to the base. Dead Zone's going to put this one home, and Optic will double their advantage.
Beautiful from Optic Gaming. A lot of really nice plays that get strung together to get that flag back home. Lucid, I love it, as you called it, the brute force there, with that just fly to the spawners. You have the overshield, run right at them, kill them on the way back. That's exactly what they do. Dead Zone also with some really nice movement off of the flag block to make sure he got that win in single-handedly. They now lead 2-0.
I think the scary thing here for fans of Pure is the fact that Optic have pulled 2 flags and capped 2 flags, and it seems like their teamwork is on point, the communication is on point, because none of those overextenders, the disruptors of the team of Pure, who like to get behind you, like to get a flag moving, have been allowed to do so. No one has gone unaccounted for in the Optic base. Optic doing a great job of controlling the entirety of the map.
I agree. Really great game management from them, as you say. It's not just that they're killing everything in their sight, they're also making sure they have the complete control of the map and knowledge of where everyone is at any given time. It has really paid off for them. 3 dead yet again for Pure.
Cherish last alive as well, and Formal pick up yet another kill. It's been a pretty good start to the game for him. Formal is at 10-3, make it 11 as he goes on a killing spree. Let's jump into a listening with Optic as they start this game hot.
Watch Peter, watch Peter.
Back killer. Watch out the fridge, one shot in fridge. One shot in fridge, hiding still. I should have pushed him. 2 there. Still in fridge, guys, still in fridge.
I killed fridge.
Okay. Oh, wait,
You're jumping drug.
Yo, 2-shot P1 right now. 2-shot P1 their side. 2-shot on Obi.
On it. Watch out, wait. Nothing good.
There's 2 there.
Yo, look up.
Yeah, go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 3. They took on their pink with it.
I'm hiding right.
They're high all week.
Yeah, jumping up.
Yeah, they're pushing through, guys. They're pushing through. Go bottom mid. Freak up.
Arjen,
Out of Obi. 2-shot Arjen. 2 our flag.
Pulling it out. 2 there. 2 yard closet.
Half shield.
Going high hall now. Drop high hall now.
No, we gotta kill spawners. We gotta kill spawners.
Yeah.
I'm fighting pink. I'm fighting pink. Yeah, hear that.
Yeah, one guy guard vents. One guy guard vents.
I'm weak. Should be fridge.
Bridge good. All
Okay,
day.
they're all
high hall?
Yeah, all car.
Checking our feet. Checking our feet.
Yo, one guy's in back flag on me. Half shields.
Here, I'm
He has nades. Move back.
Hey, nice.
Car 1 with flag. And
I'm
fridge.
walking gen. with
Car 2,
combo.
car 3, car 1.
Our closet gonna go vent maybe? Could be vent.
Car 1 is the car weak truck.
Yo,
Oh,
wow,
2
two dead. Car 2.
One shot. You won 2 shot. Car 2 map.
One shot, car 2. On touch, guys. One shot.
Yeah, give this one. Hold on, Ray.
Try to get to our gens in.
Yeah, one's going car 1 to our flag. Yo, come from Jim. Yeah, I'm playing
middle.
Yo, high hall. One shot our high hall. 2 our Jim.
Here, Jim, with you.
That's one here.
Half shield.
One shot. Oh my fucking god, bro.
I'm making their closet. Oh, guys, they're cards up. Low card.
I'm looking at that.
Playing up big here now, guys.
I'm looking at Zane.
Yeah, you're pretty far out, Zane.
Car 3. One shot car 3.
There's a lot to take away from the listening, and even though Pure got their first flag on the board, I think Formal's feeling himself in this game.
He is. You can just tell in those columns, right? Out shooting a lot of people. Also, a lot of great team shots coming in as well. He's not done just yet. Continues shooting very well. I got to say, also, just in terms of team communication and chemistry and the things that they're focused on, so impressed with that listening from Optic Gaming, as we said, once again, in the game management category.
16-7. That's Formal, baby. That's what he's doing in this first game. 2-1 is the score, and Optic Gaming, for the first time after that flag cap, find themselves having to do just a little bit of defensive work here. Deadzone's going to get a kill, which should allow Trippy just to walk forward and send this flag back home. Deadzone's going to clean that kill up off the damage, and now you're going to see the Optic Swarm. Eyes on the overshield. That's popping up as well, and that's 3 out of 4 overshields going to the side of Optic.
Was also 3 out of 4 dead there for the side of Pure. We'll see if they can string together another push. Going to be util spawns coming in, and you do get the feeling as this push comes into the back of the base that this one could be a pull off the stand as well.
I mean, a lot of damage being taken by Deadzone there, and you've got to actually give a huge amount of credit to the player on the other side of that. I think it was Cherish, if I wasn't mistaken, who managed to really use those nades effectively to negate the overshield. Druck is trying to be the disruptor though. Look at this, he's getting that flag moving on the car side. Tolik with the thrust will take down Formal, but last shot now will be the last alive as Optic managed to defend so well once again.
There was 3 dead there. Now back on board with Trippy, and one thing I gotta note is when you hear that Formal's 16-10 in a game, you do have the thought that it should probably be bigger than 2-1, right? And that's a little bit concerning for me. Really, the end of this game score is going to tell us a lot about how Optic's looking on Champ Sunday.
Couple of trades, most of them going in the favor of Optic. There's Formal again. Formal isn't losing individual battles at the moment. Every single time you're in his POV, it almost feels like he's expecting to win it. You can just see this look in his eyes. He is here to win a championship, but first of all, you've got to win this game. Lucid jumping up to top pink, a lot of pressure on him coming in from the respawners, but Optic with map control as well. You can see Trippy inside of that gen. They're maybe thinking about getting that flag moving towards Trippy and through the car side.
Also worth noting, a lot of eyes were on Formal in London, right? Not the tournament winning performance we expect from him, and you can just tell he's coming into this championship Sunday on a whole different level.
Looks like he's got a point to prove. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Defensively, it's going to be Pure who win that battle this time, and we're turning our attention to the overshield once again. Now, Pure really haven't had much success when it comes to securing that overshield, but this time around, it looks like they've got some numbers on the pink side. They're also running a flag, which is splitting the decision-making process for Optic.
Yeah, let's see. Flag right now in the util. They do have 1 dead. They need to see if they can get across this bridge. Cherish is going to go for it.
Should be able to slide this one in. A little bit of damage, but there is an overextending Trippy. He doesn't get the flag out of the base, though. He tried to throw it, and that makes the job a little bit simpler, maybe, for Pure. However, flag will be returned.
They got the re.
Lucid is going to be jumping up here, and it looks like they might have just about done enough here, and Optic kind of holding on.
My goodness. Down to the wire. Green ball chant in the arena, unsurprisingly, kicks off as well.
Formal now hunting for more. 21-14 at the moment. Slowed down just a little bit, but certainly statistics still on his side, and maybe that's a little bit of a catalyst here for Pure. It's a 4 dead situation, and 3 of the victims were thanks to that triple kill from Tolik.
Tolik goes straight to the shroom stairs. Take a look at that route specifically. Wants to make sure he forces the right spawns as well. 2 were dead. He's going to go for a util run here, and you have to wonder, they need to be careful. When there's all 4 players alive for Optic Gaming on that last run, I think everyone was worried if that flag was going to go. Trippy got the last stand. Tolik looking to bring it back here and now.
Look at the overextension though. There's 2 members of Optic in the base again. It's a almost deja vu situation from what we saw a few moments ago, and surely Pure don't let this one happen once again. But look who's alive inside of the base. It's Deadzone. Druck will clean it up though. 3 dead On the side of Pure, however, Drock is deciding we're going to give this one up. The return will come in, and Optic managed to hold strong again, but boy, they are leaving it extremely late to get those flags back home.
Like you said, deja vu all over again as Talik was running that one back. Guess what? 2 overextenders in the back of your base. They were unable to deal with them now, and with 2 dead on the side of Pure, and this flag now already in the util. This is dangerous. Another kill comes in. Optic Gaming going to look to bring this flag shroom stairs. Trippy with a great route on the flag, and he might even be able to bring it in himself. No, he gets taken down.
2 dead for Optic. Anyone there to clean up that flag and put it in to just create a little bit of separation? Yes, there is. His name is Tommy, and he's putting that flag home. Lucid makes it 3-1 in the favor of Optic.
Definitely a little bit of separation anxiety there for the side of Pure, not just in terms of how the players were split, but also now in the scoreboard as well. 2-minute warning on the clock, and Optic Gaming leads 3-1. Formal is 25-16.
Drock's got an overshield though. Drock has the ability to do damage. He has the ability to get in that Optic base, pick up kills, and start influencing where that flag is going. A little bit of a dance around the gen with Formal at the moment, decides to let him live, and they're going to try and cut across the front of car here with this flag. It's a smart route, but they need to deal with Formal, and Formal is still alive.
Let's see what he can do. Drock just trying to get damage here. Last shot gets a flag all the way to the back of the base. Keeping an eye on 2 dead for Pure.
Flag back to the base for the 3rd time, but Formal's still here. It's 4 dead, and they don't get it going again. It seems like Pure do the first part right, but they can never win that fight off the respawn. And Optic overextending, getting in the base, and now the counter cap might be on.
They have really made it too easy. Like you said, it's really been textbook kind of counter pushes and overextensions coming in from Optic that has stifled the side of Pure time and time again. 1 minute 10 on the clock.
It's a game that Pure might look back on if they don't take this one and think, hey, we had opportunities, we let it slip through our fingers, and that's the difference, right? A little bit earlier in the bracket, you might get away with that, but here, you ain't gonna get away with it because Dead Zone loves to cap flags, as do Optic Gaming. They're up 4-1.
You don't get to see it every time, but a midship-esque toss up to the top of the base to bring that 4th flag in. Optic Gaming now doing it with style. They lead 4-1, 45 seconds on the clock.
It should be game now for Optic unless something crazy happens in this game, but I think Formal, he's probably thinking, can I get a 30 bomb? 26 kills on the board for him. On the other side, it's Torlik with 25 for Pure, but it really has been a kind of a story of close but not good enough from Pure in this. Optic, they have been clinical when they've been running those flags. Pure have had it back to their base a few times, but Optic have clutched up.
Yeah, they've also really played the full length of the game. You knew the fadeaway was going to come in from Formal. Almost does it again for the 2nd shot. 15 seconds left on the clock. As the deaths do come in, 4 dead for Optic Gaming for the moment, but really with only 10 seconds left, this will just be a base hold.
Yeah, you can just see the fist bumps are coming in. Optic know that they've done the work, and even though Pure might try and just gather a little bit of momentum, Dead Zone says, you know what? I will observe this flag being run across the map because I know we've got the job done. Optic up by 1. A strong performance in the first game of the series here on Aquarius.
Really, really strong. Some H4F already not only in the chat, but also in the building as well. And specifically, the one thing I was saying when it was 2-1, I was a little bit concerned. That game should not have been 2-1. I was focused on where we ended score-wise in that game. That's going to tell us a lot about what Optic Gaming looks like for the whole of the day. The fact that that game ends 4-1, as it should have, because the stats and the kills were kind of leading that way, tells us that Optic Gaming was going to play that entire game slow and steady. They played it patient, and they put together a great Aqua CTF.
I think put together is a great phrase to kind of talk about, right? Because it felt like there was never an opportunity where Optic weren't playing as a unit. Even when those flag returns, right? Pure did a really good job to get 3 or 4 down, get that flag moving, but the way that Optic managed to almost get 3 or 4 back on the map and create kill opportunities to then overextend, get those last minute flag returns inside of the base. It was surgical, right? They knew the timing they had. They knew when those kills had to happen. Yeah. All of the pieces were going together for them to have that success.
And I also have to say, each time, like we said, we said deja vu because that's exactly what it felt like. I was really surprised to see Pure continue to bring the flag to the bridge of the util and try to fight that battle there. Instead of maybe dropping and waiting, let your spawners, who are probably fridge spawners, fight a bit, drop the flag in util, and have a little bit of a back and forth dance. Instead, they had really predictable, straight out of the util door to the bridge, 2 players on the flag, and that's an easy nade for those flag overextenders. It was a little bit too easy, I think, for the Optic stops there, and I think Pure's going to have a little bit to think about, make sure they are just playing a little bit of a slower game and working together instead of trying to rush things.
Yeah, I think it's kind of what I mentioned in that game, right? You might get away with something like that a little bit earlier on in the bracket where you might be able to outshoot someone who comes off respawn, but this is Optic, right? They ain't going to miss too many shots, and if you lose that battle on the mid-map, before you know it, the overextenders are in your base, and you don't have the timing window that you thought you did to run that flag in. I have to give a huge amount of credit to Optic, actually. I think it was, as much as it was on Pure, Optic did everything to make those decisions difficult for Pure inside their base.
I agree. Nice little toss here, as you saw from Formal to Dead Zone. He's going to bring that one in. a lovely little pass up to the flag. We'll take a look now at our series layout so far. Optic Gaming able to take that game number 1. You see still fist bumps. I like that energy, good energy coming in from the side of Pure. Still proud of what they were able to do in that game despite the 4-1 deficit. They did fight hard for 12 minutes of play. Up next is going to be Slayer on Recharge.
Slayer Recharge is where we head, so this is the one that you kind of look at and you're thinking if you're Optic Gaming, you go 2 up in the series here. Do Pure have enough in the tank to win 3 straight? A huge opportunity now for Optic to really put their foot down here, and I just want to take a second actually before we head into this game to just talk about that Optic Gaming listen in. Formal was loud. Formal was winning individuals, and boy was he letting Pure know it. And when Formal's communicating like that, when Formal's pumped up on a Sunday like that, it's a scary proposition for anyone.
I agree. I think Formal's been here so many times, and oftentimes you just get kind of this high energy, but kind of just static Formal. He's just doing the job, doing the work. Instead, he's popping off right now. He's out shooting people, and he's letting them know the team is getting fired up. I think you can really feel that in the energy of Optic Gaming right now when we were in that listening.
Yeah, it almost feels like Formal lives for championship Sundays, right? Everything up until that point, he's there just because he has to be, because he wants to get to a Sunday where he can really start to assert himself on that main stage. But moving into game number 2 now, we have to focus on Pure a little bit as well, because we always know that game 2 Slayer is unpredictable. We don't know what's going to happen. You win that opening rush, you get an advantage. This series can be tied up at 1-1 before you know it.
And also, one thing I love during the Optic Gaming listen as well from Lucid as we start the game with his POV was right in the middle of the game, he says, I should have pushed that. I love the honesty, kind of like just being straight up with each other, even in the middle of the game, saying, sorry, I should have done that. It just really builds the right kind of tone and momentum for this team.
Yeah, something we talked about in the build-up, right? It's tone. It's like how you're communicating. It's not just what you say, it's how you say it. And I think Optic Gaming have taken that on board. As speaking of taking things on board, it's going to be Lucid who is going to have some fun, because he has camo, he has shock, and he's got 2 members of Pure already in the death screen thanks to his teammates.
This is exactly how they wanted to start the thing off. Gets another one, and just gonna once again pick apart his opponents clinically. 7-3 off the rip.
Trying to escape, trying to survive, manages to just about do so. But as you say, 7-3 is a great start for Optic Gaming, and I mentioned how important that opening strategy can be to the tone that you set in this game. Optic are now saying to Pure, you come to us. We have the shock, we have the angles, we have the map. You're the ones who have to make a play.
Lucid's still alive here, and this is exactly what he wants to do. Just slowly, just pick his angles, take his time, wait for his teammates to get the right damage, and continue to move across the map. A little bit of an interesting battle there. Druk sitting low stacks and actually gets the trade as well. So nice job from Druk there to somehow at the bottom of stacks turn a 1v2 into a few kills. That brings the game within 2.
I was going to say, that's a really, really good job, Pure, there. No one was given a clear shot to Lucid with that shock rifle. And as silly as it sounds, right, you don't need to give him a clear shot. Usually a 50% chance Lucid is going to hit it. But to continually bait him out, to continually just use that ammo up and create opportunities maybe to push space elsewhere, that's why you see them pick up those kills. Now you're seeing last shot versus Lucid. He gets one and almost managed to convert to 2. But that push I was talking about, how they jiggle peeked around that shock, it kept the game close, right? It didn't get out of hand.
Druk does very well to get away there. Not easy. It does get cleaned up in the end, just because of great coverage and angles there coming in from Optic Gaming. And just like that, they now lead by a sizable number 5 here, as they continue to trap their opponents all the way in A. Getsu almost gets away, gets caught off on the Whirlpool angle. In the end, though, it's Trippy with the camo, which is the big moment here. 4-kill lead.
2 out of 2 for Optic Gaming when it comes to power-ups in this game. And you would imagine they're going to try and negotiate a way for Trippy to get towards a shock rifle as well. That's usually the power combination you see Optic love to give one of their players. By the way, who's leading the lobby once again? It's that man Formal. 8-3. And there's only been 15 kills.
I mean, unbelievable. 8-3 when the opponent's team only has 12. I mean, it's just huge numbers coming up from him once again. And you get the feeling that when Formal is firing on a championship Sunday, he is firing on all cylinders, right? This man only knows one gear, and it is the highest of gears. He's big in this Slayer as well.
He almost felt like Formal looked at Cherish, though, and goes, I will let you live. And he goes, actually, I'm going to take your life. He has that kind of power when he's playing like this at the moment. 18 kills to 15, though. It's been a little bit of a run here for Pure, as Trippy just has to slow down the momentum a little bit, as Druk picks up yet another kill to his tally. 1v1 here at the top of gold. Can't miss too many shots, and Trippy, he'll win the individual.
We talked about eyes on Trippy, right, in London. He even saw his tweet after London, and just in case you missed it, he said, that grand finals is on me. He took all the accountability and knows that he needs to be present for his squad on this Champ Sunday. That was 3 dead for Pure. and that will now be a lead here for Optic Gaming, 23-16.
Well, you look at Trippy, he's got 6 kills, and you think, hey, that's not that crazy. Well, you realize he's double positive with 6 assists. It starts to feel a little bit different. Now he's 7-7, just the 3 deaths for Trippy. It's been a fantastic start for this man.
Once again, Formal just keeping up with the entire roster of Pure. Formal has 13 kills, Pure has 16. These are wild numbers coming in. 3 dead yet again for Pure.
It's a killing spree for Formal as well. Torlik might next be his next victim. Frag grenade goes down, Lucid will beat him to the kill, but 29-17. I mentioned how Pure kept it close. Well, that is not the case anymore. Lucid has a shock rifle. Formal's trying to find the player which is down on the stacks, but look at that cover fire from Optic Gaming. Formal doesn't know where he's getting shot from. By the time he finds out, the player's dead.
I mean, it feels like something out of a Hollywood film where you have your main character about to get taken down, but someone comes in with a fighter jet last second, just absolutely nukes the bogey. 32-20 now, 12-kill lead. It's getting out of hand.
Formal 15-5-6 in this game. I mean, you're looking across the stats, it's only Deadzone who's in the negative when it comes to KD, but everybody on the other side of the stage at the moment really struggling to get anything going. And I think the way back into this for Pure is you got to just slow down. You got to try and play around this camouflage that's going to be coming up, but create yourself a scenario where you can stop trading and start putting together back-to-back kills. But Formal has 17. Just stay on Formal POV right now, please. This is getting out of hand. He's plus 10.
Unbelievable performance from him in this game, and to be honest, the entire series so far. Going to try to coordinate a push here with Deadzone at gold. They should be able to pop up these kills. Actually, in the end, gets taken down. It's a good effort from last shot, and for the first time maybe all game, we saw 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Okay, we can go off of his point of view for a few seconds. It's fine, it's fair enough. 17-8 though for Formal, and 37-26 is the more important score when it comes to how this series is going to be influenced.
Important to mention just how different this series is than the last one as well, as we hit the 37-26, 38-27 mark now. The last time these two teams played this game type was actually earlier in this tournament. It was only a narrow win from Optic Gaming. It was 50-46. Clearly, it's a very, very different Slayer here.
Here comes Trippy, he'll get another kill, and it's just a procession, it feels, towards a map victory for Optic Gaming here. They only need 10. You would imagine Pure would avoid the steak dinner, but that's not a story you really want to be telling when you're in this elimination bracket semi-final. Formal, he's on 18 at the moment. There's a good chance he's going to drop a 20 bomb because he's found himself a shock.
Yeah, this is what a performance from him, and I think everyone looks forward to seeing Formal on a championship Sunday, but it does feel that this has even a little bit more special quality to it on this day. 40-30 here on the home stretch. 6 minutes left. Goes for the camo steal. Tallest going to snag it instead. Excuse me, does get the camo steal.
I was going to say, he stole it away, but the problem was there's just too many players to contest with in and around. If he hits a headshot there, then maybe we're talking about how great it is for Optic, and this is the road home. But we mentioned how there's an opportunity. This is the opportunity, right? Torlik, he has the camo, he has the shock, but he's going to have to go on the run of all runs, just knowing trades isn't going to be enough for them to win this game. Does he get the stick there? Yes, he does. But again, it's a 1-for-1, right? And it's not going to close that difference we have between the score enough.
Yeah, is it too little too late is the question right now. 44-35. It's not impossible as a 36 gets tagged by Druk. They could do this, but they're going to need to play fantastic Halo over these next few spawn rotations to get back into the game.
One thing that Optic aren't going to do, though, is allow you to get a little bit of momentum. You see, Deadzone just playing a corner here, just waiting for some teammates, making sure that anyone who takes damage, they're going to be in a position to trade, and it's not going to be a case of Pure just running over spawners for a few minutes. Cherish has no idea. There's the remote detonation. There's the trade. The trap was set, and Deadzone does his job.
Yeah, really well done there. And like you said, at this point, they're going to be happy to trade. They get 2 there, 46-38 now, and now it starts to feel out of reach for Pure.
Trippy gets yet another one as well. It's 3 to go. As Lucid looks to clean up onto last shot. That's exactly what he will do. Optic now decide it's time to push. Couple of players trapped on the elevator. Deadzone will find one. It's 49, it's 50 as Trippy will close out game number 2. Optic Gaming looking scary here in Atlanta. They're up 2 in the series.
And even scarier than day 1. As we said, the last time these two teams played that game type, it was 50-46 down to the wire. 50-39 is a very different scoreline. The same can be said about game number 1. That was a narrow 4-3 Aqua CTF win in the first series. And instead now Optic Gaming showing, no. This is the green wall in Sunday whites on Championship Sunday. They are ready to go here. And they are looking even better than they did on day number 1. They now lead 2-0.
Those two combining in that game for a huge amount of kills and damage. Lucid and Formal. Usually the players we're looking at as the source of all things good for Optic Gaming, right? If Formal is doing damage, usually the rest of Optic are playing off of it, and Optic look good. If Formal if Lucid is at the top of the KD leaderboards, it means that the machine is working in the way that it should be. Optic look imperious here at the start of this series.
It really is. I mean, normally I would say that this is a Lucid versus Last Shot battle, right? This is your standout slayers, and if they are performing at 110%, their teams will win. Guess what? Optic also has Formal, right? The fact that you have that thrown into the mix, yeah, it just goes, you go down the list of powerhouse players, and I think right now we're seeing the experience pay off. That was our question before the series. What will Pure do with far less, you could say decades less, total main stage experience? And right now, Optic Gaming is showing that the experience is paying off.
We'll take a look at some of the replays from that game number 2. They're going to be heavily in the favor of Optic, and I think heavily in the favor due to the control of the camouflage early on, right? It was 2 in a row they managed to get, and from there, just establish that little lead. And we always talk about in Slayers, right? If you get the power up early on, you get yourself a 3 or 4 kill lead, you control the pace of the game. You can say, you can come to us. You have to overextend to our positions. You're going to run into our lines of fire. And before you know it, that lead can really start to look like a little bit more of a chasm than a gap between the two teams. Formal, though, I mean, I've got to say, I haven't seen Formal in this kind of mood, it feels like, for quite some time. When you go to the listenings, when you're looking at the statistics, he's looking hungry, man.
Got to also mention, not only did Formal go 19-13, he also tied the team for most assists. I mean, it's wild. You can't, I mean, dropping numbers like that, as well as the assist category, is outrageous. Like you said, it's a different level of Formal. We'll take a look at the map layout in just a moment to see where we are in this series and still what's yet to come. King of the Hill Solitude, by the way, going to be up next. One thing we got to mention, the last time these two teams met on Friday, every single game was down to the wire. There was no outlier where any team had a blowout win. So the fact that Optic has now sent these two kind of messages across the bow tells you that they are ready for game number 3 as well.
Yeah, it's been, I would say, game 1, maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity for Pure with some of the chances they had. Game 2 wasn't close. It never felt close. And now we head into match number 3, and we take a look at these King of the Hill matchup records. 1-5 for Pure is not what you want to see when you see the Green Wall standing at 11-3 on the other side of things.
Yeah, especially if we also look at the last time these two teams kind of played a territory-based game type. It did go to Pure very narrowly on live fire. We'll have to see if they can try to take that momentum and take those learnings into this King of the Hill matchup as well.
Yeah, King of the Hill, I feel like, is a game type that really lends itself to the ideas behind how Optic want to play, right? Map control, all about holding down angles, all about supporting your teammates and not being forced to overextend. Again, saying, you come to us, Pure, whereas if this was a Strongholds, for example, on another map, then maybe I'm thinking, Pure, this is your game type where you can fly, you can be disruptive, you can catch players off guard. But for Optic, it feels like if you're getting a game 3 and you're 2-0 up in this series, that we could be getting the broom out a little bit early here on a Sunday. Starting off a Formal, why wouldn't you? The man's been taken over.
Exactly. Who else do you start with after the numbers that he's been putting up? I think one thing that's important to note with these two teams, and especially when we talk about the side of Optic Gaming, sounds like we're going to have a reset here on that matchup on the main stage. But one thing I want to talk about as well is Solitude specifically. We didn't get to see this exact game type get played in their first series, but we did see them play Slayer. And Pure was able to win that Slayer on Solitude 50-45. So it just tells you that they know what they're doing on the map. Now that should come as no surprise, but to be able to put a tournament win up against Optic Gaming on that map tells you that they might have some hope here in the game number 3.
Some hope for sure, but then you put the context of the series, right? And it's like, we have some hope, but even if we win this, we have to win 2 more. We're already thinking about, oh, this is the end of our tournament because we're 2-0 down. Is this going to be a last game? Right. All these things that essentially are irrelevant to actually what you're doing in the game are what play on in your mind, right, on a Sunday. And
especially without the experience.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Shopify Rebellion, right? Learning to Sunday is a completely different proposition to playing on a Saturday, to playing on a Friday, because these things you don't have to think about until you get here. It's a completely different situation, a new situation for a lot of these players, and maybe they're starting to let that kind of overwhelm them a little bit when it comes to some of the moments in these games.
Yeah, I think a lot of fans of these players would have hoped they were just going to kind of come in just guns blazing and really catch Optic Gaming off guard. I think what we're seeing is not necessarily a lack of that from Pure, but simply the experience of Optic Gaming. And not just that, I think Optic Gaming, with the continued second place run that they've had, let's not forget, right? We are in July here, right? It's been 7 months of this season where Optic Gaming has been able to look at these lands and been placing second. Not the place where a team that has been world champions previously wants to be. So I think not only do we have the focus of them for this Champ Sunday, I think you also have kind of pent up aggression on this Optic side saying we want to prove to everyone that we are yet still the best in the world, and they're bringing that already to this first series.
It's a great story to actually talk about the Optic Gaming one, right? Because we're like, oh, it's the disappointment of second. That's the standard you hold them to. Second place is not what we expect. It's not what they expect. It's not why they made the team change when Dead Zone came into this lineup. And I think one thing to kind of keep in mind is it's very rare you see success immediately with a roster change, right? Usually it takes an event or two. Wes always talks about peaking at the right time of the season, right? Maybe this is the time to start peaking for Optic. 2 second places is a phenomenal start. If you look at it in the grand scheme of things for a new roster, a first place just at the end of, one of the splits and heading towards Worlds, that could be a really good time to do it.
You bring up a great point. I don't think also everyone's really realizing the timeline of these teams. Let's not forget, FaZe, right? FaZe picks up Renegade. It takes a little bit of time for things to get into a first place form. I think with Optic Gaming, you're seeing potentially the first part of that story arc as well, just like you say, as we're right back into the game here. Game number 3, Optic Gaming leads over Pure 2-0.
Well, Lucid finds out that the restart isn't going to help him because Cherish knew exactly where he was going and managed to delete him almost immediately. Cherish is going to get that camouflage as well after winning that individual battle. So this is something that we needed to see, right? A little bit of power-up control here for Pure, and they managed to do that in the hands of Cherish.
Cherish doing very well to make sure he doesn't get caught off on LR, but he's not able to do damage because they just really stacked all over LR as well as Glass. Going to try to get behind Lucid once again.
Going to wait a little bit of trigger discipline there to make sure that he didn't give Lucid the opportunity to trade in that situation. And now he's going to step in the hill because Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead, but Trippy was still alive.
He was, and the Cinderella moment there as clock strikes midnight, the camo disappears, and he all of a sudden is very much within the sights of Trippy. It's a difficult place to be, and as a result, Optic Gaming will have more time on the board on this scrappy hill bottom middle.
And there's no one on this Optic team, I think, who wants to prove a point more than the man on your screen, right? Trippy. You mentioned it, disappointed with his finals performance, said it was on him. And to be honest, there hasn't been too many big moments so far this season. So far this tournament though, he's been putting in some of those performances, some of those 50th kills. They've been going to Trippy. And we'll have to see if he can keep that momentum up and right the wrongs of the season so far.
For just a moment there, Pure leading in the kills category as well off the opening, not necessarily on the progress bottom middle, however, making sure that they have the kills as well. And with these two teams, you know this bottom middle hill is going to be a long one, it's going to be scrappy.
Sunday's going to be scrappy, and Last Shot looking for opportunities for kills before they even think about that objective. 24 seconds till the camo's coming up as well, and with 2 members of Optic falling, now it's time to maybe just dip a toe in that hill. Tolik's going to get another one, and Lucy's going to be trapped on the snipe tower. So it looks like they have information potentially on where Optic spawns are coming in. If they can collapse and get these kills, there should be time going over to Pure.
Very nice damage coming in here once again from Last Shot. One thing we got to talk about the man on your screen, he's largely been silenced this series, and a lot of fanfare for him for good reason over the course of the weekend because of how well he's been playing, but Optic Gaming has really shut Last Shot down in this series, and I think it showed in the series score.
It's interesting, isn't it, that Pure weren't able to collapse onto that spawn as efficiently as they would have wanted to. Maybe it was a distraction of that camouflage that dragged them away from those spawners of Optic Gaming, but even though they've got it, and Tolik had to do something special to get them in this position, they've still got a lot of work to do to secure this hill. At the moment, nobody really been able to dominate the hill. As we know, it's a little bit scrappy, this bottom middle one, but trades are going back and forth for kills.
Who was Driveway that absolutely lights up Last Shot on the pillar with camo? He's trying to play a little bit of a sneaky play around posters and just pick his target. Someone goes Driveway and just like sees the shimmer and lights him up, and the camo gets shut down immediately. That's going to actually decide this hill.
It's pretty crazy, right, how good people are at spotting the camo these days. Like, my glasses are getting thicker and thicker just to see the 42-inch monitor in front of us, and people can see that in-game like it's absolutely nothing. Formal does manage to get this last little bit of hill time, though, as Optic play off the back of their kills and will be up by 1-0. Now you're in the deep end, Pure. You're down in game number 3. You're down 2 in the series. It's time to show us what you're made of.
By the way, Pure is outslaying 22-19, and that hill was very, very one-sided. It just once again shows you the objective efficiency and the positional efficiency coming out of Optic Gaming here as they now lead 1-0. They get that first hill, however, Pure with some good progress on the board, 50% of the way done on our hill number 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, the rotation was 1. They picked up 3 dead. Trippy was last alive. He got eliminated. All of Optic was spawning in blue, and there was a full setup for Pure. They're making the most of this. I asked, show us what you're made of in this situation where they have answered back almost immediately. Optic Gaming are giving this one up. They're rotating away, and this is going to be surely a hill to Pure, but maybe they're going to try and pick up some slays beforehand.
Look at this, a little bit of a cheeky, as you said, they're going to outslay and they're going to overslay here. They're not finishing the hill just yet, and they're going to wait to make sure they can have a good rotation as well.
Camo's coming up as well. A couple of kills here, and they might be able to lock down not just power weapons, but power-ups as well. Trippy and Dead Zone may slow down that decision, as it will be Pure who get that second hill. of the game and tied the game up at 1-1, and now they find themselves 2 dead. Camo goes into the hands of Lucid.
I respect the play from Pure there. They tried to wait and bait and try to make sure they got the damage, at least, hopefully the kills, but at least the damage off the rotate to time the hill. It didn't work out for them. In the end, they're going to have to reset here. It's going to be camo control and early time on the board in hill number 3 for Optic Gaming.
Not only control of the top of snipe here for Lucid, but Optic have control of blue as well, so you can see how far away that Pure are having to spawn. The chokes they're having to fight their way through. It's very, very difficult to do, and once again, we're getting an indication of some very, very good eyesight on this main stage right now as Optic do pick up 2 kills. Lucid managed to keep his life, and Optic step inside that hill. They're almost the 3rd done.
His monitors are getting better and better, let me tell you there. Everyone just eagle-eyeing camo and shooting it out before it can be really a big factor here. 2 dead, might be 3 dead on loop in just a moment. And still more time on the board for Optic Gaming.
Love that decision though. He doesn't have to kill him. He knows that if he leaves him there with that damage done, then teammates are going to be spawning closer to Druck than they are that hill, right? So just let him live. He can come back and he can fight another day. He can try and get across that map. And at the moment, Optic are looking to answer back the perfect hill for Pure with a perfect one of their own. They are so close to going up 2-1 here.
Good damage coming out of Lucid there, working together with Trippy and Cafe. In the end, it will be 4 dead for just a moment there for Optic Gaming, and now we will see time on the board for Pure, but really no room for error. They need to make sure they hold, and they hold the entire time here, which is going to be very, very difficult given the progress on the hill.
There is one player in blue here and should be taken care of. 2 players will fall for Optic Gaming as Cherish will fall on the side of Pure. This could be time here for Pure, and will be time. Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead. Lucid just come off the respawn as well, so now it's time to take inspiration from what happened to you on this hill. You know you can get a big chunk of time if you set up and hold convincingly. Pure left it late, but they get that break, and now they're starting to pick up kills and starting to find a little bit of momentum here.
I like the play from Druck. Ooh, formal with that camo is going to be tricky, but I love the play from Druck to bail out of the hill. You need to, when you're playing a team like Optic Gaming, have your hill guy bail out, get the slays, and then jump back in. Formal though, big moment here. Look, tied up on this hill.
Look how tight Pure are playing though. They know the Formal is somewhere with this camouflage, and now they get the information. Can anyone get a nade there? Can anyone take Formal down? Pure is staying inside of this hill. Formal wants to push, but it's not going to be able to. Druck with the shock rifle takes him down, and Pure, they turn this hill around. They'll be up 2-1 now.
Absolutely beautiful from Talik. He's sitting in hotel. He's on a 1v1 with Formal, who has camo on the truck, and Talik lays down the shots beautifully. Stays alive. All Formal can do is try to get some cheeky nades there with the plasma bottom middle. And guess what? Both players from Pure actually bounce out of the hill. They don't take the nade damage, and then they cleanly finish it out. For the first time in this series, we are seeing Pure showing up.
Exo gets taken down as well, but does manage to get a trade. It's 2 dead, 3 dead on the side of Pure, and Optic are probably feeling the pressure now as there's 1 minute and 22 left on this game clock. If they find themselves getting taken out of this hill, Pure have options. Do they play time? Do they try and play for the hill? Optic find themselves under pressure for what feels like the first time in the series.
Absolutely. Let's not forget, Optic Gaming remembers how close their series against Pure was earlier in the tournament and went all the way to Game 5. They don't want to go anywhere near that. They want to make sure they're ending it here.
Last shot's going to fly through. He's going to get taken down. 2 dead on the side of Pure. Formal recognizes there's time for some hill time, but first of all, we've got another job to do, and that's clean up the damage that was done onto Druck. Pure starting to look a little bit ragged on this push, starting to look a little bit desperate, trying to force them out of the hill. And Optic, they've almost been perfect here.
They really have, and they are once again not wanting to go anywhere else in this series, ending it here, just holding it down on driveway.
Trippy with 18 kills in this lobby as well. I said how he's had a little bit of a return to form in this tournament. Well, Optic, they return to parity in this game. We are tied up at 2-2.
Oh, and Trippy hitting shots like that, the fadeaway there onto LR. Might even get another one, should get another one. Little shot in the toe means a 2v2 on the map.
It's 20 for Trippy. As Lucid will find another kill onto last shot. Trippy tries to fly out to support him, maybe just gives away that death, and Pure, they're doing a good job at the moment of controlling the snipe side, but here comes Formal, baby. He's gonna find 2. Another player in and around that hill. It's gonna be lit up by that icon, but Formal playing it slow, recognizes he needs to wait for this help.
Love that from Formal. No need to go, even though he got the double, probably could have been fired up and flown in for even more kills, especially knowing his skill, but instead just takes his time, waits for help here, and starts to get a little bit of time.
Trying to bait away maybe some of those reticles from players towards the hill. 2 dead on the side of Optic Gaming. Formal in the 1v1, it's last shot who wins it though. And it's gonna be Pure with 3 Optic Gaming members in the death screen who are standing inside of this hill. 39 seconds left on the game clock. Half of this hill has been captured, and Optic, they are trapped inside a loop.
Very nice peek shots from here. Look at the damage coming in. It's a 1v1 last shot versus Formal. Formal gets away, last shot gets away from the Formal battle, but for the first time we saw some good damage. Trippy probably flanking from Cafe. 3 dead here for the side of Pure. Cherish is your last player alive.
Cherish is last alive, and he's getting chased down as well, and Optic, even though they get that kill and the trade comes in, Pure will know that Optic have broken. And this is the opportunity that Optic were desperate for. Formal, sat up on the snipe tower, sat here with this shock, has a chance to change this game.
Here's the question, how big is that trade from Cherish? Does it allow them the gap now, the space? Formal does not hit the shots that he needed to. 2 fall for Optic Gaming. Here comes the Pure push.
Here comes the Pure push. Strock is gonna fly. Formal! He's gonna eliminate him though, and those are the shots that can turn games around.
Oh my
Pure's still
God.
inside of this hill though, and even though the shots are great, even though the shots are clean, it's Pure who are inside of this hill.
Can he
Formal!
stop it? No!
Formal!
Hits the double, but he does not stop the hill. He does not stop the hill. 3-2, 27 seconds left on the clock.
I mean, Pure will get the hill, even though the heroics from Formal came in, but just the timing wasn't on his side. The stack on the hill for Pure was enough. They're up 3-2. 25 seconds left on this game clock.
Needs to be perfect here from Optic. 20 seconds left to finish this one out and tie the game. Pure knows they just need to slay out. First kill goes to Optic Gaming here. 14 seconds left.
What a back and forth we are seeing in these last few moments, but Pure, they're here for a reason on Championship Sunday. They are giving as good as they get, and with Optic Gaming finding themselves with 2 members in the death screen and 1 player inside of that hill, surely with 4 seconds left, it's going to be Pure who'll get their first game on the board.
Lucid has to fly in. Formal has to fly in as well with 1 second left on the clock. That should really be it in no moment.
It should be it, but I've seen funnier things happen, and it's not going to happen this time around. Pure show some signs of life. Series now at 2-1. Optic still 1 game away from closing out, but now they've got some questions to answer.
And what's terrifying is we were a few frames away from seeing one of the best Halo Infinite clips we have ever seen. Formal decides to take a very long route back to the hill, gets all 4 kills, but in the end, it is just a second or less too late as Pure finishes that top snipe hill just in time and is able to trade kills long enough for the following 27 seconds to ensure that they now get a game on the board. Once again, they win that territory-based game type. They did it in the first series as well, and now things are a lot more interesting, Mark.
There's a reason that this team are here on a Championship Sunday, and I'm talking about Pure. There seems to be this brotherhood almost on that stage, right? There's a cohesion, there's an understanding, there's a willing for each other to have success, and you saw it in those final moments of that game. Everybody, even with Formal popping off in the way that he was with that shock rifle, kept their eyes on the most important part of that game, which was securing those final moments of hill time. And even in the carnage of the last few seconds where Optic are desperate in that bottom middle hill, Pure held strong enough and held strong on some of those hills they captured as well.
I gotta say,
And they Optic know they're in a series there.
it's gonna seem small, but Cherished trading from S1 to Hotel. You cannot overstate this play as well from Talik. I was going nuts about this. It was a really, really nice set of teamwork there, and Talik, Eagle Eye on the camo on truck with Formal. But Cherished trading from Hotel to S1, it's gonna look like the smallest non-event in the game from an outside perspective. That paved the way for them to get to Cafe faster. They were in a 3v3 off the break. Formal doesn't hit the shot from Snipe to Cafe, and it allows them to make that push. Here was this play from Formal, though. He almost does it.
Yeah, I want to see the game, the hill clock here, right? How much time did he have? Oh, it's like half a second, 1 second maybe away.
I would say half a second.
One of the most incredible hill-saving clips. I mean, the clip itself is incredible for individual skill, but the timing could have been better for everybody to be talking about it for a little bit longer, and it's Pure who hold on. Not just in the game, but in the series and in the tournament with that game win. Let's take a look at some of our maps we've got coming up, though, because we're starting to go deep in the series here, Andy. We're heading over to Live Fire Strongholds. And Pure may be raising a little bit of an eyebrow here.
Pure won this game 250 to 238 when these two teams met earlier this tournament. This is a big one for them, and they currently have a big opportunity, without a doubt. Let's also not forget that Pure won another Slayer in that first series as well. They want to go to Game 5.
I mean, look at the stats coming in on either side of the stage. We have Druck and Lucid to look at. The KD's phenomenal from both. These are the stronghold statistics, of course, from here in Atlanta. One thing that's standing out to me, how fast does Druck play? He's getting over 2 kills per minute. You compare that to former 1.74, who's usually getting a lot of kills. This man flies.
He flies, and they are going to look to fly here. It is wild to think that we're now headed to a Game 4 that has already been won by Pure. As we fly right in, and we are wasting no time. We are right into the gameplay here. And this series looks a whole lot different than it did about 15 minutes ago. Now, Pure is back in this series, and they are facing Optic Gaming in a game type that they've already beaten them on this tournament.
Cherish gets the kill on Trippy, managed to get that second beatdown. And look at the start here for Pure, by the way. They're looking for a triple cap. He's going to be flipped by Optic Gaming, but they might be able to pressure this because they have the sniper rifle to lock down the big door on B. But Optic do manage to get 4 back on the map. But early scoring, control, snipe, everything you would want from Pure to continue the momentum from the last game.
It really is, and Last Shot has been largely just shut down and silenced here. It really wasn't even that loud in that last game. It was a team effort. We have to see if he can pop off here. Optic Gaming has really kept him to a minimum.
Well, Deadzone's got some decisions to make here because he was trying to play the buddy system with Formal, but Formal just got evaporated by a combination of, I think, a body shot and a headshot. So Deadzone playing for some kills, trying to be sneaky, trying to draw the attention away, but at the other side of the map, look at Pure, trying to flip A themselves. The camo dissipates, and now you can see that Deadzone probably feels a little bit vulnerable. Last Shot's going to stay alive and keep that snipe instead of trying to challenge. But Deadzone will accept the challenge, and now he has the snipe as Optic turn, control, and scoring in their favor.
QT as well, might even keep him alive even longer. Gonna do whatever he can to stay alive in these back pillars. Cherish wants to have a word with him, but
is he alive?
But just stays alive just long enough and even leaves the QT. Gonna fight to live another day.
That is a crazy play coming in from Deadzone, and you cannot forget about him. He's gonna come in with a backstab here. Look for the second one on the tower as well. Maybe just the reload saves Torlik as Trippy moves in to clean it up. Great teamwork coming in from Optic here.
Points on the board once again. About to see a lead change here if this continues. 2 dead for the side of Pure. And Deadzone ready for more faces.
Maybe this is the game that Deadzone starts to take over a little bit. Body shot connects with Torlik there to take the shields down. Now more pressure coming in, and not surprised to see him maybe repeat that one, having hit some nice shots already.
I was going to say, I love the confidence out of Deadzone there. Most players against a team like Pure, you'd be risky to repeat. No, Deadzone's going to go right back in to fight for more. By the way, during all of this control, it is continued scoring for the side of Optic Gaming. They now lead by 20 after an early lead for Pure.
It's a killing spree here for Deadzone as well. Look at Druck, he's being so horrid to deal with on the top of that tower with the repulse, but there's the help again. This time coming in from Trippy, and the score is starting to stack up here. Optic Gaming taking control of B, and it's going to be a momentary triple cap for Optic, and that scoring's only going one direction.
And you can just tell that they're not taking this match lightly, and they also know that they've already lost to this team on this exact game type. They are really playing very, very calculated Halo here. Starting to lose C, but Trippy with the camo in hand.
Interesting to see they're losing stronghold control. Considering they had some numbers on the map momentarily there. 2 dead for Optic. Deadzone will get yet another kill. It's been a great start for him. He's only had 1 death so far in this game for his 7 kills. But A and B has been flipped. So Pure, making sure they're fighting in and around those strongholds and saying to Optic, hey, you can have a little bit of map control, but we're going to be in the scoring points.
Also love the rotate there from Pure. It was a trip cap for just a second. They knew they were going to lose C, and right away they get the rotate to make sure they still hold the double cap. And just like that, they're right back in this game. They're down by less than 15.
3 dead though, Last Shot last alive. Deadzone trying to peek, get the damage in, waits for the help coming in from Trippy. Once again, just some textbook gameplay, but look at Last Shot.
What is he doing? What is he doing
alive? He just expected Trippy maybe to get that kill, and that's not so easy against the guy who's been playing at the caliber that Last Shot has. Deadzone though, he'll get a kill of his own here on Druck. There's the second, he comes back for more! It's a frenzy for Deadzone!
And just when you might have been getting excited about what Last Shot had just done in B, Deadzone says, actually, I think I'm going to take control of this story. It's a killing frenzy, a beautiful double kill, and now Deadzone is popping off. He's 10-1 in this game.
10-1, that is a phenomenal stat line, and I always remember this man popping off at the first Halo World Championships that we had back on Halo 5 with this weapon in his hands, and at the moment he's continuing to do it. The triple cap is stifling. It's 3 dead, it's 4 dead for Pure, and Deadzone's having fun.
Oh man, and you just got the feeling that for a second Last Shot had a little bit of limelight, and Deadzone says, I'm going to shut this down, I'm going to shut down everything. Greenwald chant in the room, and he is still 10-1. Trip cap still scoring. They are suffocating Pure in this game, number 4.
143 and rising. Deadzone looks at the stick, somehow stays alive. He's got the QT, don't forget about that one. And now the Optic Gaming members start to arrive to collapse onto A, see if they can get that reset, but finally the triple cap is broken. As Dead Zone and Lucid will be the last two players alive. Torlik, well, he's unkillable at the moment, apart from the ones.
After that first death, finally gets taken down again, 11-2. Lucid, by the way, also 11-6. Just huge slaying numbers that are coming in. 22 kills alone coming in from Dead Zone and Lucid combined. Finally, Pure will start scoring again, but not before they found themselves really on the receiving end of about a 100-point run.
Camo's coming up as well, and we have to say Optic have had control of that for the majority of this game. So maybe this is an opportunity now with a double cap and some kills going their way for Cherish to put his eyes on this Camo and try and lock it down for his teammates. Formal's going to be challenging. Formal's going to be poking, and Formal's going to be grabbing. Now, can he get away? That's the question. Backs up, says, don't worry about me. Take your attention towards someone else. It will be Optic who get that Camo.
152 now to 94. Still scoring on the board for Pure, so they're keeping this game respectable and close. But as you say, here comes the push from Formal.
Big push coming in. It's a 3-man, it's a 4-man push on to B here. They get 2 kills, they get 3 kills. They might have even got them all. Struck is last alive, and he's working on C at the moment, and Trippy is already on his way to maybe do the jump up or take the slightly longer route to try and deal with him. Drunk gets one onto Lucid though, and there's going to be the kill coming in, but Last Shot got another one. Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead, but Trippy makes the numbers a little bit more comfortable with that double.
Yeah, it's a good counter there coming in. We'll see if Trippy can win this 1v1. If so, things will be netted up, but it's a really nice counter. Once again, Drunk was the last player alive on C. He finishes C, he waits for dummy spawners, and they're able to put together some really good kills. So they're right back in this. They're going to cap C, and they're scoring again. The game is within 60, but still quite a deficit. Optic Gaming here leading.
Interesting to see the pattern of this game, right? It's Optic Gaming dominance early on. So what we saw in the last map, right? And then Pure managed to just find a little bit of a footing, find their way back into this game, and then they managed to clutch up at the end. The scores are getting a little bit closer, although Optic will be scoring for now with the A-B hold. 2 dead for Pure. They're thinking triple cap right now.
Trippy dodges the green gun. That's big. If Druk wins that green gun battle in A, this entire sequence is completely different. But because Trippy wins that, last player alive, Druk once again back at the base. It's going to be more scoring, more points on the board. It's crazy how these 1v1s and strongholds, they really pave the way for the next few spawn rotations.
They certainly do. 2 cap here. He's going to be held as Optic wins his individual. Little poke on the big door. Little poke with a sniper rifle from Trippy as well, just to give a warning shot. And let them know that that is not going to be an easy route for them to take. B is going to be the push though from Pure. Look at this. They do flood it. They do try and put pressure on, but Optic are playing the ends. They flip things. But the reset does come in on both of those strongholds respectively.
Trippy just holding and forcing Last Shot into a terrible angle. That's why Trippy was just slowly playing that back ramp. You can really do that. Just get opponents to go into your crosshairs exactly the way you want to. And man, does he make Last Shot pay. However, it is 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Lucid was your last player alive. Game still within now. A reasonable comeback territory, but it's a 100-point lead or so for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, not too many mistakes left in the bag here for Pure. 116 points and rising. Cherish gets a double kill. They need to start riding off this momentum. They have to win those fights. Formal turns 1 kill into a double he doesn't deserve to get, and somehow he does. And now you're seeing the numbers start to line up in the favor of Optic. Those kind of battles need to go your way.
They need to go your way, and it doesn't help that you're going to fire up Formal even more. This man now also gets camo off the back of that. Like we said, the domino effect of these 1v1s cannot be overstated. You do have a BC hold coming in momentarily, but Formal's going to look to put this camo snipe to use and start scoring yet again.
Pure made the play for A. They're going to, I was going to say, it looks like they maybe are going to let him, but Cherish flies in. Does some damage onto Formal, pushes him out of that stronghold, and they do flip A in the meantime. The QT is going to be to the back of B as Lucid is already pushed up for Optic. This is going to be the focus of their push. Trying to turn over B into their favor to continue the scoring. With 2 kills going their way, Formal now steps itself inside of this stronghold, and Optic should be able to flip.
Very efficient B push coming in from Optic Gaming. Now, Pure does well to bring the game within 50. That was essentially a 50-point uncontested run. They keep the game respectable. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. If they can get a few more kills here, this will be big. Yes, 3 dead. Dead Zone's your last player alive for a moment.
I mean, Dead Zone's last player alive, but Last Shot managed to get 2 kills in that situation. He gets the one onto Ness, and then trades inside of the hill, which just stops the conversion, slows everything down, and forces Optic to go back and have to step in there again. Not only is that information you gather from positioning, it means you can work the map elsewhere as well. So Optic Gaming starting to be under a little bit of pressure here, and look at that score. The AB hold is starting to hurt Optic. It's 178 points and rising, and they're looking for the trip here.
It's really an 80-point uncontested run coming in from Pure. This was, as we said, this was just a 100-point game, and now Pure for a momentary had a trip cap, however losing A. Last Shot needs to win this battle here today.
Gonna get the reset. Look at this, he steps out. Damage is done, he played that absolutely perfectly, waiting for the information, and now they're gonna flood onto the respawners from Optic Gaming. Cherish gets the first pick. Second player should be taken down at the back of green as well. That's going to be Lucid, but he's never an easy kill, and Last Shot finds that out, but still manages to get it. It should be a triple cap here, and look at this game. It's turned on its head once more, and in a few moments' time, it will be Pure, who go into a lead as Optic try and flip A.
Over 100 points straight from Pure. Let's not forget, as we said, this game came down to the wire in the last outing. 250 to 238 was your final score. 4 dead for Optic Gaming. A trip cap will continue, and if one more spawn rotation comes in, this could be the game.
This could be the game, and we could be going to a game of 5. The remote detonation comes in, doing damage onto Optic. Optic are trying to flood, but Last Shot ain't missing bullets at the moment. Every individual, he is winning. Now Drunk stepping up as well. And Optic Gaming, who are so close to closing out the series, well, now they're 4 dead again.
3 dead, Trippy spawning dummies. Trippy spawning dummies. They have to push right now, but it might already be over.
This could be over. This should be over. What a comeback from Pure. This team will never say die. 244 and rising. Desperation from Optic, but it's going surely to be Pure who send us to a game 5.
Oh boy! Championship Sunday starting off with a bang here. You might have thought 30 minutes ago that this series was over. Not so fast, says Pure. The Young Guns, nothing to lose on a Championship Sunday. They rally back, down by 100 in Strongholds, to win game number 4 and send us to another game 5 against Optic Gaming.
Wow. What a way to start a Championship Sunday. What a series we are seeing in front of us.
Insult to injury there. Coming across, station referees over Lucid's shoulder saying we need—
How many points were you down?
We need these stats captured for statistical tracking purposes. Can I please take a picture of that, sir?
Wow.
A tough moment for Optic Gaming, knowing that they should have ended this not only in that game, but they're probably thinking we should have ended this on Solitude as well, because we did not want to head to a game 5.
I want to talk about Last Shot. I want to talk about the end of that game.
Yep.
Individual battles add up at times, especially in the clutch moments. He wins 2 massive 1v1s. He then makes the perfect decision on to just wait to bait for A, wait till they step out, then gets the reset. And so much pressure was applied by him, and it goes back to the start where he was in C solo as a first spawner, managed to pick off one on Nest from Optic Gaming, managed to trade again a second player to let his teammates back on the map and force Optic to have to fight for control once more. Last Shot had some big moments at the end of that game.
Massive moments, and the way that they controlled those spawns. Also, so much respect for Pure. When you're down by 100 and Optic is up 202 to 111, it is very easy to think, okay, this is our tournament over. Instead, you have these— look at this double team as well. Trippy tries to challenge from A. He gets immediately turned on. Druk does not let Lucid get away as either. Also, Druk getting that camo, winning that 1v1 at C. All the pieces had to come together for this team to get the comeback win on the board. You could just see, look at the disbelief there on Trippy's face. They know they need to focus up here for this game number 5. Slayer, we are tied 2-2.
Man, you gotta love it. If you're a Halo fan, you'll be enjoying this series. If you're an Optic fan, you may be enjoying it if they win the next one. If you're a Pure fan, maybe you're gonna enjoy it a little bit more if they win this next one. Unfortunately, whoever does come out on the wrong side of this game will be eliminated from the tournament. If you win it though, you're still alive, and we are headed to Aquarius Slayer.
Everything to play for here. It's also worth noting as we take a look at some Map 2 Slayer stats that these two teams have exchanged Slayers in that first series. Pure also took a Slayer off of Optic Gaming. We'll see if they can do it again.
One thing to keep your eye on, of course, in Aquarius Slayer is always eyes on the overshield, right? The runs that you can go on. It could be 10, it can be 12 kills around response if you're efficient enough and you can use that extra shield you have to take a few more fights. But this is a fascinating game type, in my opinion, to have as a game 5, because this is the one that tests you mentally as a team more than any. You can go down 15-3 in this game type. You can find yourself down 40-20, and you have to have it in the back of your mind that there is a way back into it. Due to the snowballing runs that we can see teams go on, you have to stay in it. You have to stay positive. Your comms need to be clean and crisp. And it almost feels like the perfect game 5 for a series like this.
It really does. I couldn't agree more. And also, Pure's going to remember that no matter how far down they go, they were just trailing by 100. and they came back and they won that game time. So regardless of where we are in the mid-game, I agree, we're gonna have to see the entirety of this one played out. Just to go through Slayers in our earlier series as well, they were very, very close. It was a Optic 50-46 win on Recharge, and it was a pure 50-45 win on Solitude. Now, the only Aquarius data we really have from these two teams was the game we saw earlier from Optic where they really dominated. However, let's not forget, the Aqua CTF was closer in the first series. That was 4-3. So it just tells you that Pure knows how to play Aquarius. The question is, who's gonna come out here firing in Game 5?
Sometimes you look at the history books, you look at the records, and it kind of goes out the window when you get into a Game 5 like this, because the situation is so different in a Game 5 on a Championship Sunday than it is to any other match that you've played throughout the weekend. It's about keeping your composure. It's about taking the individuals and hitting the 5 that you've hit every single day when you're sat at home in matchmaking, in scrims, in the games that you've played up until this point. Because sometimes it can feel like, for some reason, your reticle feels a little bit different than it has before. Controller feels a little bit different in your hands, and that's just pressure, that's just nerves. And the best in the world, well, they're the ones that have the experience to deal with those kind of situations.
I think the keys for me in this series, in this game for both sides is obviously Pure cannot let Formal drop 18 kills again. I think he even had more than that in the end of the game. They really need to keep an eye on Formal, keep him in check. Do not let him absolutely pop off. On the other side, as you said, Last Shot started to make some waves at the end of that game, and that was why the comeback was secured. If you're on the side of Optic Gaming as Pure now re-enters the main stage to actually quite a few cheers here in the arena.
One way to make fans, right?
Exactly. I'm not surprised to see that they're building a fan base very, very quickly here in Atlanta. But if you're on the side of Optic Gaming, you cannot let Last Shot get up to Last Shot things. You have to think that man's going to be coming in with momentum off of that comeback win. I think those are really your two X factors in this series, which either team shuts down the opposing X factor, I think takes this game.
Keep an eye on who controls that heat wave as well. It's almost like there's so many things to talk about when it comes to a Game 5 that you forget sometimes the basics, right? Sometimes you're focusing on the overshield, you're focusing on a kill that got away, and that heat wave can be something that really can help you just get the kill without the trade, right? It's those little things that start to stack up. So keep an eye on Coast, Box, and Trey, of course, behind their respective teams. To be keeping their eyes up with the stopwatches, by the way. Stopwatches. Notepads these days.
Notepads, yeah.
We are rolling it back.
Analog
for good. But it's such an important thing to keep an eye on, right? Because that can be the difference between a 2-kill swing in a game, a 2-kill swing in a push, which then starts to exacerbate into 6, 8, 10 kills. So every little thing that's on the map at the moment, you heard it from the Optic listening on Aquarius, right? Didn't get overshield, it's played for combo. You heard it from Box. That was their counteract to it, playing the other side of the map on the car. So a lot of things to keep in mind here, but I do really feel like this is a game based on experience. This is a game built for those teams and players who have the ice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we look back at that also, that game 2, Recharge Slayer. It was tied up for a good bit, then it was 7-5, then it quickly became something like 18-11 or so. It was really an early lead that Optic then just ran with for the rest of the game. They got the cushion. And if you're on the side of Pure, you cannot give Optic Gaming that cushion. Do not let them get comfortable. Don't let them get back-to-back 3-4 deads. Stay with them through this game. Look to play to the mid-game and see what you can do. That'll be the key for Pure. Optic, though, is going to look to repeat their Game 2 Slayer performance.
Well, it's the Giants of Optic Gaming versus the Giant Slayers of Pure. We are headed to a Game 5. And if Pure managed to win this one, it would be a reverse sweep of Optic Gaming, who are 2 to the good in this series. Aqua Slayer is going to be our battleground. We're going to start off with the last shot. Let's see if he has it in this game.
Really is a battle here of David versus Goliath. In the biggest way, a team that's been world champions before up against a player who's only on the main stage for his 3rd time in history here. First few kills go to Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming will get that first power up as well. The overshield will go over to them, and that's just a great way to maybe just quell the nerves and the frustrations of what happened in that previous game.
I agree.
You're trying to kind of tick off in the checkbox, right? They get it done.
Yeah, I agree. It's a big momentum boost for them. They can now just make this push happen. However, Last Shot doubles back. He burns a lot of the overshield, and now there's no more overshield left here for the dead zone push.
Heatwave is in the hands of Lucid, though. Cherish! Cherish! Oh my goodness, that is a big big win coming in, and I gotta say, usually I'm not a fan of a little bit of a teabag, but that one maybe you deserved it.
4 dead and a body melee as well. Last shot was the last player alive. He retreated into the back of the base, and he got 4 or so clean shots on the overshield to make it so by the time Dead Zone pushed in, he was at full shields, not an overshield, and then Cherished wins the 1v1. This is going to be a bloodbath here. Pure now answers back. They're up 7-4 off the opening.
2 dead for Optic Gaming. Formal gets one just to slow down the attempted collapse and the push coming in from the rest of Pure. But Cherished, I love what I'm seeing from him right now. The amount of damage he's outputting, just peeking and prodding and kind of shoulder peeking every bit of cover that he has. Information being gathered as well as Lucid finally gives Optic a way out with that kill onto Drug.
I like that from Cherish. Just lots of damage all across the map, look. And then he immediately relocates from Fridge as well. He knows he can't stay in one place. Trippy knew he was there. See if they can capitalize on the damage.
Finally gets flushed out here on the pink side by Optic Gaming, and we are seeing the game start to get a little bit closer. Optic Gaming, off the back of the pure play inside of their base, now take control once more. 10-9 in their favor. It's a slender lead, but who cares what the lead is as long as it's yours at the end of this game.
Big answer back there. Cherish tried to do as much damage as he could, but it was not capitalized on. In the end, as you said, he gets sniffed out. Overshield popping right now.
Should be an Optic one again. Will be an Optic one again. Last shot gets a little bit of damage onto Formal. Formal will take him down though. There should be a second one here. The combo does hit, but the overshield has done its job. A double kill for Formal.
Yeah, Cherish their sacrifice there to make sure the overshield goes. However, it's a 4-kill lead. That's a 4-kill clean wipe as well. Now good damage from Formal. He's going to play this cautiously.
6-3 again, Formal. Double positive at the start of this game. 4 kills the advantage here for Optic Gaming as Drunk tries to find a little bit of an escape for them. Trapped in that gen at the moment, and you got to be worried here for Pure. Just being trapped in the base, not for the first time. They're trying to make a push on the pink side. Formal turns around to try and communicate to his teammates where the push is coming in, but while he does that, there's a flying Pure member coming at him.
Eventually those 2 kills traded out once again, 16-11 now. They're going to be happy to trade at this level once again. It sounds like at the 16-11 mark, we have Optic Gaming. Listen, let's get into the comms.
Take your time, take your time. Two here. Yeah, on the door, one shot. Window, man. There's Andy. Window's Andy.
Window front in?
Nice.
Peter weak.
Leaving that. Window weak, Peter weak. Both in, both. I think they're going gen. I think they're going gen. I think they're going gen on that. I think they're going on that. I hear that.
Help.
Hide. That's long car one. Front blue.
High, push back. Out L2, and L3. L2, watch out P1, absolute. Look out. L3, color, truck up in.
Spawn yellow.
Absolute.
Spawn up B. Listen, stay alive, Fridge. Watch him, Matt. We should blink out towards gen here, Joey. Try to get to our gen.
I kind of want to go front car glass. Yeah, me too.
Our gen. High gen and car 3. I hear that. I'm here. Where's the IQ2? Break out with hiding.
You're gonna two guys. Two.
One shot. That's one more.
Drop blue in front.
Both he jumps. You behind you guys, yellow behind you. Blue wall. Blue street, yellow street.
Watch out on P1. Watch out on it. You got it.
Blue car jump. Blue car.
You want with the car jump. Blue car jump. You want to go
shot. Front yellow, guys. Front yellow.
We have a combo.
He's front blue. He's going front blue. He's going car jump. Out of OV, car 3. He's one shot. This guy yellow gen and yellow P. Yellow gen and P.
Come middle weak. One shot front.
Front yellow and yellow shot.
Yellow car,
front yellow.
Yellow car jump.
I don't see him.
He's front yellow somewhere, guys.
Yo, bottom middle on me. Bottom middle P1.
Nice, I'm pushing this, guys. I'm pushing.
Car 2.
R2 weak.
Stay alive, Joey. Stay alive, Joey.
Yellow gen. Car 2. Two car 2.
Two shot. Trap here.
Two there.
Stuck me. Rust is down car 2, guys.
I got it. 2 going out blue P.
Get up top.
One in your closet. One in your blue closet.
Yo, don't fuck with Jen.
Yo, get up top, guys.
Going for yellow flag. Look P.
I'm trying to go here, Joe. I'm trying to go yellow P for you.
Yo, pick one. He's there.
Hold on, I think there's another guy.
Dead. He waved down.
Car 3.
Thrust, guys. Get the thrust down there. It's he wave thrust is down, guys. 2 dead.
I'm going live.
Still down.
Shooting out. He's on the street weak. I'm in the fridge.
Here. We got yellow flag. Yellow flag. He went Jet Bridge, man.
P2.
Tell me I'm looking at
Blue P2. Yep. P2. 3 here.
Sitting P2.
Top in, have shields.
Yo, one guy yellow P1.
Going Jen.
2 guys yellow P door. 2 guys yellow P door in the flag.
Yo, this guy blue on me from
Out of the listening in, and Optic find themselves at 3 in the death screen. It's Pure who have a lead as they cross the 30 kill mark first.
We talked about how they needed to not just stay with Optic Gaming here through the mid game, but try to get a lead if they can, and they've done just that. You just saw how frustrating it was for Optic Gaming to try to get the kills that they were looking for, and it continues. Now at 33-29, it's a 4-kill lead for Pure for the first time in the game.
Huge moment in this game about to come up. Overshield is popping. Lucy gets the first kill on the peak side, tries to play his life as all of the attention on the map now floods towards P1. It's been 2 overshields that have gone to Optic Gaming. Pure, their momentum started from the pickup that they got from that overshield.
3 players there outside. They're going to need to try to pre-nade this overshield and hope that the nades hit. They do not. I think it's going to be a clean grab. It is for Lucid.
Huge moment in this game now. Optic have the chance to push, to be aggressive, and to turn this game back into their favor. Torlik, oh, we might get a bit more damage as the reload had to come in. It's 2 dead on side of Pure, though. Again, the overshield has created the opening, and we have a tied game. Optic going to the lead as Dead Zone finds 1.
Ooh, it's a staggered 4 dead. You see 2 spawners spawning across the map there. They're going to get those splits. The spawners now additionally will likely spawn with them as well on the back of the base. And just like that, as you say, Optic Gaming plays the overshield perfectly. They time it, they get the control, they also get the push, and they lead by 1.
Forward with the battle rifle in his hands, just trying to lay down damage across the map for the rest of his team. And that damage is being cleaned up at the moment. Cherish is going to get chased down by Formal. Formal should clean this one up, but Cherish has already shown that he is no easy kill. Respect being shown by Formal in that situation. Let's Trippy get that finishing kill.
Largely what we talked about, Formal and Last Shot have been really kept to a minimum once again. +2 for Formal, even for Last Shot. 41-36 here on the home stretch.
Seeing a 5-kill difference, the biggest difference we feel like we've seen for this whole game, and Lucid 14-7.
Huge.
Double positive in this game. A game 5 which Optic quite simply need to win.
You might have shut down Formal, but you forgot about Lucid. Double positive in a game that they're winning by 5.
Dead Zone gets another one as well. He's been quietly going about his business. Pure maybe have 1 or 2 moments to not go their way, but that's one that does go their way. They managed to get Optic 3 dead, and Trippy's last alive. He's going to fall as well, and Pure are back into this.
Somehow Cherish gets that trade. Just like that, it's a 3-kill game. Not so fast. There were Let's Go Optic chants in the room. Big kills coming in here. 45th goes to Optic.
Overshield's coming up as well. Overshield's coming up, but Optic are getting the kills beforehand. And this might be the game and the series being decided right in front of your eyes as the flank coming in. But Dead Zone gets the Overshield. It's 3 to go for Optic.
Double stack on the Overshield. It pays off for Optic Gaming. He's going to try to clean out the fridge.
Damage being done. Torlik, he'll get the kill, but Formal's there. Formal's hungry. Lucid wants it, but it will be Formal. And it will be Optic Gaming who ice up in a game 5 here in Atlanta.
Trailing at the 30-kill mark, but they find the ice, they find the resilience, and they lean on the experience to ensure that they close out in the series, and they send Pure home, ending what has been a Cinderella story for those 4 players.
An incredible run from Pure, an amazing performance from them this tournament. Great to have Druk back on that main stage, showing what we have been missing, but unfortunately for them, 1 step too far in this series. It went all the way to a game 5. You can see how much it hurts, and you mentioned how sometimes going on the main stage without the bad memories is a good thing. Well, unfortunately for Last Shot, there's some good memories to take away, but at the same time, this one's gonna hurt.
Man, what a moment there. Last Shot with his head kicked back there. A lot to think about on the main stage, and it was just, you gotta be thinking, he's probably thinking moments ago it was 43-41 and we were making a car push. In the end, though, they get taken down. Optic Gaming ices up. They take the 5th game.
They certainly do indeed. A crazy series, an amazing series to set us up for Championship Sundays as well. And you've got to give credit to Optic, right? You've got to give credit to Optic. The way they fought back in that game, the way they fought back, I would say in the tournament overall as well, to be here, to still be here in that elimination bracket. They've got some more Halo to play.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And that's what we heard from Lucid this morning, right? They're ready to make a run, and it came down to the wire, let me tell you. That was closer than they certainly wanted. Probably too close for comfort for a lot of Optic fans in the room as well. But in the end, they avoid the reverse sweep narrowly, and they close out the game.
Yeah, impressive stuff coming in from Optic in those final moments. And it was all about the overshields, right? We saw it coming up, and I think me and you kind of caught eyes at one point. It's like, there's time for one more overshield here. This could well decide the game, and decide it. It did indeed. But that's it from the caster's desk for now. Blaze, you've got an interview down on the main stage with an Optic Gaming member. Who have you got for us?
Oh, don't worry, on set. I got Lucid for you. Optic Gaming fans, make some noise as they survive this series and they move on into a top 3 finish. Lucid, you know, we know you guys you had to play on before in pools. It was 3-2. It was looking like a sweep at first, but they pushed y'all the distance. How difficult was this series against Pure?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy. Those guys, they played their heart out. They, especially during this meta, they've been a hot contender. They got those shots. I mean, they've always been pushing the entirety of Infinite, but especially right now. So I mean, even when we were up 2-0, it was just like, we know we can't slack.
Yeah, exactly, right? And so now in that series 3-2 yesterday in pool play that you guys played, was there anything that you learned from that you was able to bring into this series?
Yeah, I mean, I think just getting to play against the same team, almost like a scrim, you just get a bunch of extra games. Funny enough, we played a lot of similar game types, but we kind of had it figured out a little bit. Yep. We kind of just pick up on the tendencies, but we mostly still just played our game. And I think right now we're changing some stuff up a little bit. Even mid-tournament, we've been talking a lot. So I think it's been working out for the better, but that's why I feel like we're a little sloppy. All of us, like we're just trying to figure it out. And I mean, we clutched up, iced up.
You definitely did clutched up, iced up there on the main stage. And, you know, we're seeing the top four fluctuate a little bit here. You know, a lot of teams can be put into that big four. You know, what would you say is, you know, the competitive state right now for these teams to be able to get up in there?
I mean, if you watch my stream, I think you kind of know my thoughts on that. I think the particular meta right now is very focused on just the bandit.
Okay.
And you hit your shots, you hit your shots. That's pretty much it.
Simply, okay? I'm gonna let you get ready because you got some more shots to hit for today. Optic Gaming fans, make some more noise for Lucid and the squad. That's gonna do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. GG's Optic Gaming. They keep going forward, pushing through on this journey, and commiserations to Pure, but what a fight out of that roster. And I think big things to come, to be perfectly honest with you. It's a little bit more than just having a good day, having a good second day, and then having a pretty good third day as well, and bringing the fight to Championship Sunday. I really do see a lot of potential for that Pure roster, but Optic Gaming, they made work of them. I'm really, really impressed with the resilience we saw from Optic to kind of bounce back in certain situations and clutch. While we were both watching that series, it really was in two halves, almost every single map that we saw. At times, we thought that Optic were just running away with it. Some of the individual pop-offs that we saw from these talented individuals, it almost made it feel like it was going to be a complete wash, but God, Pure, they fought back every single time.
Yeah, as we take a look at the highlights from each of the games, I just want to talk about how good Pure has to be playing to withstand some of the pop-offs. Formal going off with the shock rifle in game 3, but still Pure able to get the important objective done and to push that game to a game 4. Dead's on a killing frenzy in game 4. Seems like it hadn't missed a shot with the snipe, but Pure still making it a manageable score line to where when they got control, they were able to punch their ticket to a game 5. It is not easy to compete with the individual pop-offs of Optic, and we saw everybody on Optic having their individual moments, glimpses of perfection. But still Pure, their scrappiness, how quick they are to be able to trade kills out, to minimize the damage that these kills are actually doing and impacting the score line. It's so impressive to watch. Pure have a lot to look forward to for the rest of the year. They had no reason to hang their heads. Yes, they did fall short in this series, but it's not something they can't build off of. It's nothing to hang their heads over, and I can't say enough about the kid on screen. Last shot, the amount of plays he was making, the amount of individual pivots he was making that were in and around the objectives throughout this series kept his team in this series as long to a game 5 where they just narrowly fell short, but they were still making so many pivotal plays to keep this game close and go the distance.
Onset, when we were talking about Pure versus Optic right at the beginning, when they met each other early on this weekend, I think there was some concerns about falling into the traps of Optic Gaming, just in terms of the way that they play and their play style, but that really kind of hasn't happened. I don't know whether or not they've adapted to the way that, you know, some of the bigger teams like to play so together and tight-knit. You know, what is it about Optic and Pure together that makes it so close every single time we see them match up?
I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? You talk about like the traps, the map control that Optic like to play with. When they get that, Pure, they will usually go like 3 or 4 cycles of lives where they don't score or they don't have the advantage. But the great thing for Pure is as soon as they do get the break, they do get the 4 dead, they run with it, and it's like another 60 seconds where Optic is struggling to get back on the map, and it's this crazy back and forth between the two. It's like Optic are kind of like a well-oiled machine, whereas then just occasionally there's like the fireball of Pure that just kind of burns everything up and takes over. It's a fascinating matchup and a great clash of styles.
We're all freaking out here.
Speaking of fascinating,
so, yes.
Let's take a look at the damage category.
Yes.
Last shot drops 31K
wow.
against Optic Gaming. For perspective, right, Formal's not cracking 27, despite all that we saw there. So last shot, once again, even though he goes down here, not only 3-2, and with his head kind of cocked back on main stage with a lot to think about, he exits here with 31K damage and a lot to be proud of.
There's a reason his head was cocked back. It's because what more do I have to do to beat these guys? That would drive me crazy. It's not often you see a series go to Game 5 and have such an outlier in damage. Look at the members of Optic's damage on that stat. Last shot was like 5K over
more than Formal.
Than anyone on Optic. Than anyone. That is an insane stat, but still Optic get the job done. Pure have a lot to look forward to, like I said. And last shot, I mean, if he didn't make himself a household name here this weekend, be prepared for the last of the season. I think we're going to see a lot more of It's the Last Shot.
I think we certainly will indeed, and we discussed this as well. Looking at his POV, his cam, every time it was on him, he was just making the most incredible heads-up plays. The 1v1s he was being able to accomplish against the likes of Optic, but he was so calm and collected. And I think that is the makings of an absolute superstar, because you don't often see Lucid kind of show emotion and pop off when he does something kind of crazy. It really does give me the kind of comparison we saw on that head-to-head before.
Yeah, for this to be It's the Last Shot's first championship Sunday, him to be so young in his career, the way he goes about business, how calm he looks at every single moment in any chaotic situation. He was winning 1v2s on that Strongholds to get his team like actual Stronghold captures, that I was like, what in the world is this kid capable?
There was that really big moment where he won that 1v1 on A plat, and I'm like, that was the 4 dead situation. They killed all of Optic, and if that's majority of people, they're like, Dad, like, let's go. He just
calm.
All right, I got 2.
My next kill.
Yeah,
like that. Just thinking ahead all the time, and I think that's a very difficult thing to teach someone. That's just something you have.
Yeah, not often do people just step onto the main stage, start making plays, and like just assume it's business as normal.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary how normal it felt for him to just acquire some of these kills against the best players in the world and go about his business. I could not be more impressed than a young superstar than I am in Last Shot in that series, and he didn't even win it.
Yeah, I also love when we're watching the back green battle, right? And the Last Shot's in a 1v1 at B. We're on dead zone POV, and they're both fighting on kind of the nest side. And I'm watching the kill feed, and nothing's popping up, and I'm like, Last Shot's cooking something up. And all of a sudden, he gets a kill, right? He turns into 1v2s from there. So I think we're on the same page. There's a lot more coming from this guy.
Massive, massive pivs from all of them, but Pure should be so unbelievably, proud of this accomplishment. Incredible from them, and great going into split number 2 as well. We have a lot of the season left for them, so yeah, excited to see where they end up now. They do bow out, unfortunately, and I want to give flowers to Optic Gaming, who are looking so good. Let's take a look at the bracket for you guys here in the elimination. You can see Optic Gaming, they managed to get it done. It was close, very close quarters with Pure here, 3-2, but they will be sitting in the elimination final. And I've got to say, the resilience shown from Optic Gaming is going to be exactly what they need to carry on forward here, because to bounce back up to that winners bracket, they're going to be meeting either Space Station or Rebellion, which again I think is going to be going down to the wire. I think Rebellion are ready for Space Station. I'm just really excited to see how they come out on Sunday, and that's going to tell me everything we need to know about this roster, and I also think into the future too.
Yeah, Soul Snipe tweeted it this morning. We're in the end game now, and that means Championship Sunday, a day that has haunted these guys in their young careers. I think of 2 different Sundays where Soul Snipe has woken up and not left as much as he wanted to out there. And because this is a day where they get to go against SSG, a team that they 3-0'd in dominant fashion in London, should give them some confidence that, hey, we've beaten this team on LAN in big moments before. We can do this again. This is just another normal Sunday. They can take a page out of It's the Last Shots book and just act like, hey, we're just here to play Halo, and if I can do my thing, I can win this series.
Listen, like Pure, there's a lot of other teams who have been knocked out, and they're going to be looking forward to the next major, which brings me on nicely to Salt Lake City, coming your way next for Split 2. We do have this happening in Utah, September 6th through 8th. Make sure you are getting your tickets. Make sure you are there. Space Station always puts on such incredible events, so Salt Palace Convention Center is where it will be. But folks, for us right now, we're heading to a break. What a series we have seen so far for day number 3 here at Atlanta. Optic Gaming, they go on forward as per usual. This journey does not end for them though. Coming up next, we have Space Station versus Shopify. We'll see you right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I
Hello, friends. Be warned, I'm afraid I must insist you not proceed. Survive this encounter. You are making me angry. No! Enough! Must we do this the hard way? The task is done. Now, clean up.
Welcome back, folks, to the HCS Atlanta Major hosted by FaZe. We are into our winners finals. It's a big match today, and it's going to be Shopify versus Space Station. They're getting set up on that main stage right now. My name is Lottie. I'm joined by Active, Shurzy, and Gaskin. Fellas, we're going to have to be pretty quick here because I do know that they're pretty much ready to rock and roll, but I got to ask you quickly about Shopify. This is a big deal for this team. A lot of questions about kind of how they're going to handle Sunday, but what is it about this roster that is so special and why they're a threat out there?
I mean, they've proved to me that they're the roster to contend with that top 3, right? This is the second time in a row now we see them in the winners finals. Now they have to prove themselves, right? It's Championship Sunday. That has been the question. Let's see if it's answered today.
Let's see if it is answered indeed today. Now, they actually met up in London the last time we saw them together on a stage. This was the series layout. Rebellion were looking awfully good, Shurs. They managed to do the dirty on Space Station. Do you think they can kind of replicate this type of dominance here today?
Yeah, I think what we're looking at here is redemption for 2 different teams for 2 different reasons, right? Space Station trying to right the wrongs of London and prove that it was just a once-off performance. And for Rebellion, they're looking to right some wrongs. They've made it to top 3. Can they be more competitive in the winners finals, in the elimination finals, if it gets to that point? Because we've seen Soul Snipe on social media tweeting about how he wants to come out and do a great performance. My concern is if you're putting that sort of stuff up on social media, maybe you're saying it because you want to believe it rather than you actually feel it.
Indeed. And on the other side of things, though, in this brand new series layout, Gaskin, I want to ask you about some of the comparisons that we might be seeing here, especially from London. Was it favorable game modes and game types for Shopify Rebellion? Space Station, I know, not having the best performance at that major, but I do think that sometimes the series layout does play a lot into it, and they put a lot of weight on it. So what are we saying for this time?
Yeah, it was something me and Active were looking at back of house earlier, and the only game type that replicates is going to be Forbidden Capture the Flag, which was a 3-0 in favor of Space Station that we did see. On the flip side, though, I'm looking at the rest of this series layout and I'm saying it's not looking so hot for Shopify Rebellion. It was a really good series layout yesterday when they competed up against the likes of Optic Gaming, but are we going to see them have the same kind of success against Space Station? That's my biggest question. Slayer Recharge is probably Rebellion's best chance at getting a map here. So if they can take map number 2, that's when we're going to see them try and have any sort of opportunity maybe to take this a little bit further than 3 games.
Active, talking about best chances, who is it on Rebellion right now that you're looking up to? Who are you looking to not just have a good performance, but really just drive their team to this victory?
It's got to be Cycle for me. He's one of the youngest players in the league, and he does not play like it. He's got that championship mentality. He comes up clutch. The biggest thing, they compared him to Pistola, and honestly, I kind of agree. Watching Pistola back in the day, always staying alive, always making sure he's a difficult kill and outputting damage. That is Cycle, and he does it well.
He does it so well. I said it at the beginning of the show, Cycle yesterday against Optic, 31,000 damage. That is crazy. Like, absolutely unheard of stuff. I mean, this kid was heads and tails above the rest of them in the lobby. That's going up against world champion Shurs. Cycle is not to be messed with, and I think also when you then put him with Suppressed, it is so scary to play against, but it's about these young guns right now, the experience that they have turning up on a championship Sunday where we know these big teams like Space Station know what to do. They know to put that 6th gear onto the platform, onto the stage. Do you think Shopify are ready for that?
Yeah, well, listen, I think you bring up a big point about Cycle and Suppressed and their damage and the kills that Suppressed is able to get as well. You've got Cycle putting down the damage and Suppressed is able to follow up on that damage and get the kills, create space for his team and to push forward. I think what they need to do here is focus on what they do best. That's playing at a fast tempo, at a fast pace. The concern I have is if Space Station are playing the way that they can, nobody plays that style better than them.
Indeed. Let's talk about Space Station now. We do actually have a little bit of time. We're waiting for them to get set up here. Gaskin, Space Station Gaming, what a bounce back from London. We've said it about 100 billion times, but really this is the true test for them today, and they want to get it done here. They had such a good first major this season. Are you seeing similar patterns to the dominance that we saw there?
We are, and I think this is the expectation we had in London for them. We expected them to play this way, but they looked a little bit off, whether that was down to jet lag, whether it was a fluke, whether it was just a bad performance. It doesn't matter now, because it seems like they've woken up from that and they seem to be playing at their very best. I do think that they are going to make it a very tough time for Rebellion here. Even though Rebellion did manage to get to this point and is, again, the same success we saw in London, an amazing Saturday performance, but Sunday is different. The experience is where it counts, and there is not going to be nerves on that Space Station roster, but I feel like there might be a few on the side of Rebellion.
Yeah, Dan, that's a great point. Bound was the outlier for me in London, right? When you're that flank player that's aggressive, trying to get to the back line of a team, you have to have that perfect timing. You've got to look at that kill feed and say, okay, they're coming up in 10 seconds. I can make this flank. I can have this timing. And for me, Bound's timing was a bit off. And if it's just a second off, it's going to be a problem.
It certainly will be a problem. I think these two are going to be a problem for each other. I'm hoping for a big battle on this main stage. And as we look across the first map of the series, Sherzi and Gaskin, it's over to you.
It's winners finals time. Rebellion versus SSG. We teed it up before the start. It's a redemption arc for both these teams for very different reasons. Space Station, who have ambitions to win championships. Rebellion are here to upset the establishment. It's shields up, it's weapons hot, and we're underway.
We are underway, and I want to see more of a fight from Shopify Rebellion compared to London. They limped out of Championship Sunday, but it looks like they want it a little bit more. They've had that experience now of getting to top 3. They've tasted that success, but surely when you have that little bit of a taste, you want more. You have that desire to go that one step further, and now it's just SSG standing in Shopify Rebellion's way.
Legend with the snipe, one to the body, elbow to the face. That's good enough for a kill. As he knows, he can hear players around him. Cycle's going to apply a little bit of pressure to him. It's good enough for a trade once more. Good numbers advantage then for SSG to push forward. They hold A, they hold B, and Bound is just waiting for information before he makes his move. Suppressed has got the camouflage. Rebellion's push, they're going to pivot over towards A.
Suppress was amazing yesterday, might I add. If he has any sort of success like that, then it's really going to elevate Shopify Rebellion's chances of getting into this grand final. Now, we did touch upon the series layout just in the pre-show there, but it is one of Space Station's better Stronghold games here on Live Fire. But if Suppressed is able to tag bodies like that, it's certainly going to help them try and find success.
Suppress gave 2 players a chance, but he did not make that mistake twice. Takes down Legend with a shot to the face, and a body good enough to get the reset onto A. Unfortunately for him, his teammates have fallen elsewhere, and they're looking to contest for C. So he's going to have to try and hold this A all by himself. He's being pressured by 2 different players behind him. He goes down. 2 down a piece now for SSG and Rebellion, but it's Space Station who are in the ascendancy. They've got control of A, and they've got control of B.
An interesting fact as well with Space Station, the only 2 times we've really seen Stella and Eco struggle in any series, it has been against Shopify Rebellion. And I say struggle just based on KD being lower than 1.0. It was around 0.78 for Eco, 0.88 KD for Stella. They are not the stats you typically see for 2 players of that magnitude. So there's something that Rebellion do to just slow down 2 of the big dogs on SSG.
I think all eyes are on Stellar and on the other side on Soul Snipe. Stellar, for one reason or another, he didn't have the performance level that he would have liked in London. He's looking to bounce back here in this winners finals, in this tournament. They want to win championships through Space Station Gaming. On the other side, Rebellion, Soul Snipe tweeting out he's been in this situation far too many times. He's left too many things on the table, and he's looking to turn that here and now. Stellar gets a killing spree. His teammate Bound gets a kill as well. Mental's trying to apply pressure. The issue is he's the only gun on the map at the moment.
There's great presence in the moment from SSG. They are kind of marauding around the map together and ensuring that Shopify Rebellion don't have an easy way and an easy path to any stronghold at the moment. And actually, they are being relentless with their aggression. It's going to be a trip cap for SSG. This is what we would expect from Space Station, right? This is how ruthless they play against any squad that they go up against.
Legend's been spotted out here. The information's been passed on. He desperately tried to tuck himself into the corner and maybe make them think it was just some sort of mirage, an oasis, but unfortunately for him, he's been spotted, he's been taken down, that threat is no longer an issue. Space Station very early on imposing their will on Rebellion, and right now Rebellion just don't have an answer.
No answer, and you kind of ask the question, will there even be an answer? Because Space Station at the moment are keeping them pinned back at every single spawn. As soon as they realize where Rebellion are going to be pushing from, they are sending players to challenge them. They're not giving them the opportunity to even take routes down through bottom middle. There is no attempt at a flank because they're not getting that opportunity either. It is constant pressure from SSG right now.
and Rebellion will have that in the back of their minds. They see how this game is going, and they'll be concerned. If they go down by 2 in this series, will it just be another Groundhog Day? Will they find themselves going down 0-3 once again? Oh, Stellar rips the face of Soul Snipe.
What are you supposed to do when you walk around a corner and you just eat a bullet every single time? Stellar has just been holding down B&A for so long at this point that Rebellion have had no opportunity to even step foot in one of these strongholds.
Quantum scooped up by Stellar. Eyes trained on top. Middle!
Oh my.
Cycle goes down. Mental tries to apply some pressure, tries to put some damage down. He does so. It's enough to force Stellar back, but unfortunately, Stellar has got control of B. A and C have been flipped, so Rebellion do have a somewhat of a poor man setup. A lot of ground to try and cover to defend A and C. And while Stellar anchors this B position, the rest of his teammates are fighting for C.
It's a poor man setup, but what Stellar's doing is forcing Rebellion to then try and hold A and C because they're reluctant to push him because of the sniper rifle, but at the same time they are finding a little bit of success. But every time they step out, Stellar's there with a snipe shot. It's a killing frenzy for him now. This is looking like the Stellar that we saw so often throughout the 23 season.
Stellar last event proved he was human and he can have some wobbles, but he's back to full-on SS Jesus mode in game number 1, it would seem. Camouflage about to pop up. Looks as though Space Station Gaming have got their second in quick succession there. Rebellion have got to be careful. They cannot keep giving up power-ups and power weapons, especially the players of this caliber.
If Stellar gets his hands on another sniper rifle, this game will be done and dusted. I mean, it might already be, especially with Eco getting hold of the camouflage as well. Because now Rebellion, even though they're going to try and push A here, what Eco could do is go for a route either behind them or just wait for that perfect moment, wait for the damage, and then just surprise them with camo.
It's a scramble inside A.
Oh, wow, okay.
Cycle comes up big with a double kill. Legend goes down as well. The last man on Space Station Gaming. That's an unofficial 4 dead now as Bound just comes off the respawn. Stellar will join him. It's going to be over towards Nest. A lot of pressure being applied there. This is good for Rebellion. They need more of this. They can ill afford to make any more mistakes.
One thing we've learned from Shopify Rebellion is never say never, right? They have that comeback opportunity. As soon as they get into a good flow, they really can punish their opposition. They just sometimes struggle to get back into a game when they find themselves so far behind. Have they left themselves too much to do here? They have to try and hold B and C carefully, but probably need to be pressuring A here if they want to go for a catch-up.
Stellar's good for a trade. Mental makes the best of a bad situation as he was being pressurized by 2 players. Suppressed is isolated over towards Tower, desperately trying to stay alive and prolong his life. It wasn't for long enough. And at the moment, Space Station Gaming threatening to take control of C and threatening to score again. Rebellion have moved towards A. The important point to note, it's only Soul Snipe over there and he's no longer an issue. Suppressed spawns over towards B. They're on staggered spawns. Space Station Gaming are roaming here.
It's a good hold from Mental on the bridge, but he will also fall, and now it's another sniper rifle in the hands of SSG. The control of this sniper has been one of the key reasons why they found so much success, and now it's another trip cap, and they are slowly but surely starting to bury Rebellion here on Strongholds.
Yeah, squeezing the life from them here. They're caught in a vice. They just do not have an answer to the aggression being put down by Space Station. This is a new look, a different look, an old look perhaps from what we've seen in Texas. They seem to be back to full form. It was only a matter of time before we've seen these players bounce back. For Rebellion, they're trying to take control of A. Soul Snipe gets bodied. Another player gets his shields cracked in Mental. There's just no respite here.
And I don't think there's really enough time for Shopify Rebellion to get back into this one. It's so easy now for SSG just to hold on to these 2 strongholds and only need a few more seconds. Yes, there's going to be a last desperate attempt, but Legend's wise to it, and he'll flip A at the same time as C's being flipped.
Legend gets taken down. That buys Rebellion an opportunity. The issue is there are very few mistakes left to be made here. Cycle goes down. Double kill locked in for Eco. He gets his shields taken away, but he knows it's not going to be a threat as that player's over towards B. He will just about capture C eventually, as he made tough work of it, but Mental's applying pressure now from the Nest side. Eco needs to try and play his life. He's making himself a difficult kill, forced that player to back down. Mental was there again to get the kill though. A and B remain in Rebellion's control, but how long can they hold it? How long can they withstand the pressure?
Well, 3 are dead. C is being flipped. Is this going to be one of those moments when you said, I was there when Rebellion were able to make a comeback against Space Station? Or is it just going to be them limping over the line a little bit here? You can see there is a lot of control for Shopify Rebellion to work with, and they're not scared to be pushing SSG right now. But the only fear I have, if you start to push a little bit too much, it does create gaps, it does create openings for Space Station, but they are still scoring here, and SSG need to be careful.
Metal's very important here. He has to do damage, but he has to try and stay alive. Eco's isolated towards tower. Mental does not stay alive. Is that the opening that SSG needed? Is that the one they required? 3 go down for Rebellion now.
3 dead. A and C taken, but A is also going to be flipped now. So it looks like Space Station have a little bit of control, but off spawn, Rebellion still doing their darndest. But Eco says, well, maybe I'll have this game finished myself.
Cycle's in trouble. Eco's got his crosshairs trained on the big door. He backs away as though he has a sixth sense, but does come back for more, biting off more than he can chew. SSG take game 1.
There was a moment where it looked like Rebellion were starting to get into the swing of things, but they just gave themselves a little bit too much to do. They are looking more like the SSG we are used to seeing. I remember the predictions prior to London. SSG to win, SSG to come top 2, SSG to come at least top 3, and then they fell out in 4th. And who knocked them out? It was Shopify Rebellion. This is the redemption story for SSG. This is the revenge arc that they were looking for. I think it happens a lot in Halo history. You see a team win an event, then they get a little bit lackluster at the next, and then they bounce back and win it once more.
It's important to note, Dan, as well, with this winners finals, having the advantage of a bracket reset if you make it into the grand finals. It is massive, it is huge. It's only been toppled once before, and that was FaZe Clan. The insurance policy of having that winners bracket win under your belt, it's almost the biggest series in the tournament.
It often is the biggest series of the tournament, and often is the one that will go on to take you to a championship. But there's always that what if. Is there going to be an incredible comeback from one of the elimination bracket teams? And remember, it's Optic Gaming that are waiting in that elimination bracket final. And I like what you touched upon. Shopify Rebellion, and all 4 of these players, they've got to that top 3, but then every single time it's been 0-3, 0-3, dropping out of the winners bracket, dropping out of the elimination bracket. It's almost a case of you exceed your expectations in those previous tournaments. You get top 3, you're delighted, you've beaten an SSG, you've beaten an Optic, you've done what you've never done before, but then you just can't go that one step further. Now that you've been there, you feel like you want to go that one step further. You have that expectation of yourself of we are better than just top 3. And that might be what Rebellion need to give them the confidence to get further in this tournament. Now, game 1, in my opinion, was always going to go SSG's way with it being a Stronghold's live fire. But game 2 is a Slayer. Rebellion are our best Slayer team in the league at the moment. They have yet to lose Slayer Recharge. That is an opening that they desperately needed when they look at their chances of getting to a grand final. How do we beat this SSG team? Well, it is going to be Slayer Recharge.
And you know it, game 2 was going to be oh so important in this series, but you also touched upon game 4, how that also favored Rebellion. Game 3, though, you also said this is the kind of one that favors Space Station Gaming, so that puts further emphasis on just how important game 2 is for Rebellion.
Yeah, Rebellion did beat Space Station on CTF Forbidden back in London, but it's going to be a case of have SSG then put the practice in, have they managed to make that one of their better maps. King and Hill Solitude is not a good one for Rebellion either, so it has to happen here for me. If they lose this Slayer, I think SSG walk away with a 3-0 victory and they're into the grand final. But if Rebellion can at least get one map on the board, we can go further in this series and there is still hope for their grand final chances.
Good to see HCS Creeper around the ground doing some on-site interviews with people in the crowd. We'd love to get a little word with him at some point, but what we do now to turn our attention and our focus back to the game and the series at hand. Big implications on what goes on here, the way this series will be dictated. Rebellion versus Space Station. We've seen round 1 and it went the way of the gold and black. Can Rebellion answer back and tie up the series?
This is where you want to see Suppress start to play the way that he did yesterday, right? If he can put up the same numbers, the same amount of damage, Space Station have to try and contain him. If you allow him to get let loose, then Shopify Rebellion might just find themselves on top. But you also have to look at Stellar and how he just played in that previous game. But I do want to bring up a point that Active mentioned on the desk about Bound, the speed of which he was playing in London. often being just one beat ahead of the rest of the team. It seems like they are all in far better synergy here in Atlanta. And if he can get those flanks, if he can get into that position where he can get the kills, we know what Bound can do as well.
You teed that up perfectly for a shock rifle headshot when you said we know what Bound can do. Instead it hits the body though. He's being hassled by 2 players. He's being chased as well. He does eventually fall down. Mental's gonna follow up with the damage. Stellar with the plasma pistol is good enough for a trade. It's a 1-kill game. Plasma pistol now for Eco. It's gonna be A spawns. Eco has that information based on where his teammates are positioned. He knows exactly where Rebellion are positioned. The grenade's gonna spin up and get him down to no shields. He has players in position to provide cover fire. Cycle's gonna chase it up though. Soul Snipe 2. It's a 3-man push into pipes for Rebellion.
The scary thing is for a Shopify Rebellion, if this was any other team in the league, the Shopify Rebellion probably would feel comfortable going into a Slayer. They are 17-4 across the entire season, but they're going up against a Space Station team who, at one point, were also the best slaying team in the league. These are arguably, in my opinion, 2 of the best teams that can find success in Slayers, and it's down to a lot of the individual success that we have from some of these guys. Cycle being one of them. 6 kills at the moment, but will fall. You just need someone to pop off here if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan. You want to see Cycle or Suppressed have that opportunity to roam free and start to get into what Active would say a bit of a flow state.
Legend's got camouflaged. He looks focused, ready to complete the task at hand. Looking for the shock rifle, but it's not down there at the moment.
And we mentioned how Legend, you know, one of the greatest European players of all time now, as he has hoisted a trophy, the only European to ever do so on international soil. If he was to make it 2 trophies, there would be no doubt that he is the greatest European player of all time in Halo history. But he has to get there first, still has to get to the grand final, but he does not look out of place, does Legend. Ever since he was added to this Space Station roster, there was maybe a few eyebrows raised. Will he be able to live up to the hype? He certainly has done so.
We're watching Legend forge his legacy live in front of our eyes. Bound doing the same. So many questions back end of Halo 5. Will he be able to transition into Halo Infinite? And we have seen he is just the talent that we anticipated he would be.
There was one point I didn't know what Bound looked like. Now I can't get him off my damn screen. He's always there, and it just seems like he wants to be that guy. He wants to be hoisting every single trophy, and you know full well he wants a world championship as well. And maybe this is going to be the beginning of that path. You have to get through a Shopify Rebellion roster, and they do find themselves already 7 kills ahead. And one thing we learned in the previous game, if Shopify give themselves too much to do in the late game, SSG, they are able to hold on. They are fantastic at doing so, but Cycle could get a triple here, but unable to really convert.
Mental down to no shields in the tower. Shields will now recharge. Waiting for his teammates to move, get closer to him. He has to settle for a trade though. For Rebellion, they desperately need, desire to get themselves back into this game here. Cut away at this lead. 8 kills is almost insurmountable when you're playing against a team like Space Station Gaming.
That's better from Rebellion. Just kind of pause a little bit, wait to see where Bound's going to be, for example. See if you can pick him off and then get that extra player on the map. Camouflage is going to pop as well, so here's Soul Snipe's chance to try and make a difference. It's still only a 6-kill game, so it's not too far away at the moment for Shopify Rebellion. But someone needs to be stepping up. They need just... Oh! They need all 4 dead at some point to try and gain some map control, but shutting down the camo was big for SSG.
Stellar hits the shot, as he so often does. 3-kill game now, better from Rebellion. Mental's got shock rifle. We know how dangerous he can be with that weapon in his hands. He's listening to gunshots and grenades pop off over towards pipes, and there's no player on SSG really looking to get tricky or feisty with him. Legend, though, jumps up and straight into the crosshairs of that shock rifle. Stellar's in big trouble as well. He gets taken care of. 2 kills, the difference.
We said we wanted someone to step up, and Mental has history with this weapon. Doesn't matter if it's a sniper rifle or a shock rifle, just something that has a little bit of precision. The game slows down to a little bit of a crawl because SSG well aware that Mental is going to be eyes trained on every single angle, but he's now trying to find a position where he can catch an SSG player off guard a little bit here.
All 4 members of Space Station positioned in Whirlpool and Elevator. Not interested in giving up a pixel. They know how important, how vital these next few moments are going to be in this game and in this series. Mental desperately trying to find an angle. Maneuvering his body around, trying to see anything here. Suppress has gone in. Suppress has got a trade. Mental's being caught unawares, almost finds the face of Eco. Second shot does not connect, and that means that Mental will fall, having very little influence with that shock rifle.
But it is a big push from Shopify Rebellion. They use that takeaway where they suddenly all turn to try and find the shock rifle, and they will all join the rest of the squad. So now it's going to be 36-35. It's a couple kills going in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and this game is suddenly so close. And even better news for Rebellion fans, here's a camouflage to work with.
Megalodon's got the camouflage. Unfortunately for him, Stellar spots him out.
Ow.
Suppress comes off the respawn. Soul Snipes on a jiggle peek. They've got 2 kills. They've got to try and push the envelope here. Another kill goes their way. Rebellion take the lead now. They tweeted out how we're into the end game, and we are very much that now in this Slayer game.
I cannot stress enough how much Rebellion need this Slayer. They cannot afford to go 2-0 down. They will just end up being in the same cycle they've been in before, get 3-0'd and drop to elimination bracket. They are the best Slayer team in this league for a reason. Now's your time to show it. 4-kill advantage, shock rifle in hand, and Rebellion, this is their opportunity to take a game from SSG.
Soul Snipes trying to take this game into his own hands. Currently sitting 9-5-9. He's on a little bit of a recovery spree after being 4-8 or 4-7 at one point. So now sitting at 9-9, and he wants to be the player to make the difference for his team here and extend this series to a bare minimum of 4. They're the kind of shots you need to hit in series like this.
They're the shots you need to hit, but now you need to push off the back of it, and look at them flying into pipes to try and find the remaining players of Space Station to get those remaining kills to close in on 50. But unfortunately for them, SSG hold well in pipes, and they are still in this. It's only a 5-kill game. It is not done yet for Rebellion, and you've just handed over a shock rifle.
What can the Frenchman do with it? Connects with the body, is suppressed. Not enough damage to really follow up on. Bound waits for a little bit more damage to be done onto Suppressed. If he oversteps the mark here, Bound will step in and get that kill. He will capitalize on it. He's being pressured as Legend. He has to back up. This is beautiful from Rebellion, taking all this space away from Legend and suffocating him.
Yeah, you can see the communication there. They got the damage onto Legend and they pushed instantly onto Glass, but that does open up the map a little bit. He has to back off. There's the 47th kill, and Camouflage was popping at the same time. Rebellion, they're in the ascendancy. This game is theirs for the taking. They just need to be careful. They don't allow themselves to just run in willy-nilly. There needs to be actual coherence here. They have to make sure they push as one.
Ego's gotten one, Legend's got another. They have to be careful here. They cannot keep sending good money after bad. Cycle's gonna fall as well. How many times do we see this situation play out in front of our eyes?
How many times do you see SSG come back from a position like this as well? When you think they're down, when you think they're out, they dig themselves out of a hole, but it is still a 2-kill lead for Rebellion to work with. Camouflage is done. That's a non-factor right now, and SSG all over towards the blue side need to think about how they're gonna win this game. All they need realistically is 1-4 dead, get some map control, stagger a spawn, and this still could be their map.
Space Station trying to suck the air out of the room. Make it tough for Rebellion to breathe, make them make mistakes. So much experience on that main stage in the biggest series with the brightest lights. Cycle will pop the shield, Cycle will get a kill, Legend will answer back. 2 more for Rebellion, make it 1 more, and Eco's in big trouble as he desperately tries to scramble away, but the Frenchman's there again.
49-48, and that kill is massive because it saves Eco, it keeps him alive, and SSG now within 1. This is a big fight, you have to win it, and Legend does! He gets the help, and we're all tied up.
Big trouble here for Rebellion. They're almost having victory snatched from their fingers. Bound over towards the shock rifle, and he's got it in his hands.
Bound is on his own though, but this could be the shot. You hit this shot, you win the game. It could win you the series, but Cycle ducks out.
Cycle just crouches at the vital moment. They have that information. All of Rebellion are stuck in long haul. They are in big trouble here.
Bound needs to communicate though. There needs to be a push, or they need to all be backing off at the same time and allow Bound to try and hit this shot. Because if Rebellion all push at the same time, it puts Bound in a very rough position.
Shots getting rattled off. Space Station wait for their moment to go. Still not too sure where Rebellion are positioned here. They have no idea. Tower is completely free. They will start to adventure forward. Bound's trying to find ulterior angles. You know he wants to try and find a face. You know there's a player positioned towards long haul, but can he find the face?
Remember, it was at 50-49. They lost to Optic Gaming back in London as well. Shopify Rebellion, and they do not want to fall. It would be a dagger to the back if they were to lose this game when they had so much control.
This camouflage is so important, and nobody on Rebellion has eyes on it. If Bound can get a little bit adventurous here, he can scoop it up and he could be the man to make the difference. But will he venture forward? Will he take that risk?
Who wants to be brave? I said about nerves. I said about the Rebellion roster probably have a few more nerves on their side, but SSG, they're experienced. They've been here before. As Bound looks to reposition once again, 50 seconds on the clock. Could be an overtime scenario here if no one finds anything in the next 45.
Suppress has managed to make it out of long haul. Cycle continues to tempt fate here. You cannot keep giving Bound these opportunities. Suppressed is alone inside blue. He's trying to get information for his team, but they have got to try and risk pushing across C. Plat or try and play out time here and wait for Space Station to make the move. And they're getting so much ground. They're squeezing Shopify Rebellion all the meanwhile.
And if you can duck enough of them, he will run out of ammo eventually, but it is a risky game to play. Overtime starting to come into the equation potentially here, but now here comes a bit of a push from SSG.
SSG make the push. Cycle stolen the camo from right under them, and Eco gets the kill! Space Station Gaming, 2 to the good and 1 away from Grand Finals.
And that might just be the kill, not just to potentially send Rebellion down to the elimination bracket, but when we look back at this tournament as a whole, that could be the kill that could even win this entire tournament for SSG. To come back from 5 or 6 kills down in those final moments, and then the patience at 49-49 and the play call. They knew exactly where members of Rebellion were, and they all moved together as a unit. And sadly, Rebellion, they made a call as well, but it was just one step behind. They had that camouflage. If they had been given just a moment more, Cycle probably would have been able to get a kill with the camo. But it's so tough to try and make any sort of call when there's a shock rifle on the other side, and it's in the hands of Bound.
The question was redemption for these two teams. But now for Rebellion, are we looking more upon reflection? Down by 2, Dan. They've been here before, and they have never had the answer.
Back to experience again in a 49-49. Who else but Eco? You know, experience personified is exactly what Eco is all about. Making those play calls, being calm, not worrying, happy to put his body on the line, making sure they all push together. And it puts us in a map 3, which is King of the Hill Solitude. It's something that Rebellion have not won all season long. They are 0-3 on King of the Hill Solitude. And Space Station, they've not lost it. So it's starting to look a little bit more like what we saw in London on a championship Sunday. But that is heartbreak for Rebellion because they were all so close on Slayer Recharge, and how different this series layout could have looked. Because remember, they beat Space Station on CTF Forbidden in London, and they would have loved to get to that Game 4. But now if they are to do so, they have to finally find a win at somewhere they have never found one before.
Rebellion, no doubt, are tired of so close yet so far. That story has followed them around, particularly for Soul Snipe. You know he wants it so bad, and he deserves it at this point, Dan.
When you've been there that many times, top 4s, top 3s, you think eventually a grand final surely is going to be there for me, and I can taste that success. But if he wants to finally get there, you have to try and rally the troops here and do something a little bit different in this map number 3. Hey, who knows, maybe there's been a lot of practice on the side of Rebellion in King of the Hill Solitude, because if you do have a map where you've yet to find a win, you are a 0% win rate across 3 times you've played it. Clearly it's something you should be focusing on. So maybe Rebellion have been in the practice room and they might find something a little bit different to try and make this series worthwhile.
Taking a look at the King of the Hill Slayers then, there's a reason why Cycle was highlighted by Active at the start of the series. He can be that man, he has that superstar power, but on the other side of things, you're looking at royalty, Halo royalty, a world champion in Stellar.
A world champion who I'm sure would like to call himself another one as well. Give him a ring. Put that man at the top of any stage because he deserves it, especially with how he has been playing. He's gone from strength to strength, really, Stella, but I like that you pointed out, you know, every god can bleed. And we saw that in London. Stella was not at his very best, and how that affected SSG. You could argue that no one really on that SSG roster was at their very best. But if they can play not at their best and still finish top 4, I think that says what you need to know about how good they really are. But now they've got their eyes set and trained on a grand final. Remember, Optic Gaming waiting in the elimination bracket final and awaiting potentially a drop down from Shopify Rebellion here, unless we can see them do what they have never done before, find a victory on King of the Hill Solitude this season and try and get further into this series.
Rebellion on the ropes then. And just one more time, if they hit the mat, they will be getting sent down to meet a hungry Optic Gaming, a revitalized Optic Gaming in that elimination final. But you know, they do not want to go quietly into that night, and they want to put up a fight here in Game 3. I just cannot look past the statistics, Dan.
It's tough, especially when, you know, last time they competed against each other in London, Stella was having a poor game, Eco was having a poor series, but now they are both here to play, and they both have found a way to shut down this Rebellion roster. But it's here, it's now. If you are Shopify Rebellion and you want to get over that hump, that storyline of falling on Championship Sunday, give us something in this game. All 4 dead on the side of SSG. This is the perfect start that Rebellion needed if they can have any opportunity of getting further in this series.
Mental's got all the goodies, camouflage and the shock rifle. And how many times in London do we see him find the faces when he had weapons of this caliber in his hands? He's just been connecting with bodies. He just cannot quite piece it together just yet. You know, if he can catch fire, he can change the destiny of this series. It's just a matter of if and not when.
This first hill is important because Rebellion have gained so much time in it already, but if they allow it to get a little bit scrappy, SSG are very good at scrapping, fighting with their fists, and taking down anyone who tries to contest them above the middle, and you can already see 3 have fallen now for Shopify Rebellion, so they have to back off, they have to wait, and Mental cannot afford to go down quickly here because he needs to wait for teammates to come back up, otherwise they're going to be fighting 3 versus 4.
Eco doing so much damage out of blue and taking very little as well, almost fighting 3 members of Shopify Rebellion. 3 go down, Mental the last man standing. He continues to try and fight from this back foot. He gets pressurized, he falls down, 4 dead for Rebellion. Stellar's in the hill and Space Station have control of the map.
Weren't able to convert that first hill in one go. It's very difficult to do, but now it's allowing SSG to have the chance to set up here. And what was different with Rebellion's setup compared to SSG's is SSG being a little bit more aggressive with some of their positioning. They are taking angles, they are trying to get out to garden, they are trying to find a position where they can stop those pushing into this next hill. And sadly for Mental, he gets called out as well, and this is a lot of time going in favor of Space Station.
Rebellion have got to do something a little bit more coordinated. They cannot keep throwing bodies forward and hoping that it'll figure itself out eventually. They're going to trade out, but that only benefits Space Station here. Eco's going to back away. They still have control of the snipe side. Cycle's going to try and push forward here and make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Eco, but a grenade from Legend will help the cause of his teammate.
Rebellion did get the push though, they did get the slays, and now they take down Eco. This should be the first point, and will be unless there is an opportunity here. You can see Soul Snipe wanted to try and push him with the camo, and now will confirm it. Shopify Rebellion takes a 1-point lead here, and now they can start to breathe a little bit. There was that moment of worry that perhaps they'd given away all that early time they gained.
3 dead for Rebellion. Space Station move into yard then. 4 dead. Soul Snipe and Cycle will spawn back up. They're spawning all the way over by Snipe. Bound has now got that information. Shock Rifle will pop up, but not for another 5 seconds. So do Rebellion sit and wait to pick it up and see if they can influence the game with it, or do they push forward and try and do some damage to the map? Mental's going to push towards blue. Bound has the first couple of shots on him. Mental's going to try and win this fight, and does. They can now move forward.
Big push from Mental. It ensured that Suppress could get hold of this shock rifle, and now they can look to try and break this setup. They have lost Cycle, but they do still have the player advantage. Suppress just needs a little bit of help. Maybe he doesn't. It's a big double by himself, and now they're getting control of this hill.
The Megalodon is chewing up everything in front of him right now. License plates, boots, and members of Space Station Gaming. But he will go down. 3 go down with Rebellion. And now Space Station can move towards yard once more.
Space Station so quick off spawn to break that setup as well. They didn't really allow Rebellion to get into a position that they would have felt comfortable with. But then look how quickly SSG set up themselves. They know where the spawn is from Rebellion. They're watching the right angles. This should be their hill.
Do Rebellion give it up? Looks as though they're resigned to the fact they're going to play rotation instead. Suppress is going to come up the driveway, but not interested in getting too close as Legend provides some help and some cover fire for Eco. They're combining, they're baiting and switching. This is good from Space Station, but Rebellion still do have control of the right side of the map.
Rebellion did get overshield, camouflage, excuse me, as well. So now they have the opportunity to just gain some information here. Cycle can make some plays to try and gain map control for the team. You can see no real score in the hill at the moment. It's a case of playing a little bit of Slayer, getting the advantage, and then starting to score. Oh, teammate shot him then, did expose him. That's the last thing you want as a camo player.
And it was great work from Cycle actually, because before he dropped off of top middle, a player spotted him out and he knew that, so he tried to play himself a little bit more risky, and two players dropped down to meet him and to try and spot out that camouflage player. Heads up play from him on the main stage. Soul Snipe and Bound gonna get into a tussle. Bound comes out on top. Suppress answers back though. Numbers favor SSG here. They're pushing forward. Mental and Cycle are in big trouble. Cycle goes down, and Mental could be very well about to join him.
Oh, Bound gets the help, and at the moment, Bound playing like the Bound we're used to seeing on the main stage. 13 kills, not losing many individual gunfights, and with that double kill, it does allow SSG to get some hill time here. But I like this positioning from Eco, so he can watch both high and low. Does need to duck out of the hill once he takes damage, though.
Eco dips away into the cover of blue just to get a little bit of respite. Soul Snipe's going to clamber up and perhaps be the first point of contact here as he pushes in towards blue. Mental has fallen in the hotel. Cycle's going to continue to jiggle peek over towards Snipe. Eco backs away, happy to try and help his teammates and move slowly towards this hill in no rush. All of Rebellion spawning over towards Snipe. That's because Cycle held his position and they're spawning where they want to, closest hill as they can possibly be. 3 go down though, into a blender go Rebellion, and Space Station start to warm up now again.
Yeah, Rebellion suppressed, the only player remaining, has to wait for those spawns as well, and Camouflage is going to be popping in 5. So if you are Rebellion, you have to consider, do we try and play for camo, or do we just try and play for the hill here? You can do both if you do it correctly. You need to position yourself a little bit over towards ramp so you can get those angles, get some damage, and then push across as you are going towards the hill. But it is not easy to do when players like Bound are in the position they are, which they can watch over every single position as the second point now goes in for SSG. Rebellion couldn't get forward, and now SSG have the lead.
Bound with a fadeaway shot, finds the face of that player and dips. Cycle though importantly has the camouflage. They've lost 2 hills in quick succession, and Eco has spotted out the camouflage player once again. I don't know how they continue to do this. They know what positions players are going to try and take up with the camouflage, and they seem to spot them out more often than not. Bounce top middle though, and he does not know the camouflage player's there, and he does fall.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You just have to think, what would I do with the camouflage? Where would I be? How would I try and be a little bit sneaky to take advantage? Well, it's all 4 down for SSG. So despite the fact Rebellion have not won this game type all season long, they are keeping this competitive. They are keeping this close and making SSG work their damnedest if they want to get into this grand final.
Cycle backed away into blue just to influence the spawns and ensure Space Station do not spawn there. Instead, they spawn towards Snipe, which is exactly where Rebellion wants them to be. Unfortunately, though, Stellar gets a double kill. Suppressed, though, rips the face off of Eco. Legend and Soul Snipe in a 1v1. Suppressed is there to help him out, though, but Legend gets the kill and quickly gets himself out of dodge.
Notice how Suppressed doesn't get too aggressive, though. He recognizes his position at the moment is a strong one. You want to be over here so you can help with spawns, but eventually does get pushed. Well, the meanwhile, Mental's fighting for his life at the hill and fights well, takes down Bound. That's big for Rebellion and their chances.
Mental with the wall bounce, getting himself a double kill, helping the team's cause. Soul Snipe then with the thruster pack, gets a sticky grenade. Did he get the second one onto Eco? The answer's no, but a lot of damage being followed up for Soul Snipe there. He put his body on the line for the team, and it's paid dividends. 3 go down, Mental's in the hill though, they're getting the favourable spawns here.
Big nades from Bound though, just to force them away from that hill. That's what you have to do with your grenades on Solitude, especially for this hill. You need to save them for the right moment, but it's still ticking in favour of Rebellion. Also, look at that clock, 1 minute and 10 left. So if you do tie this one up, it's probably going to be resolved in that 5th hill. But the real question is, are SSG even worried about it? Because Legend's the last remaining player. He has camouflage. They're going to let it go. And we're tied up 2-2. And we will be heading to the 5th hill.
Space Station prioritised locking down Snipe. Legend can get busy with the camouflage. He does fire a bullet. He does give up his position. And he does fall down. He pays the price for for firing that shot and not connecting with a home.
And remember, this resets down to the bottom hill after this one, so you have to really be the team that goes 3-2 up here. It is so difficult to try and rescue that bottom middle hill if the other team has the lead, because they can play around it, they can slay. As Space Station shut down 3 members of Rebellion again, and they have the setup now. Rebellion will need to work hard if they're going to be able to break this one.
Looks as though we've had a player dip out of the lobby, so we'll have to get confirmation of what way it's going to go. It did look to be in full control of Space Station, but of course we'll get the admins and the referees to take a look at it. But what we do know, Dan, is Space Station had control of that snipe side and they were looking good.
They were. It seemed like they had one of the ideal setups, that's for sure, but Rebellion will still have that opportunity to try and break through. But a back and forth game. I think one thing we learned is that both teams were happy to give up a hill once it kind of reached that 3-quarter mark and say, look, instead let's prioritize something else on the map. Is it a shock rifle? Is it the camouflage? There are other things to be playing for that could influence how this game goes after the hill that was played. But for Rebellion, considering they haven't won it all season, I know I keep harping on about it, but 0-3 so far for a reason, and they seem to have practiced. They seem to have found a little bit more success here. Their pushes are far superior to how they used to be. They're working better together. There's a lot of times when one player will be a little bit of a distraction, put a few shots in, either from loop, and then the other 3 members of the team all will push off the back of that damage, and it has worked out well. It's allowed them to break the setups that SSG often put them in.
And we can talk about getting into the headspace of some of these professional players. When a hill is already, 8/10, 9/10 captured, just giving it up, just knowing it's a lost cause, and prioritizing taking positions on the map, in which gives you the advantage to get early scoring in the next hill.
Yeah, it's about making that call at the right time, because we have seen historically some teams make the call of let's leave it when perhaps they shouldn't have. Maybe they should have continued to fight for it. Because if you make that call, you've always got to expect your opposition are expecting that call to be made. So if they've got 3 quarters and they say, okay, well, do we think they're going to push us? If the answer is no, then you can suddenly start to send 3 players to also reposition as well. You can hit them with the double bluff, where you say, all right, they're expecting us to reposition and set up for next. Let's keep going, catch a few players off guard that are trying to transition to new areas of the map. Then we gain the advantage, and then we do have one more opportunity of trying to cap the hill.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point as well, and maybe we don't see it all too often, is when you maybe stop firing and make it look as though you're not going to contest the hill, players then commit numbers elsewhere, and then you can call that bluff, you can make that play and push the hill. It's not something we see very often, if at all.
Yeah, the only danger is we have seen, actually SSG do it quite often, where they will just step out of the hill and they'll say, we've got a slither left, we're going to start setting up, we want you to come to us, come and try and take this hill, because they will say, well, no one's been pushing us for the last 30 seconds, let's get them out of their hidey holes, let's get them out of this perfect setup that they've desired for quite some time. And it has been the back and forth meta that we've seen quite a lot since the introduction of strongholds, to be honest. Everyone's tried to work out what's the best strategy, King of the Hill, excuse me, in Halo Infinite. But really, SSG have been one of the teams that pioneered the way to play King of the Hill. I remember when it was first added in Halo Infinite, loved watching what SSG could do, and everyone was struggling to break their setups.
I think you make an interesting point as well, when you only need one more tick of time in the hill, and you speak about SSG, some of the better teams stepping out of the hill and just waiting. And the reason for doing that is you can then get your players to position where you need to, and you can get that tick of time whenever you want, and they can contest a new hill.
Yeah, it is always an interesting watch with King of the Hill, and very entertaining, and of course is Halo history. Getting confirmation it is going to be 2-2 on the board with 5 minutes to play as we start this game. So a chance for both teams off the rip to try and find that success. And remember, that first hill, it was Rebellion who were able to get hold of quite a lot of time right off of the start. They got all 4 dead on the side of SSG. So if you are Space Station here, there needs to be a slightly better starting point.
And there's always going to be a question when we have a break-in play like this, a stop mid-game, as to which team is going to benefit. And for the most part, it looked as though SSG were in firm control of that snipe side. Now all of a sudden, Rebellion have been thrown a lifeline.
I think that it's always going to benefit the team that are not as good at thinking on their feet. And now SSG are better at reacting to what's happening in the moment because of the extra experience they have. Don't get me wrong, Rebellion are getting there now. They've had a lot of experience as a team. They've been in a lot of positions, but this breather will give that Rebellion side the chance to just pause and say, okay, what do we need to be doing differently? Where can we win this game? What did we notice that was happening from Space Station that we can beat? All those things are usually said by Space Station in the moment. That's what makes them one of the greatest teams in the league at the moment, but I'd say, yeah, it probably benefits Rebellion with this break.
I think let's talk about Space Station Gaming's playstyle and why they see so much success. And we don't call them structured. As a matter of fact, they're a little bit more fluid and they make decisions on the fly. Of course, they do have setups of their own, but they're quite comfortable playing Halo on the move and making decisions in the moment. And that is why they're one of the best teams that when they're given a question to answer, they come up with the right one.
A lot of that is down to Eco as well, the way he sees the game. I imagine he can see the map from a top-down point of view, like he does have a radar, and he's able to manipulate his players in a way that the opposition often struggles to break those setups, or if there's a setup to break, Eco always seems to have an idea, a plan of how he wants to try and do so. Look at the 49-49 we saw in the Slayer. It was a slow burner. There was a lot of time he gave to Bound to say, all right, I'll give you your opportunity. You'll hit that shot with a shock rifle. Once 2 had missed, he was like, all right, let's hand it over to me. I've got a game plan. Let's make sure we push down long haul. And it worked out in the end. It was just 1 beat ahead of Rebellion. I think that's what separates these two teams at the moment. When we look at the overarching story of the HCS, SSG, who have won trophies, Rebellion, who are starting to break into that top 3, it's that split-second difference, that beat of a difference of decision-making and those pushes that can separate you from the best.
I think speaking on Eco and how huge he is for this team, you speak about having a top-down look at the map, and he's almost like a player playing chess, moving the pieces around there. That's how he treats his teammates at times, because he wants to try and get that checkmate and win the game more than most. I think it's indicative of having a player like that on your team, and when you have a question that needs answering, when you're trying to work out what a team is doing, whether it be strategy or structure, having Eco there to make the decisions and you have full trust and reliability in them, that's massive.
Yeah, I don't think anyone on the SSG roster would question a call from Eco, and I think you need to have that trust. If someone does make a play call, especially in a 49-49, you all have to commit to it. All it takes is 1 moment of hesitation from someone, and then you are that beat behind, and you might be that player getting caught out. Like, you look at the 49-49, when Cycle had the camouflage, he saw Legend over towards Long Haul. If they were a second later, Legend was dead. There was no chance they were winning that game, but because they were listening to Eco, because they did push when he suggested they were able to get that victory, and I still think that Slayer recharge is going to be everything for SSG. Had Rebellion won that, they would have had the opportunity of going to CTF Forbidden, a map where they had beaten SSG already back in London, but they may not even get there at this rate. Of course, we still need to find out. Tied up 2-2 at the moment in King of the Hill, Solitude.
And we got some images of the trophy on the main stage, Dan, and I want to talk to you about perhaps some of the issues that Rebellion have had where they get themselves into a position like this, where they're in a winners finals or they're in elimination finals, but they're always the team that seems to have to walk past that trophy. They haven't been able to lift it just yet.
Yeah, and that's a tough one. I think that a lot of players, when they want to feel that success, when they want to be championship winners, they look at the likes of FaZe, they look at the likes of Optic, they look at SSG and say, how do we beat them? I think the good thing now for Shopify Rebellion is they have beaten them. They've beaten Optic, they've beaten SSG on a Saturday. I think once they finally get that Sunday victory, that's what's just going to click for them. It's a matter of time, I feel, for Rebellion. They're getting better and better every single event. They are catching them, and I do think it just comes down to the nerves and the experience on the main stage on a Sunday, because it's all well and good thinking that it doesn't matter. It's a Saturday, it's a Sunday. Boy, does it matter. I've been there. I know what it feels like. I absolutely pooed my pants when I first played on a main stage on a Sunday and got ruined in a winners final because I got to top 3. I was so excited. Oh, this is my moment. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go all the way. And then you're like, oh, wait, I'm playing against some of the best players in the world right now, or at that time, best players in Europe, and you're intimidated. The stage is intimidating. The players are intimidating. The moment is intimidating. And until you actually get over that hump, you're always going to be stuck there, because the more times it happens where you get 3-0'd in a winners final, where you get 3-0'd in an elimination final, it's just going to be in the back of your head time and time again.
And I think when you're talking about how many times they've gotten here before and the wounds that have been opened up, and they can start to scab the more it happens. You then learn from the mistakes that you made in the past. Those emotions that you weren't able to control previously, you've now been there before, you've been put in similar positions, and now you might have a solution to the problems that maybe before you didn't.
I think my worry is you look at the elimination final now, Optic Gaming there waiting in the wings, and it was a Rebellion Optic Gaming match that we saw. The reason why Optic Gaming down there is Shopify Rebellion, and you know full well that Optic would have gone back last night, they would have been looking over VODs, and they would have been rubbing their hands together saying, look, once we get into that elimination final, once we take down Pure, which they would have been confident in doing so, let's make sure we actually do the job this time. Let's not allow Rebellion to get the one-up over us. What did go wrong? And I'll mention it again, it was a really good series layout for Rebellion against Optic yesterday.
I think the question that we have to ask now, if we turn our eyes back onto the game in hand, I think 2-2 the score on Solitude, Dan. Was there anything you've seen from Rebellion that gives you some cause for concern or maybe even cause for optimism?
I don't think there's any concern there. I think actually they were playing it extremely well. They were matching up against SSG in terms of slays. They were a little bit behind. It was 55-49 in favor of Space Station. Considering the fact that Rebellion are up there as one of the best slaying teams, you need to find that same success in the objective games as well. Whether it's a case of you're not playing fast enough, whether it's a case of you are maybe focusing too much on that objective, like, be okay at stepping out of that hill, I think is what you need to do sometimes. You don't have to sit in it and just hope that everyone comes towards you and you can get your kills there. If your teammates are struggling on one side, go and help them. If you can get all 4 dead, you're going to get more hill time doing that than just going down altogether when you're trying to hold that hill.
Yeah, I think the expression that is often used is be comfortable being uncomfortable. I think that's the situation that Rebellion have found themselves in time and time again, and perhaps have faltered where maybe this time they won't. And I think with it being 2-2, just how much of a confidence builder will it be to finally get themselves on the board in a series like this? It's not going to be a 3-0, it's going to be a 2-1, and all of a sudden things start to change. Maybe the tide starts to change.
Yeah, I'd like to think that Rebellion don't even know that they've not won this game type on LAN this season. I'd like to think that they just look at, you know, oh, we've been all right in scrims, we practice it quite a lot. Because if it is in the back of your mind that you haven't won it, then that starts to come into it. When you've got this long a wait, you start to think the worst. That's when you need someone to be reminding you of the good times, right? You need to be someone to take you to the happy place. And that reminds me of Happy Gilmore, actually. What's your happy place? That would be a real question. It's probably Guinness everywhere, wouldn't it, if it was a happy place?
Me buried down a pint of Guinness, the creamy black stuff.
That would be where you're happy. Well, wherever Rebellion would be, that's where they need to go to. You can't allow those negative thoughts to start to creep in, because otherwise the experience on the other side of the stage will start to take over. I mean, Stella's probably thinking about a treadmill in a gym somewhere. He's still walking. He's still happy. Bounce killing Renegade in a 1v1. That's his happy place. You never really know where people go in their own heads.
I think the question that we have to ask as well is, you know, this team, Shopify Rebellion, they were really good towards the back end of Halo 5. They were grinders. They put in the work. But then they would have been watching, no doubt, the likes of Splice lift them trophies, and now they're sitting on the main stage across from them players that perhaps they would have watched and tried to replicate in the past, but now they find themselves equals, Dan, in this winners finals.
Thank you everyone for bearing with us as we were getting those technical difficulties sorted on the main stage, but it looks like these players are ready to go. As a reminder, it will be tied up 2-2 here on King of the Hill Solitude, but it is Space Station who have a 2-0 lead in the series. It's do or drop for Rebellion. Will they drop into that elimination bracket, or can they fight back?
Will Rebellion take a knee, have to dust off, lick their wounds, and find themselves against the Hungry Optic Gaming in the elimination finals, or will they push this series even further here? Bound has scooped up the camouflage. 2-2 the score. Importantly, Dan, the hill is not on the snipe side. It is now bottom middle, and that's where Rebellion found success the first time around.
They did, but at this time, Rebellion have not been able to get as much time on the board in the early stages, because even though the kills have happened, they're worried about where this camouflage is, and it's bound. Does miss the jump, but it doesn't matter because he's able to get the jump onto Mental. And now it means Rebellion will not get much time here because they need to be moving out the hill. Like I said, they need to be looking for players now. Don't allow yourself to be an easy target. As Cycle does manage to get a kill and does have a shock rifle as well.
Legends over towards Hotel. He now has the information that Cycle has got that shock rifle over towards Blue, and he puts to use straight away. Mental is inside the hill. He's scoring for his team. Legend's going to drop down. He's going to try and negate this shock rifle player altogether. Eco and Legend combine to get a couple of kills. Cycle answers back before being shut down. And now Space Station have control of the map, and now Space Station can start to score.
This is similar to what we saw previously, right? Rebellion got the early time, but then Space Station wrestled back control. But before, Rebellion got a lot more time, which allowed them to just get one set of slays, get back in the hill, and then they won that point. But now SSG have taken the lead effectively in this one. Tries to take the fight with Suppressed, but unfortunately does fall. But still, Eco holding this hill strong and keeping Cycle at bay. It's a good amount of time, but now here comes the push. All 4 dead on the side of SSG. And Rebellion will be able to get good time here, but they will have to slay Space Station again.
You just have to wonder how important is this hill to these two teams? Who's it more important to? And you have to then favour Rebellion need this more than Space Station Gaming with the current state of affairs in this series. They're fractions away from claiming this hill. The issue is if they make a mistake, Rebellion will lose it, and Space Station Gaming can secure it.
This is going to be so close. I think you're right. Rebellion can't afford to lose this one. You need to be throwing yourself towards this hill, but it's another chance for Bound to go hard with the camouflage, and he will. And now it's a 3-2 lead for SSG. Maybe a deserved one when you look at the setup that they had before the restart. but it does mean the good thing about the restart and having the extra time, Rebellion have a little bit more on the clock to work with here. But SSG off the back of that point have another setup. And Bounce still has camo to work with. He can push freely.
He scooped up the plasma pistol. Soul Snipe hasn't spotted him out. He's got himself a kill in a really unorthodox and tricky position was Bound. And why would Soul Snipe check that pocket? Suppress is going to fall as well, and it's starting to look like Space Station Gaming are really starting to hit their stride.
Yeah, that break-in play did not affect Space Station. They are still firing on all cylinders. I got it right this time, but there's still time for Rebellion. They just need to get all 4 of them up. At the moment, they are desperately running towards the hill because they can feel this game slipping away from them. They can feel the winner's bracket slipping out from under them, but they just need to be a little bit more patient. Get all 4 of you back up. They are now all 4 back up. They do have the extra player. This is the push that you require.
They forced Legend out of the hill. The information has come just to back away and wait for the teammates to spawn back up. Soul Snipe's going to get picked, as is Stellar and Eco. Legend is fighting off the back foot once more. Cycle chases and hunts him down. Better from Rebellion. They can start to score on this hill.
All right, this is your chance then. This is Rebellion's opportunity to stay alive in this winner's bracket in this setup, and they are doing well. They're getting aggressive outside of the hill and finding the remaining SSG players, shutting them down one by one, keeping those spawns staggered. And if you do get past the first couple of Rebellion players, you have Suppressed waiting with a shock rifle, almost as like a last stand. But then this is good. This is what I wanted from Rebellion. Push out, help your teammates, sacrifice a little bit of hill time for a short while because the camo is currently up. You don't want to give it away, and it looks like they'll secure it. 3 are dead for SSG. This is far better from Rebellion.
Is the risk they've just made to step out of the hill gonna be rewarded? Camouflage and shock rifle. It's on Suppress now to help his team secure this hill. That's gonna be a huge opener on the Legend as he now has to wait and watch his teammates spawn up again. Stellar's in hotel, and it looks as though Space Station were resigned to losing the hill. We're all tied up again. We're down to a shootout in this final hill.
What a hill to finish it off in as well. The grenade's going to play a big part. This one is now bound get his face ripped off. Legend just avoids the second. But what we did see from Rebellion is far more patience than we had seen before. They were throwing players forward, but all it took was just that moment of patience. 3 dead on the Gen for the side of Space Station. This is Rebellion's opportunity to win this game right here, right now.
It's chaos, but it's organized chaos right now, and it's favoring Rebellion. They've got early scoring on this 4th hill as far as they're concerned. Bound's gonna push forward, he's down to no shields, trying to get the instant explode. It did not come off for him. Mental gets the kill, and that's gonna quell the push for now. Mental will eventually fall. Great listening on the side of Space Station Gaming, and now they've got control of Snipe.
Rebellion are battering Space Station in slays at the moment as well. It's a 13 kill advantage, and SSG now starting to struggle a little bit at keeping up, but they do get a set of slays that gives them a bit of control here. This next camo could be huge, by the way, when that does pop. It could allow one of these teams to make a play and maybe even just get into that hill, if I'm completely honest. But it's about tied up now. Rebellion got the early time, but SSG have answered back themselves.
Control and momentum can be fickle beasts, particularly on this map. Rebellion have got to be careful they don't keep sending bodies forward into their demise. Bound and Ego are dead. Suppressed and Soul Snipe the same. Mental's inside blue. He has to try and stay alive in there to make this hill time extremely difficult for Space Station. Stellar's going to soar inside the window. Has to give it up, has to back down. Soul Snipe position top gold. Suppress is going to do some damage. Waiting for the bait and switch. Suppress doesn't care. He'll get the kill himself.
Camo's coming up. Can Rebellion get hold of it just as they did before? They gave up the hill previously just so they can make sure they ensure that they got something else, but it's Eco who has got hold of that camouflage. And we spoke about the big brain plays, how he can see the map like a radar at times. Well, this is when he needs to use his experience because the time is ticking for Rebellion in that hill. You have to make a play for SSG.
Ego puts the camouflage to work. He's rewarded with 2 kills. Mental's alone on Snipe's side now. Just about gets away with his life. Cycles in the hotel. He's also down to no shields. Legend doing so much damage here. But fortunately for Rebellion, no bodies have fallen. They will get their shields back. They will live to fight another day. Mental will push towards the hill. He's got shock rifle, but he's being backed away again. Legend doing so much good work here waiting for his team.
This is defensive at the moment from SSG. They are just watching, defending that hill, not allowing the step in, but 2 have gone down for Rebellion. one on the side of SSG, and now this is SSG's hold. They have the hill instead, and there is a big chunk of time waiting for them here, because 3 are down on the side of Rebellion. They need to wait, they need to get all 4, which they do, and now you have to push together. This moment, it will be decided right here. Will SSG hold on to their undefeated run on this map, or will Rebellion finally get a victory here on King of the Hill Solitude?
You're flicking through the playbook. What do you have, Rebellion? What have you learned from the mistakes of the past? We're about to find out. Mental has control of Hotel, and that will mean Space Station cannot step inside that hill. They cannot continue to score. Cycle has got control of S4. They're starting to pinch. They're starting to maneuver Space Station to exactly where they want them. Mental can still continues to hold the Hotel, as does Soul Snipe. Kills are going in their favor. Mental will fall down. This one's on a knife's edge.
It's a 2-for-2 trade. It is so close. Is there any utility left? Do you have any grenades left? It's going to be one more going down, but Stella falls. And Rebellion, have they done enough? No, because Legend's still alive. Space Station fighting tooth and nail to try and stop this one, and Legend gets another. Maybe SSG have done enough, but there's still hope. It's a big stick. Will it be enough?
This one's not over yet, or is it? Space Station are in it, and Eco wins it for his team to complete the clean sweep. They're going to grand finals.
It's another valiant effort from a Shopify Rebellion roster that just seems to get better and better. But SSG seem to be at the top of their game right now. They are peaking at the perfect moment here in Atlanta, and they will have that advantage in the grand finals of an extra series under their belt. And it will be Optic Gaming waiting in that elimination bracket to face up against Shopify Rebellion and have that rematch that they so desperately desired.
Space Station Gaming looking a formidable force now. And like you say, perhaps hitting form at the perfect time now, heading into grand finals, and with the advantage of that bracket reset now in their back pocket. Rebellion do drop down. Their next enemy is going to be Optic Gaming on that main stage. A lot of work to do for them, Dan. And another 3-0 defeat.
It's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow for Shopify Rebellion, especially considering it's a 50-49. It's a 4-3 on King of the Hill. It's so close. It's so far. They beat Space Station back in London 3-0, but then get 3-0 themselves. It's back. It's fourth. It's a tug of war at the moment with Halo Infinite in this meta. But I love to bloody watch it, I have to say. It's not nice to be on the stage and be on the receiving end, but there is still hope for Shopify Rebellion. They can still play against Optic Gaming in that elimination bracket.
Yeah, I think Rebellion do lose in that series, but one thing you can say is the spectators at home and inside this arena have definitely won, but they'll have to lick off their wounds now and try and go again against Optic Gaming, but they've also been looking incredibly, they've been playing incredibly well, excuse me, so this is a daunting task for Rebellion, who have to now try and pick themselves up again. But we've got Guy Blaze down on the stage. Take it away, stage host.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Dan. Atlanta, make some noise for Space Station Gaming as they make their way back to the grand finals. I got Eco with me on the main stage, and Eco, it's a 3-0 finish for you, but man, what a close 3 maps that was. How difficult was that, and how are you and the boys feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we played them last event and they destroyed us. We knew they were a good team. Yeah, it was pretty difficult, but you know, we fought every game, and yeah, we took the dub.
Definitely did come away with the dub. Now, it's been a while since you guys played these guys. What was the game plan going up against this Shopify team to make it a 3-0? How were you guys preparing for them?
I wouldn't say we necessarily have a game plan. We know they like to play fast and aggressive just like us. We have just been going over a lot of game modes and talking more as a team, so I think that's really helped us. But yeah, just the basics, you know, and just not letting it get out of control, to be honest.
There you go. And as you said, you guys are 2 fast-paced squads, but when it comes down to that Slayer map 2, it came down to a snail's pace, okay? You guys were down 42-47, but managed to win it in the 50-49 fashion. Can you walk those last few moments down for us?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of crazy. Honestly, I felt like we probably should have ran away with it. I could have played better, to be honest, and like played more aggressive. But yeah, the final moments, we just like used teamwork, and I had a shroud that saved my life, and we were just sliding around, just helping each other.
Did you make the call down, long call down?
I didn't say a word. I wasn't saying a word. I was just staying in A, making sure, you know, stocking up on stickies, looting, just making sure I was good if someone pushed me, and yeah, I had the angle to clean it up.
There you go, and it worked out. Okay, that was a big map too for you. The crowd went absolutely wild. You said that the stage was shaking at multiple different points and how nerve-wracking this was. What do you want to say to the Space Station Games, the Space Station Gaming fans out here in the chat, in the audience that was supporting you guys rocking the stage?
Yeah, shout out to everybody. Like Braden said, it really does help. We hear you. Yeah, keep supporting.
All right, keep supporting the Space Station Gaming fans. They got one more match to win to come away victorious. That's going to do it for me and Eco on the stage. Hala, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. My goodness me, what a power position Space Station have put themselves in. And what a remarkable turnaround from London. They're now finding themselves back in a grand final spot where we know and love for Space Station. I think they feel at home in this situation, especially coming all the way through the winners bracket side of things. It was really interesting, Active, to kind of listen to Eco talk about those final moments in the Slayer. And I'll tell you why. It came down to like a chess game, didn't it, at one point? It really was like they were trying to figure out who was going to make the first move, what the right move was going to be, and how to checkmate each other. And it was interesting to hear Eco talk about looting up, making sure that he was ready just in case the push was happening. Bound up in gold with the shock, trying to get a couple of looks and trying to also get some information. I did find the long haul push really interesting, especially with Camo coming up. I thought maybe there might be a bait happening. Cycle picked up Camo, and that 3-man push down long haul, it worked perfectly for them.
That was beautiful. They set it up beautifully. Like you said, Eco didn't say a word, and I thought he was going to be calling that play. That's immediately what I thought, but no words were said by Eco. Like you said, they get the information that the camo's up. Maybe they think they're going to play for that camo, and the perfect timing on the long haul is going to be good. One other thing I want to point out is the fact that Eco said, I didn't play that well. I need to play better. You just won a series 3-0, and you still find room for improvement in your game. I love that.
I think what I have to say is, after that interview with Guy, I think he says, I didn't say a word in that push, and you might be thinking, oh, the casts were attributing the push to some sort of Eco master plan, and he didn't say a word, so that's not what happened. Well, I've just learned that Eco's telepathic, and he was telling the point all in his brain.
Yeah, honestly, that just kind of brings it back around to the point of like being able to read your teammates so well, know what they want to do, and kind of in those situations, being put on the back foot or in a high pressure kind of situation like that, they know what they need to do in order to clutch it up, and Space Station have a lot of experience in that.
I love seeing Legend still, the European in him still popping off after every game. Everyone else on SSG is just like, yeah, just another day in the office, back to another grand finals.
I mean, rightfully so. Look at the highest damage coming in from that young man, Legend. Looking so good. And you're right, I do think it kind of spurs them on. I think it's nice for some of our veterans, some of our experienced players to kind of enjoy seeing the kind of thrill, the excitement coming across the stage from Legend, and shows it, you know, it's everything that you want to see, I think, as a fan too.
Yeah, I think if you're growing up and you're watching any sport, any professional esport, I think you'll say to yourself that the reason why I get into this thing and I want to make it the grand finals is that when I win the highest accolades, I want to be able to celebrate it and show some emotion. And of course, the likes of Eco and Stellar, they've been here and done it so much that it's an expectation for them. But for Legend to win something like that and show his emotion, it's always a beautiful thing to see.
Active, let's just talk quickly about that final kind of hill game there, because it did come down to the wire, and I was really impressed with Shopify being able to kind of push back a little bit, considering the stats really weren't in their favor for that swing game. So, you know, what did you make of their gameplay and how they were able to kind of handle the pressure Space Station were putting on to try and close that series out?
I love that out of Shopify. In Game 2, I saw Soul Snipe get 2 really bad deaths right towards the end there, and I was looking at him in that next game to see if it was going to affect his mental, and it didn't. He still played really well. They stayed resilient, which is what championship rosters do. You just found a titan in Space Station Gaming, and unfortunately, you met your end.
Yeah, indeed. There's a lot of questions, I think, right now around Shopify Rebellion. Can they continue this on? Sunday, is it coming back to bite them once again, considering they managed to 3-0 this team back in London? I'm sure their mental game is kind of a little bit low right now, but they need to pick themselves up. The best of the best can do it. We've seen it happen through the elimination bracket, and Optics certainly want that to happen for them. So I think mentally they need to kind of readjust, refresh, reset, and go again. But folks, let's take a look at the brackets right now to see where we are at day 3 here at the HCS Atlanta Major. Now, Space Station, they will move on. What a perfect run we have seen from these guys, looking so dominant. This winners bracket side of things, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Now the question is, how clean will that grand finals look? And based on the way that they're playing right now, Gaskin, what would you say?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 4-0, to be honest, with how SSG have been so far. Series layout will be a big indicator of that, of course, and who's going to be there. Because remember, if Rebellion are able to topple Optic in that elimination bracket, maybe SSG would have a more comfortable time, maybe they'd be happier. Maybe SSG don't really want to play Optic in a grand final, but you know who does want to be in a grand final? Optic Gaming, the likes of Formal, the likes of Dead Zone. They want to be there once more, so I'm sure they'll be doing their darndest in there.
Speaking of, let's see where they're at in the elimination bracket, of course, but they're looking to rebound back. They're looking to have that little trampoline, see that corner there on the bracket that goes all the way back up to the winner's side of things? Yeah, that's a trampoline right there. You can't see it, but I promise you it is there. And Rebellion versus Optic will be happening to see who will be jumping next to Space Station Gaming in order to try and take this next chip. Rebellion have to compose themselves. This is so big. It is very, very difficult to have a great run. You're in the winner's side of things, and now to be knocked down at this point in the tournament, this is not what they would have wanted. Optic Gaming, as you can see, they've been in here a couple of rounds now. They're used to it. They know exactly what they have to do in this journey in order to kind of reset things. And they're looking pretty good. Yes, they had a close elimination semi-finals, but they got it done, Shurs. Have you seen enough from the green wall to prove that they're capable of taking this one against Rebellion?
I think Optic Gaming have been tested in this elimination bracket. They've toppled their old foes. They've also beaten Pure in a Game 5. They're battle-hardened, they're tried and proven on a championship Sunday, and they're going to be a daunting task for Rebellion. I do not want to be any of those boys on that side of the stage.
Yeah, do you think this is going to be a tight one between these two? Because I truly believe now at this point in time, Shopify Rebellion could classify themselves as a Titan. I just don't know if they are of that making on a Sunday.
It's the experience on a Sunday. I think Gaskin actually talked about it, right? You got to get those experiences on a Sunday. You got to switch your mindset to that championship Sunday mindset. And Optic, the likes of Optic, the likes of SSG have that mindset. So it's going to be difficult, especially with the rumbles of Formal. He's proven himself here today. Like, he is playing in formal fashion, and we love to see it.
Yeah, I think also, Shurzy, another person who has stepped up on Sunday that might not have stepped up last event and has taken full responsibility for it is Trippy. Big Game Trippy is here. He is looking really, really good on that stage. I've seen so many different plays out of him, so many different pop-offs. He's needed to go off when they need that little bit of dominance or that opening for the team. Formal alike as well, but Trippy has been so good in terms of growth from the last major we saw. He's been impressing me.
Yeah, I think for Trippy, it's been a big evolution from his story in London. He held his hand up. He took accountability for the performances that he put in. I think when you're looking at your players, that when they're analysing, dissecting performances, for you to have a player to step up and say, listen, that one was on me. I'm not looking for a scapegoat. I'm not trying to hide away. I'm going to take the responsibility on my shoulders. That one's on me, and I'm going to do better next time. And he's in championship form right now on this Sunday.
Certainly is indeed. Well, folks, we're going to head to a quick commercial break. But while you're waiting for us to come back on the screen, we have a legend on it replacing us. Here is an interview from Roy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Bravo here with The Narrative at HCS Atlanta, and I have a very special guest. Roy Borg is in the building. Dude, it's so good to see you. First of all, how are you?
I'm excellent, man. It's good to be back at a Halo tournament. First time in about 5 years for me, and to feel the energy and the vibes. Vibes are very high.
They are, and it's great to have you here. It feels really special. We caught up last night. First of all, in the hotel, you were kind of saying you're probably flying out today. Instead, when we saw each other this morning, you were like, I've changed my flight. You're staying until Sunday.
That tournament atmosphere gets me every time, man. Being back in this environment, it definitely gets me in the nostalgia feels and brings back a lot of memories. So, yeah, I had to change that flight, and now I'm staying throughout Championship Sunday. So, going to be cool to see all the matches.
He's back, baby. He's back. We kind of lost him when we heard he was staying a little bit extra. Also, talk to me about kind of any matches you've seen that have been interesting, surprising. Which teams are you watching?
Yeah, so I saw Optic on Friday. They got taken to a Game 5 by Pure, which was a little bit surprising, but kind of typical for a Friday. Sometimes you come out a little flat. Yeah. But then we saw today, FaZe got upset by that same team. So maybe they're coming out hot on fire today. So we'll see what happens. But so far, the top teams look pretty good, and we're excited to see the rest of the tournament.
Sweet. I know a lot of people are excited to have you in the building. Before we wrap, I'm thinking we hit a little bit of mini golf at the SSG booth.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready. I mean, it would only be right?
You're up first.
Let's not forget. I mean, we're also celebrating the SSG Instinct hoodie. We got to show this thing off.
I feel good in the green and black, baby. We're back.
You should. We're back. Okay. Now, I think it'd only be fitting. Should I go first?
Yes.
All right. I think I should go first only because you should be the finale.
Okay. Okay.
All right, let's show this course. Ready? Here we go. Little ramp. Oh, it's a low one. Be ready to bend the knees just a bit.
Oh! We'll leave it at that. Oh my, this man.
So one and done, folks. It's a one and done. Let's see what Roy Borg has.
Wow. All right, no pressure here. Bravinci comes and just hits a hole-in-one. Are you ready?
Little bend in the knee. No, he's going for the full Romanian style. Finish it out.
Levinsky 1, Roy 0.
My man, it is so good to see you. Amazing to have you here. If you're in the building, make sure to try to find this guy. It might be your first chance in a while. We'll be back with more from HCS Atlanta later on. Peace.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Good afternoon, Atlanta, Georgia, and welcome back to your Championship Sunday here at the HCS Atlanta Major presented by FaZe Clan. Coming up next, we have our elimination finals. One team goes on, one team goes home. It's pretty simple, but very complex when it comes to this series because we have two incredible teams ready to battle it out. And kicking things off, Shopify versus Optic. Shopify Rebellion, this is going to be no easy task for these lads, but I do think they've had some experience now on Championship Sundays. They can come out. I hope that they're ready mentally for this battle because they're going to need something out there, something special to get the job done. Folks, let's meet your team. That Atlanta trophy is right in front of them on that stage. They know exactly what they're playing for here. My big question right now, Tony, is are they prepared to get the job done against Optic?
Yeah, I think they're ready. They are tired of being so close yet so far away, and very rarely do you have destiny in your own hands. You have the opportunity to make it into a grand finals, guarantee yourself top 2, and maybe, just maybe, win here at Atlanta. They are ready. It's their time. Is Rebellion.
Clutch, Tony says it's their time. That time taken against Space Station Gaming, it didn't go their way, but did you see enough fight from the boys to convince you they could do this?
I think I saw enough fight to convince me they can do this, but I don't think it's promising. I feel like that trophy has never looked further away. Not taking a map in situations where you had opportunities to take more than just a map in that series. That Slayer that they let themselves down in 47-42, and it slips through your grasp. Games like that cannot happen, and for a team that has been ridden with just problems on Championship Sunday, once again it rears its ugly head, and they find themselves in a pit 0-3. At some point, you start to feel the weight of your ability to not perform, not close the door on some of these games on Championship Sunday, and I feel like that might slip into the back of their heads if they don't start the series off on the right foot.
Walshy, are you putting a lot of pressure on this duo of Cycle and Suppressed here to have a big game and really put a foot forward for their team?
I mean, at some point, you've seen nonstop incredible performances from those players, especially, like you said, Cycle and Suppressed, but it's a full team effort. We've seen many a times, including at London, where one player can have a lackluster series or underperform, and you can't do that on Sunday. It's just not possible to have somebody not step up or at least have average play for that high caliber of play to win a tournament.
Now, a team that excels on Sundays is Optic Gaming. The Green Wall are out in full force. Let's meet your roster. Now, Clutch, this team, they've been there, done that, got the jersey. They know exactly what they're coming into with this series. Are they prepared for maybe a new look Rebellion who could be out for blood this Sunday?
Yeah, I think they want a new look Rebellion. What Rebellion did to them yesterday, they outclassed Optic Gaming, but Optic Gaming are playing well, and with a little bit of a run here in the elimination bracket, Optic want an opportunity at revenge for being in the elimination bracket. I think they are primed and ready to find themselves in the grand finals.
Tony, looking at the series layout, what are you picking apart here for both of these teams?
Well, one thing I'm seeing is that game number 1, game number 3 are going to be so important. Obviously, you have Optic, who are one of the best oddball teams in the league, but Shopify Rebellion currently undefeated. You have Capture the Flag, they're undefeated, and that so far this tournament, this game number 1 is going to be crazy.
It certainly is indeed. At one point in time, Optic were undefeated on live fire. Can they continue this strength for them in this split? Clutch, Walshy, it's over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Sunday afternoon, elimination bracket finals on our hands. Optic Gaming and the Green Wall trying to get back to back grand finals here in the HCS this season. We're kicking it off with Dead Zone. He's got a lot of damage taken, and that's 3 members of Optic going down. Shopify, Dave, let's talk about it as this game gets in the early game right now. Shopify, how much does it mean to them to get off to a hot start here, having gotten 3-0'd once again in the winners bracket finals?
It is tough because when you look at all those factors, Optic Gaming, they have the experience. They have the momentum from winning their first series of the day, and they have the crowd behind them. You hear that crowd chanting. It makes a difference when your team is going off, getting those kills. You want to be actually a little bit more quiet when your team's on the back foot so you can coordinate. As soon as you start hearing the roaring of the crowd and you're spawning, that's not a great feeling.
Yeah, I remember playing against Roy and Lunch and just hearing the crowd going wild. That is a terrible feeling on Championship Sunday. Right now, Cycle has the snipe in hand. We're looking at Cycle to be the player that potentially can kick open the door for Shopify's opportunity here early in this game. Back and forth, the chaos ensues. Kills being traded left and right, and Cycle puts all of Optic into death cam.
Cycle just deciding to hold towards this back green, preparing for this ball rotate. And look at this, I love this play, just taking up more ground. Anytime you're trying to acquire a new location or power-up or power weapon, you don't just stop right at that point. You go past it. You make sure the whole area is secure.
It's a green setup right now for Shopify. They've got a 30-to-5-point lead right now, but Optic have gone around Cycle. Cycle's going to get counted out. The ball doesn't get played, Dave, and that's a very important piece of that information. Now, Optic will have a green setup. Cycle's going to play his life and wait for teammates to spawn.
Yeah, it seems like Shopify were trying to rotate all the way towards tower. And in a case like that, at some point you have to take those little pauses. You gotta say, first you get to garage, okay, safe there. Rotate towards green. Do we get in a play ball scenario? And that's the most important part, is you have to take those play balls when you can, because do not give Optic the ball where they can rotate it away.
Play balls mean so much to be able to reset the map and deny an opportunity, but Optic with that opportunity right now has almost made this an even game. Since that ball did not get played, Optic were able to rotate it all the way to tower, and now the ball finds itself at scoreboard. 27-30 the scoreline right now. 2 members of Shopify go down. Camo is up. Formal and Dead Zone have great teamwork to take down Snow Snipe, and that will be the second camo of the game going into Optic's hands. 3 go down for Shopify, and look out, Dave. This is going to be a ball setup and a roaming camouflage Dead Zone.
Not a second wasted with that ball time. Dead Zone, not even caring that he has camo, grabbing those extra couple seconds, passing to his teammate, and then going up, secure that tower. Look at him just head on a swivel, knowing some players got to be pushing it up. Gets the nice surprise with the AR melee and keeps tower under Optic control.
And a big kill onto the best player, in my opinion, for Shopify right now. Dead Zone rotates to bottom middle. It's a killing spree for Dead Zone. 4 down again for Shopify. And now all of a sudden, that clock is ticking. The points are going in Optic's favor. They have a 20-point lead.
Optic trying to find out where the push is coming from. Is it going to be pushing towards Nest or Garage? Seems like they're not seeing the push towards Nest at the moment. Trippy, 3-on-1 over there. Not going to come out successful in that fight, but enough damage has been done. Suppressed going to have to wait for teammates to spawn as he's just pinned over in the window.
But look, as Trippy loses that 3v1, he gets one player down, another player to no shield, and the ball being rotated this entire time has given Optic now a 40-point lead. Suppressed taking Dead Zone's face off, but still, Optic able to minimize the damage Suppressed is able to do with that snipe, and not only that, continue to have at least a decent control over where this oddball is located.
And look at how sneaky Dead Zone plays that. Yes, Suppressed hit an immaculate shot there and killed him over in the rat tunnel. But 2 different times we have Dead Zone sitting over towards back tower or sitting over towards rat tunnel and just baiting that ball, knowing that player is going to be focused on a different player and getting to that back smack or that melee side.
Optic get 4 down again. How many times have we seen that so far in this first round? It's starting to get ugly, Dave. 87 points and climbing. Last push for Shopify here in round 1, and it gets stuck by Trippy right now. They do have a man advantage, Shopify have, but with 3 points remaining, Dead Zone has full shield, and nobody from Shopify is there to take him down. Optic Gaming have dominated round 1 of our elimination bracket finals game 1, and now Shopify fans start to sweat a little bit heavier, start to get a little bit more nervous. We've talked about needing Shopify to have a strong start. That is not what we needed to see.
Well, if Shopify are going to get back into this, they got to do it in the slaying department, because Optic is a difficult enough team to beat if you're even in slays with them. But when Optic are outslaying you by 50%, that first round was 33 kills for Optic, 22 kills for Shopify Rebellion.
And Lucid 12-3-6, Dead Zone 10-3-5. Those 2 players are double positive. And when Lucid and Dead Zone are double positive, good things happen. Bad things happen when you quantum back to the quantum when it's off the map. Trippy ends up playing that snipe, but in the meantime, Lucid continues his double positive score at 14-3-7. He picks up a big double kill to make that Trippy death mean a little bit less.
Yeah, Trippy dropping in the river, a little bit different of a flow state there. Not going to make any use out of those 2 power-ups and power weapons. He needs to make sure he's capitalized in those situations.
And 3 dead again for Shopify. It seems like when 1 goes down, 2 go down, 3 go down, all 4 coming off the respawn now. Soul Snipe will be the first player coming off respawn. Lucid gonna be the first line of defense. He's spotted out Mental, taking him to no shield. Mental is able to double back and get some damage, but Lucid is on fire right now. He can't land the stick, but he has created so much space between the enemy team and Shopify and his ball carrier.
Just great job, and that's exactly what you're looking at. Think of how difficult that is to take down Lucid in a scenario like that. They had 2-on-1 there. They had a height advantage, and he's just back and forth, retargeting between key door and sandbags.
Lucid starting to hit his flow right now on Championship Sunday, and he wants to make it to a Grand Finals. You know, Optic Gaming have been haunted by the Grand Finals experience so far this year, and they do not want to miss out on another championship. Lucid now pushing from the bridge. Soul Snipes by himself. It's a kill from Trippy. The ball gets played this time around, but the Shopify Rebellion still are down by 4. The ball actually doesn't get played once again, so Trippy was able to get that kill on the Soul Snipe to keep that ball on the map. Lucid with ball in hand now starts to score for Optic.
Yeah, rotation is painted for him. He sees Dead Zone spawning over a green, so starts to make the rotation, trying to see if he can draw anyone over towards the pillar door. But now that Dead Zone is down at green, they're going to have to play ball or fight this one out. Looks like Lucid knows that it's still safe. And somehow, Optic are able to make these rotations when they are the only one alive.
This is the last guy alive with the ball, and he's able to get the ball, acquire a little bit more time, and throw it back bottom middle to allow respawners to be able to compete for this neutralized position. Right now, Psycho's going to try and relocate top A plat. Formal smells him coming. No, Formal gets a couple of shots and then leaves him. Dead Zone finishes it off. The teamwork from Optic stands strong again. 3 go down. Another camouflage in the heads of Dead Zone.
One thing that I'm starting to realize from this Optic strategy, from bringing it over from tower towards dummy door, is it's essentially almost like a play ball in that situation. Either A, you get the rotation all the way back towards garage, or B, even if you get picked there, the ball's basically at the play ball location over in Rat Tunnel.
And I think the important part about that is there's so many avenues for respawners to get there quickly. Such a tight window for grenades to find themselves successful there. Shopify struggling in these situations and continuing to struggle out of these situations as Optic are going to lose the ball. They're going to play the ball. Dead's unable to pick up a kill, but a 50-point lead here in round 2. Another dominant start to the round 2 for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, and this tower has been firmly in control of Optic anytime it's been in play. But great job by Shopify to bring that ball all the way over towards Key Door. Tower is not going to be play during this ball location, and that's going to be 3 down. Trippy is the last one alive. He does not want to give the sniper up. I like this. Wisely backs away, has 3 bullets so that he can use a bullet or so and then push in, and even if he gets picked off, no bullets going in the hands of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Optic have the comfort from playing with this 50-point lead. Trippy waits for respawners before he decides to push. Love the play that he's pulling the bandit out, but now it's the snipe. He's going to play the ball, actually, and that is a beautiful play ball. He realizes that multiple members of Optic went down. All 4 members of Optic go down, but Shopify cannot capitalize on this situation because Trippy played that ball.
And we need to talk about these bullets. Let's see if it comes back to bite Optic. We said that there's 3 bullets left. I didn't expect those to go in the hands of Shopify. 1 gets a body shot, another misses, and the 3rd one up for grabs.
Not going to be enough. Here come Optic Gaming. It's a 3-on-3, but Shopify's going to be forced to drop the ball to try and slay. Soul Snipe with a beautiful grenade finishes that kill, but the last snipe bullet, it goes into Formal's hands. You know what Formal does? Formal puts snipe bullets to work as he finds that kill. The door is now open. Shopify's setup is held by Mental on a string right now. Mental's got the pressure of the world on him, and Lucid's going to let him come to him.
That bait right there, you saw Lucid first baiting that remote detonation on the frag grenade. In case the player jumped right up, he was going to shoot that frag grenade, go for the headshot. Timing just always works out in that way, though. The moment that you look away, players come around that corner.
He's gotten me with that a couple of times in matchmaking, and I just shake my head. Lucid. He is so good at remote detonations. Right now, though, the first camo of the game, it feels like, for Shopify in Soul Snipe's hands, trying to stay alive, but here come the member of Optic Gaming. They're calling him out. They know he's no shield, but Soul Snipe and the teamwork of Shopify will prevail here. A 30-point game still, but a triple kill from Soul Snipe might just be what the doctor ordered.
You know, the entire pregame we were talking about who needs to step it up here. Is it going to be Suppressed or is it going to be Cycle kind of carry this roster? Instead, it's Soul Snipe having the most kills for the Shopify Rebellion roster, getting camo when they need it most, and helping his team claw back into this game, only 6 points behind.
Most kills in the match now. Soul Snipe finds his 22nd. 2 go down for Optic. And now all of a sudden, Shopify have arisen from the smoke, from the ashes. Round 2 is in their grasp now. What was once a dominant round from Optic Gaming, all of a sudden, a very winnable round for Shopify as they find themselves up 5 points as the ball gets played.
Ball get played. We're going to see Lucid grab this new sniper, take a couple pot shots, and eventually lands that buy shot. And he's just so good, he's going to challenge it anyways. You got to wonder how confident he's feeling to be able to do something like that.
2 go down now as Trippy gets stuck. 2-on-2 situation, the ball being rotated. Shopify are going to drop that ball and try to slay. Mental and Soul Snipe's teamwork is too much for Dead Zone to try and deal with right now. And they go right back to the ball. And now, with 13 points remaining in round 2, Shopify loses. Look to push this game the distance to a round 3.
Look at that, Soul Snipe knowing somebody's weak down there. He's also doing it all. He has the most kills and the most time here for Shopify Rebellion. So doing absolutely everything his team needs for him to push up against Optic here in this round number 2.
7 points, and finally Shopify get that ball back in hand. 4 points as the first player for Optic goes down, but here comes Trippy, a double for Soul Snipe. Who else? 24, 5, and 18. Soul Snipe needs one more point to take this to a round 3. 3 members of Optic go down. Shopify get ball in hand, and here we go, Shopify. The resiliency here in round 2 was impressive, but on to round 3.
When I looked at the slays starting in around early round 2, Optic was up about 18 kills. Somehow that deficit is closed. Now Shopify Rebellion are outslayed by 3 kills total in this entire game. So they went on some amazing run, racking up about positive 20 over those last 5 minutes.
They started to get snipes in hand, camos in hand, actually hold some of these setups, and Shopify show you why they're in the elimination bracket finals this tournament. A chance for a trophy awaits them if they're able to win this series. Round 2 was a phenomenal response to how dominant Optic have looked so far, but Lucid picking up the first camo of round 3. Let's see what he can do with it. He finds a kill on the Mental, takes them down. 2 go down for Shopify. Optic are gonna rotate this into the screen door, and with that, they're gonna have the first setup of round 3.
And look at this confidence, just knowing that the ball carrier is safe, and then rotating out to try to find different angles. Lucid, knowing that player's going for desperation, he's so far up in that battle that he's just gonna back away, create some distance, and dodge any spike or sticky grenades flying at him.
Lucid plays this situation perfect. Psycho, the last player alive, not to no shield in the rat tunnel right there. Psycho does stay alive, but now Optic with the ball in hand will start to build a significant lead once again in round 3. 25-0, and Soul Snipe gets caught out by himself at green. Right now, Psycho will be coming out of a big door, but Optic Gaming with the first pick might be able to use numbers to their advantage. A big pick off from Psycho there will stop this setup from Optic Gaming. The ball does get played. 36 points now, Optic lead.
But look at that, Optic creating so many opportunities to rotate it perfectly. The ball's following the path. Ball's not getting picked off during the rotations. They're playing the ball. Once they do meet that force from Shopify Rebellion, they're just doing everything so well there.
Yeah, these play balls are huge because look at this. Shopify had a numbers advantage but not able to play around it. Cycle has the snipe in hand. Formal trying to deal with him. Formal's able to knock him to no shield, but here come the respawners of Shopify on the camera side of the map. Fortunately for Formal, Optic Gaming are back from the nest spawns, and now this will be an even fight. The ball gets played again as multiple members of Optic go down. You can see the strategy is clear. Make sure you play it at any cost, but Formal still being a nuisance, takes down Suppress. Mental is top tower. Mental and Formal will trade it out, but Optic Gaming will deny a realistic opportunity at a setup once again.
And you saw that play ball. As soon as Shopify Rebellion saw that go out there, they didn't expect anyone else near tower or mud. That's why Formal was so dangerous in that position. He's able to get that flank on the dummy door, take out tower, and what was going to be an amazing setup there from Shopify Rebellion just gets crushed by one flanker.
Optic Gaming go 2 down, but Formal's able to get that camouflage. Shopify would rather hold the setup than desperate for that camo. They're going to bring the ball out to green. Fortunately, they're in a promising position to play the ball this time around, but will they expect Formal to be here with camo? Formal's forced to shoot Mental, and Mental plays the ball wisely. They trade out camo, and a beautiful trade for Shopify with a successful play ball will put them in a 10-point game.
Yeah, great ball rotation by Shopify there. Like we said, this time they got the play ball. They let that player slip behind enemy lines, but you can't really stop that against a pro camo player.
Yeah, you'll take that every day of the week if you're Shopify, especially knowing Formal with camo can be so dangerous. They trade him out and get the play ball, and look at what's happened since then. What's transpired is a Shopify back tower setup. With the numbers advantage they have, Mental was sniped top tower now. Wins a nice body shot onto the player, bottom trending. But Mental's going to back it up, not going to overextend. They lose 2 players, and once again, the ball is going to get played. Mental actually going to throw the snipe off the map, but Lucid catches it. Lucid catches the snipe in midair before it can go off the map, and let's see what this means for Optic Gaming's new setup.
Yeah, he wanted to get rid of that one completely. It's still a near full sniper, 7 bullets. Let's see what Lucid decides to do here. Ball is going to be able to draw some players out from Shopify into some odd locations, and there's gonna be one pick over into dummies, second pick onto the silo. Just gonna jump out, no scope for the triple kill.
Wait,
can he do it all?
Wait, Lucid, you madman! An overkill! He catches the snipe, and he takes over with it!
That is unreal. Lucid is feeling himself, and you gotta think, that all spawned from that sniper not being tossed off the map. That's why it is so important to throw these power weapons away from your opponents and rather be in nobody's hands than in my opponent's hands.
Lucid put Shopify on World Star right there with an unbelievable overkill to give Optic a 30-point lead. And if you're Mental and company, you're like, man, I thought you played that snipe. And we saw how well Lucid can play with that snipe. One of the most impressive clips I've seen, but the game goes on. Shopify had the ball at green. Suppress is going to try to play this one. This time, it doesn't get caught. 3 go down for Shopify, however. Optic quick to get to bottom middle, and now Lucid and Formal will be in charge of making this ball carrier's path clear.
Just like that, the Optic playbook every single time is get in front of that ball carrier and clear the path. If you are an opposing team playing against Optic and you think you can get some free shots on the ball, I got some bad news for you.
Last push for Shopify in game 1 right here, and they have to deal with Formal with camo. Formal able to find a pick, he gets double teamed, however. During that double team, a lot of damage going on to these players for Shopify. 3 go down, last player alive. Lucid versus Mental, and if Mental remembers how this last battle went, this is dangerous, you gotta be nervous, but Mental with the confidence, challenges in the window, wins the one-on-one, and will keep this game going on for Shopify to have an opportunity to respawn and compete for this ball.
Formal just staying alive. He's not going to desperate this ball. He's just going to buy time, wait for his other teammates to get in over there. Looks like Dead Zone's also be baiting this. This ball could reset shortly as well, so we're going to see. And I believe there's the ball reset going back towards the tunnel. So Garage is no longer the play. Who's going to be there for the pick up the ball?
Shopify have to play towards bottom middle, and Optic Gaming are patrolling bottom middle right now. They got ball in hand, 97 points, and game 1 is over. Put a punctuation on it. Lucid said, I'll do it myself. And Optic Gaming find themselves up 1-0 in our elimination finals.
You ask about the superstars in these big matches. You can't ask for much more than Lucid there, going 40 and 27 with one of the nastiest overkills we've seen so far throughout this weekend.
That goes up there with the chick overkill, in my opinion. In the moment that it's happening, elimination bracket finals, game 1. And the fact that Mental tries to throw that snipe off the map, and Lucid just catches it and robs him like a left field home run ball. Lucid denies that home run, and he puts one out of the park himself. That overkill, Lucid, you are a sick individual. That was crazy. I love this game. I love this series, and if that is anything that is in store for us for the rest of this series, I hope every map we have has an S7. If they don't, we can forge one in. I'm just saying.
Those are those rough ones where it's like, I felt like Shopify were playing well. Sure, there's a couple minor mistakes here or there, but when the superstars just hit that next level, when they're on fire, it's just everything goes right. Like, as that play was unfolding, I was like, he's probably going to hit this. Like, as he goes for that third and that fourth shot, yeah, you're like, the dude's going to hit it. It's like you're watching a montage before it's even being created.
He's lining it up, and it's so smooth when he does. We're going to take a look at the highlights from game 1, but Dave, I want to talk about round 2 and how poorly round 1 went for Shopify. Round 2, they responded so resiliently there. They were down big, and they came back and punched this to a third round. And round 3 was competitive up until that clip. But what did you see from Shopify in that round 2 that gives you promise that they're going to be able to push this series past 3 games?
One, it was the outslaying prowess. You saw them completely outslay Optic Gaming during round 2 and also do some great ball play. When it came to round 3, it was a little bit closer in slaying. Optic definitely had the slaying department, but like I said, when it comes to oddball and even slaying, that's gonna favor Optic. So I saw moments from Shopify Rebellion where they can slay with the best of them, where they can do well. But in the end, it was just Optic coming out ahead in slays and with the superstar plays.
I'm gonna be quiet as this clip's bound to come up very shortly. Here it is. The first is an easy single shot. As the second's a body shot on the respawner cycle, he gets finished up. Lucid knows exactly where this player is. A body shot, headshot, and then lines up the slide right there. That is disgusting. Probably the best clip we've seen this year by far. And what does he do? He picks up the out ball right after it. He says, I'm gonna get some time here. You can tell how locked in this young man is.
And how rare do you see Lucid actually pop off or get excited? He has to do something special to get himself excited.
Yeah, it's gotta be an overkill, no scope, took down the whole team in the elimination bracket finals. And what a way to kick this one off. Fireworks to start it off. Street Slayer's the name of the game for game 2 right here. And if you're Shopify, you've been in so many close games today, but you haven't been able to punch the ticket. that the stats on the Slayer on the screen here for Shopify give you some promise that they're going to be able to tie this series up.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. They're the best Slayer team here in 2024. Yes, they dropped, some close ones. We saw that slight panic
SSG
there.
one, that was tough.
Up by 5 against SSG, I believe on recharge, but it's a whole new game in Streets. When I start to think of how tricky and how quick these players are, this is the best map for them. They can just make so many flank routes, be in so many sneaky spots, and just like that, we get a 2-1 lead here for Shopify Rebellion to kick off Street Slayer.
A strong start, but you still got to deal with Tommy Wilson with the Bulldog shotgun, and that is a difficult task here. Wooster's going to jump into the tires. The 2-pump shot into the body will make the kids drop as he shrouds the camo. He's going to pick up that camo, and now camo Lucid Shoddy is a problem on the map. The game is all tied up, and here comes Optic Gaming.
Yeah, Lucid knows where the player's at, and he is headed directly for him. And look at this, not even just assuming that they're going to be stagnant, he is moving quick and trying to get these cutoffs. And I've never seen anyone ever hide in this spot. And we're seeing such great plays from all these players. They have all these tricky locations and know how to outplay each other.
For traditionally a game that's played at such a fast pace, Lucid slows it down. They have to be so weary about where is this game of player. Lucid finally makes his presence known. He transitions it into a double kill, a triple kill for Lucid. The last player running from Lucid away. Lucid wants to hunt him down, but respawners will back Lucid up and suppress him. It's just a triple kill this time around.
Lucid's doing it all himself. Teammates calling where they're at, getting them weak, and Lucid finishing off the kills.
You ever seen Perfect Halo, Dave? This is Perfect Halo. 4-0 to start this one off right now, and Lucid is letting the game come to him. Notice the pace that he is playing at compared to everybody else what seems to be in the lobby. Lucid not giving any lives away and finding the kills where he can.
Yeah, he's waiting for that information, hearing where people are weak, and then going for those finishes. So many times he's also just going for those cutoffs. It takes a different level of intuition, understanding of Halo, as you hear somebody's over at Cafe and saying, okay, that means I need to get this shot weak over towards ATM or Bulldog side.
Lucid spots 2 players he knows, Soul Snipes, no shield. It's an easy double. Lucid starting this game off 7-0, make it 8-0. It's another triple. The overkill's in front of him. He wants it. You can tell he's going to get it. He gets the trade. And yes, Lucid starts this game off 1 kill away shy from a frenzy. At least 2 triple kills to his name. And he is continuing to take over.
And look at the assists from his teammates. 12 assists total between Formal, Dead Zone, and Trippy. Just setting up so many great plays for each other, especially for Lucid.
Trippy with the red gun gonna jump heaven. He gets denied from heaven. Gonna get sent back to the death cam now as Cycle gonna try and push these respawners from Optic. Formal not technically focused on him, but Formal turns and burns Cycle all of a sudden. The pressure's starting to show in Shopify's gameplay, something that has not happened to Cycle all weekend long. Formal turns on him with the first 3, and now you're starting to feel the nerves get to the young guns.
I felt like when we were seeing these previous series where Optic or FaZe were taking on Shopify or Pure, you saw these individual plays, especially from Pure. And here we're seeing Optic step up to that challenge. If there's a one-on-one and they're down a shot, they don't care, they're challenging it. They're not fully reliant on each other when push comes to shove.
All of a sudden, the game turns into a snail's pace. Lucid with shotgun in hand once again has an 8-kill lead to play around multiple members of Shopify trying to push up the purple street. Lucid's going to back up and play his life. He's doing that so well so far throughout this series, and it's going to pay off. 3 go down for Shopify as they're distracted on trying to take down
Overkill.
Lucid doesn't give it to him, and Penguin this time around, Dead Zone, will find himself an overkill off screen. So not only Lucid starting to heat up, but the rest of the boys on Optic Gaming are also here to play. Dead Zone 12, 3, and 7. Lucid 10, 3, and 3 now.
I feel like they must have some sort of strategy or some sort of plan that they talked about last night when they're going against these aggressive teams, saying, all right, the first kills aren't going to come out where you first hear these call-outs. You got to let them make the first play, and then you need to go in for this cutoff, go in to interject in the middle of their setup. And it felt like we've seen that from Lucid getting overkill, or Lucid pushing towards backram. We saw it there from Dead Zone getting that overkill as well as he pushed over towards Cafe/Neon side. So they must have talked about something that's kind of like that trigger or that note that they're tracking in-game for where to go and when to push and how to get those kills.
I think the big difference for me between this Optic and any Optic we have seen is individuals are making plays, yes, but the teamwork is what's on fire right now. Formal has 11 assists to his name.
Right now, Shopify struggling in the assist departments, and the score line is getting out of hand, Dave. It's up to 16 as the differential.
16 is the different cycle. Shoving him down one more time. Back to the bottom of Tram, but doesn't matter. Scoreline says otherwise. 15 kill lead for Optic. And I don't know if I've ever seen them lose a lead like this.
No, I'd say it's almost impossible for Shopify to get back into this game with how well Optic are playing. The teamwork once again comes through. Trippy, Lucid has your back, and he's got one more in him as well. 5 perfect shots will give Lucid a double kill. Put 2 members of Shopify on respawn, and they have information on where the last 2 are. They're gonna push these 2. Here comes the green wall once again. 15, 3, and 4 for Lucid. 15, 7, and 9 for Dead Zone.
Just like that, 2 more down there for Shopify, and they are not slowing down here from the Optic side. They want to continue to press this advantage. They want to go in with all this momentum into Game 3, and they want their ticket punched back to the Grand Finals.
They're 4 kills away from being up 2-0 here in the Elimination Bracket Finals, and Suppressed is dead to rights. Lucid with some more perfect shots, able to finish that player off. 2 players in front of Lucid, and he seems like he needs 2 players focused on him to take him down. As we switch over to the other player with 16 kills, Dead Zone, trying to outdo Lucid here in Game 2. Can't finish one of those kills. A couple of easy deaths maybe given away from Optic, but you'll take that. Trying to punch your ticket. 2 more kills. Lucid goes down. Cycle finally wins his first one-on-one, but it's too little too late. 49 now to 32.
I like this play from Optic. They're fighting fire with fire. They're being aggressive. Even if they're down a member, they're pushing across where they feel like they have openings, trying to isolate fights, or at least put the aggression on their terms. They're playing at their pace.
Yeah, Optic's starting to feel the momentum with them. We have these kids right where we want them, and you can see it in the gameplay. They are flying with confidence right now. The individual plays are difficult to deal with, but when Optics start flying at you, they know they have you right where they want you. And the confidence in Optic's play style right now, the teamwork that they are running with, I mean, this is going to be a scary team if they're able to finish this series off in 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think if Optic are able to close this one out in Game 3, I don't think SSG are saying, sweet, we got Optic here in the finals, because Optic are playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to see this green wall, but SSG will be waiting on them to finish this series off if they're able to. For Shopify, let's talk about it. They find themselves in another position. They got 0-6 in London and on Championship Sunday. They now find themselves down 0-5 in today's stats. You only need to win 3 of these games to win a best of 5. What are you saying in the back right now to try and fire yourselves up and say, we are still alive in this tournament?
I mean, it is difficult to dig yourselves out of some of those scenarios. I mean, Game 2 wasn't close. They didn't really have any chance of coming back into that one. Obviously, round 2 in the oddball, they were fine. They did great there. They at least got a CTF Argyle here to have at least 10 minutes in here at their pace, 10 to 12 minutes of here to try to go for a flag run, try to get some things going in their favor, try to get some momentum in their favor. You almost don't want another fast, quick game to take off this next, you don't want to see like an interference strongholds for Game 3 because the tournament and series could be over before you know it. So they at least have time on their side. They need to make some pushes together. They need to play and outslay Optic.
I think if they are able to get past Argyle's, one promising stat is that they were able to take Recharge King of the Hill from Optic Gaming yesterday. It was a very, very, very close game, but you got a little bit of confidence that we have beaten them in this map and mode. And if you could say, give me to Game 5 if you're Shopify, you would take that in a heartbeat at this situation. The issue is trying to stop the snowball that is this Optic Gaming team. They have come from the elimination bracket and started to knock down team after team. FaZe, Pure, Shopify now on the list for dessert, and they want that ticket to the grand finals. They want to right the wrongs that have haunted them so far through this year. And looking at an Argyle CTF and how dominant Optic have been with the power weapons so far through this series, you have to be weary of what Lucid and Formable are capable of with that snipe.
Yeah. Absolutely an uphill battle here for Shopify Rebellion. Keep in mind that they were and are the best Slayer team on the circuit. And they got beat at their own mode at one of their better maps. Handily.
It was not close. And for that Game 2 to not be close and to know that Shopify has usually relied on these Slayers as an extra game to keep them longer in the series, an opportunity for them to get
a lead in the specific series where they find a Game 1 win, even if you go to Game 5 at this point, I guess you're a little confident knowing that you just won the past 2 games, but those Slayers have not been promising here today. And what is it about those Slayers that are kind of haunting them? Is it the pace? Is it how teams are slowing games down and dissecting them? I can't quite put my finger on it.
I don't know, because they were different. This Street Slayer, it was Optic just making the game fast, being aggressive, win the exchanges. That Recharge Slayer that they lost, it felt like they tried to be aggressive at a time they didn't need to be. They were up 47-42 against SSG. And they're like, you know what? Aggression's worked for us so far. Let's make a strong push. And the game had slowed down enough that Space Station set up a good trap, ended up closing that gap, and ended up winning close 50-49. So they were completely different games and styles, but end of the day, the result was Shopify losing. And it's tough. I mean, you're going against a couple of the best teams in the world today. We talk about how their Sunday record hasn't been so good in London or here.
That's generous.
Yeah, it's 0-11 so far between those 2 days for a team to go into the winners bracket finals and then just fall short and just hit these brick walls against these 2 solid squads.
Shopify, a couple of the players returning back to the stage. You see Cycle and Soul Snipe on screen starting to warm up again, but I think a deep breath and a break between games 2 and 3 is much needed. Something to just
change something up. Yeah, at some point you just need to, if things aren't going your way, like call a timeout, take a moment, like let's talk about something. Take people's minds off the negative thoughts. Talk about one small thing your team's going to change and prep to go into that next game. You can't talk about the past. You can't say, man, what did we do wrong? Or I thought we played the snipe. Why did we let them get the overkill? Like, the past is the past. That's for review later. Right now you need to focus on what's next and something small to change. I've always been a big proponent of that. You can't do a major wild change at this point. You can't just like, all right, guys, you know how we used to always go all 4 here? Let's send all 4 the opposite side. Like, no, you're not practicing prep for that. You're going against one of the best teams in the world. Change something minor, whether it's, guys, we need to be playing our lives a little bit better. Hey, everyone, make it a goal to buy 2 or 3 more seconds. That's going to give us the breathing room we need for things to happen and get that domino or butterfly effect.
Yeah, I think what you can't do is overthink in these situations. No. You got to find it, make it simple. Be confident. Maybe speak about your communication and not about
more small talk.
The micro decisions that you're messing up on, because you're very aware as a player when you're making those poor micro decisions of the mistakes that are happening and how Optic are capitalizing in this situation. I hope it was one hell of a pump-up speech, because Lord knows this team needs it in order to get back in this series. Down 0-2 now. The boys are back in their seats. They appear to be a little bit quiet. And on the side of Optic, I mean, what are they saying during this break? Do you even think they got out of their chairs at this point?
When's the last time you saw, like, Trippy just had a wide smile on his face after that game? He was like, what are my teammates doing? They're playing out of their minds. Like, they are in high spirits. But job is not done. Look at that. Serious faces all around. Fist bumps coming out from Optic. They are locking in for game number 3.
Argyle CTF for game number 3. The S7s have haunted Shopify so far through that series. That Lucid Overkill is the clip of the weekend, maybe the clip of the year, for God's sake. But we might have something special in store for you here, because if these players are shooting like they are, and there's a couple of S7s on this map that come off respawn, this could be exciting. Optic Gaming, one more game to go back to back to back grand finals. And you know how bad they want another chance to redeem the wrongs from their grand finals appearances so far, and now they look to be in a very promising position to get there.
But Rebellion, one of those squads that when they catch fire, when they're out slaying, they are dangerous to stop. We have yet to see Optic really hand them control or let them into these games outside of that round 2 in Oddball. But here we go. It's going to be Formal versus Mental. We got ourselves a good old-fashioned snipe battle.
Formal, legendary sniper, actually expects Soul Snipe to be overextending. He's going to pick up that lane, knock Soul Snipe to no shield. There's 2 members of Shopify already in the base of Optic Gaming. Formal's going to body shot both of them. Neither one of those players died. Now Shopify look to be in a promising position to get a flag pull.
I believe both flags being pulled, so both teams being incredibly aggressive. We're going to have both flags being taken out at this point in time. But Cycle, I would say, in the better position, has Formal snipe behind enemy lines. Now he's trying to figure out where are these players spawning.
Big kill.
Ends up taking out Lucid back in his base. So no longer do they have to worry about their flag as much. Now they're back on the offensive. That's Trippy and Lucid down. Can Shopify get a flag grab?
They got a touch, but it does look like the flag was returned at the same time. However, Optic Gaming did just enough to get that flag back to their base. Cycle was going to be a thorn in their side, but they're able to take him down, get that return, and keep this at a 0-0 game for now.
Look at this, a 2-2 split here from Optic. Two fighting on each lane of the map. Who's going to win their sides? Looks like Suppress going to take out Dead Zone. So many players here kind of on defense, and that's so tough. Nobody's really in a position to help finish off Mental there. And player after player dropping. Formal, only one over here. Dead Zone just spawning, so Formal gonna be left out to dry, and these spawns are gonna be staggered for a bit. Let's see how quickly or slowly Shopify Rebellion move across the map, because they can take it at either pace. They can either sprint, try to get a quick flagpole, or slowly but surely push on up, take about 75% of the map, and then pull after getting the kills.
They try to do it quick, but as I say that, Suppressed and Mental both get taken down. It's up to Soul Snipe to try and win a massive one-on-one against Formal. He's not able to do so, and with that, Optic Gaming will be able to take control of the map once again. Here comes Tommy Wilson down the street as he tries to be aggressive as well, trying to create so much space. You can see a very similar strategy. The second you get 2 to 3 dead, these players are looking to fly, and Lucid with the flag on the move now. Optic need to find some kills.
One thing that's also interesting to me from Lucid there as he threw those frag grenades in the vent is I couldn't tell if Cycle was already weak there or if he placed those frag grenades in a sense that they instant off each other, and so almost had 2 frag grenades hitting one player at the same exact time. Not sure if that's exactly what happened. I'll have to check the VODs later, but it felt like Cycle died real quick.
Look at this situation. The flag is on the move. They're going to drop it to try and get some kills. I believe all 4 members of Optic will be coming off respawn. It's Trippy first, and he's away from that flag touch. It is going to be returned by Shopify, and Shopify now have multiple members over towards the snipe and the PCs, but here comes Trippy. Trippy finds a player, can't quite hit the last shot until just now. The last shot gets the job done. They put 3 down on Shopify, and Trippy, once again with this quick street route, looks to be aggressive and deny some space for respawners of Shopify Rebellion.
Trippy almost winning that 1v1 against Suppressed. Suppressed able to close that one out, and as soon as you kill that player who's the furthest up towards your base, you get to breathe easier. You're no longer at risk of dying and potentially that flag being snagged.
Formal gonna play very passive with this next sniper rifle. He's gonna back up all the way under his base. He does land a body on the Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe makes him work for it though, knocks him to no shield. Now Formal trying to play his life, able to create an opportunity with numbers, but a beautiful melee from Soul Snipe to close that distance is cleaned up by a teammate on Shopify, and now Mental trying to make it a double, cannot do so. Back and forth these two teams go to fight for control, but Cycle with the snipe is going to create an advantage now for Shopify.
Cycle sitting in his vent. We're gonna have to see if he can do anything with this QT, if he decides to even go for it, but it's more so just getting this height control at the moment. Just trying to lay down shots and allow his teammates to push all the way across the map and get in better position here. But as soon as Mental gets off, and that was a grapple bringing down that QT. Also Cycle getting sniped at the same time. A series of unfortunate events unfolding right before his eyes.
Yeah, it's about time Formal started hitting some shots with the snipe. You give him enough opportunity, he will seize that opportunity. Still a 0-0 game. 7:30 on the clock might not sound like a lot, or might sound like a lot of time, but as this game continues to be neutralized, Formal tries to grapple the flag to top middle. I believe the flag might be towards top middle, but it doesn't make it past the ledge. Formal cuts that grapple off. He actually pays for it with his life. 3 go down, and although Optic try a very fancy, flashy flag run there, it gets punished, and now Shopify have map control. Lucid still gonna be a problem with the S7 in the attic. Lucid still a problem with the snipe. Lucid finds 2, and Lucid is the last player you want that snipe to fall in the hands of.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of like Spy Kids capture that was. They had QT flag tossed out, going to the grapple, the player with a sniper. Just absolute absurdity, the levels of depth that these players have in their playbook for a flag run.
Flag on the move, and some of Optic might be Spy Kids, but Lucid looks like James Bond out there, taking down everyone. Formal says, I want another chance at this snipe. As they take a 1-0 lead, Formal with snipe is going to be a problem as well. Look at the kill feed, though. Trippy's found the other snipe, and he just ripped 2 faces off himself. This is now an Optic domination, as they have both S7s, they have complete map control. They do lose Formal and Lucid, so Shopify will release a lot of the pressure from Optic right there, but they still have Trippy to deal with.
Still half the game to go though. plenty of time for Shopify Rebellion to get a cap and answer this. However, one thing that needs to be stated about squads, especially like Optic and SSG, is they are way more comfortable when it comes to the slowing of the game. They're okay as the game really pauses or drawing out the clock a bit more. They just have more experience, and they're just more used to having those longer battles against these big 3 teams that generally it's not a 3-cap game, it's generally a 1 or 2-cap game, and so they're used to making fewer mistakes and capitalizing when they do have those windows of opportunity.
Yeah, not only are you getting to play from the lead with another flag on the move, you're also playing to your own play style. Shopify traditionally play very fast and chaotic and try to make the game very difficult to read for Optic, but Optic doing such a good job so far here throughout this game 3 to control the pace of the game. Trippy jumping from attic to attic, not able to finish that kill, but picks up that quantum. And in the meantime, in the side of our screen, we see that second flag get punched in, so Optic get a 2-0 lead, and now the pressure is on Shopify. 5 minutes, down 2-0. What do you have for us?
This one is rough because 1 cap by itself would have already been a strong feat. That would have already been difficult for Shopify to come back and get that cap. Now they have to some point do 2, but looks like Optic's going for that dagger, tossing that flag out.
They want the grand finals. They're trying to get there as fast as possible. They don't want this 5 minutes to hold them off to give Shopify any chance. But that flag, it gets stopped. Trippy's going to be playing his life right here as he loses all of his team around him. Shopify find an opportunity, an opening to get a flag move of their own, but Trippy gets 2 players to no shield from this ridiculous angle. And now the respawners of Optic look like they've stopped this cap dead in its tracks once again.
Just love these plays by Optic. When they do have somebody alive across the map, they're able to hide and be in a tricky spot where they can either get an isolated 1v1 trade, or they can wait for the teammate spawn and lay out the damage needed. Just because of those kills or the damage there by Trippy, his team was able to break out across the map, and then now they're able to actually get a new flagpole. All because of that Trippy play over down low.
This is game right here. Optic with a flag on the move, sniping the hands of Lucid, and here it comes. Back to the base. It's a long route, and Lucid is going to try and deny respawners from Shopify overextending. Lucid's going to succeed at that denial as he finds the head of one. Optic will punch it in, and Optic Gaming are headed to the grand finals, back to back to back this year. And let's see what they have in store to rewrite the history books for 2024.
Incredible plays there from Optic. I was wondering if they were just getting a little too confident, getting a little too cocky, run that 3rd flag back. Sometimes one of the worst things you can do is try to close out the game and set up a counter cap for your team, for the opposing team to get back in the game. But not quite the case. Optic closing that one out in about 7 minutes time.
Oh, baby, the green wall is here. Championship Sunday whites are out, and Optic headed back to the grand finals. But let's bid our adieu to Shopify in another unfortunate, unsuccessful Championship Sunday. But the tournament that these guys put on this weekend, they have something to be proud of, but it will leave them wanting more.
Absolutely. You know they're going to keep evaluating, saying, we do everything right. We're doing so great on Fridays and Saturdays, and then just falling short in those key matches on Sunday.
And this is something I was worried about, Dave. It's like we always say how much experience helps, but how long does it take for individuals to continue to catch up, to catch on to that experience, to use it to their advantage? It looks like Shopify need a little bit more of that in order to really have what it takes to get to a grand finals.
It does look like that indeed. It also looks like we have a FaZe player on our desk as well. Snakebite, welcome to the desk.
Thank you.
Lovely to have you. Now, I want to get your take on that game because Shopify Rebellion, they just can't seem to find their feet on a Sunday. What is going on? I mean, as somebody who's so experienced in this, having to elevate your gameplay on a Sunday, I know it's difficult. It's also a mental battle. You're tired after a really long weekend. But what is it you think about this Rebellion roster that can't seem to get it done, even though they look so good on a Saturday?
I wouldn't really say it's something to do with not being able to get it done. Obviously, that's how it's gone the past 2 events. But honestly, they played great against SSG. They could have won game 2, could have won game 3. And really what it feels like is just getting your 1 win in. And it just came down to that. You know, you lose a little bit of momentum. You go into game, the Optic game after losing to SSG. And they're in a really close round 3 oddball. Lucy gets an overkill, and it feels like something goes wrong every single time, and that's kind of how the dominoes fall sometimes.
It certainly does indeed, and looking back at some of the replays here as well, you know, Snakebite, we've got some incredible players on this roster, but when a guy like Lucid starts popping off, he's entering this flow state. Talk to me a little bit about that. What is a flow state? How does it affect not only the player, but the team around him?
Yeah, it just feels like you can do no wrong. You know, for every player here, obviously everyone's so individually talented, Lucid especially. You know, you're hitting every shot, you're making every good play. I mean, at the time he gets the overkill, it's a 10-second round difference for the round 3 there. And I mean, he has enough time to stand up, kind of give a little reaction, and then get the ball, and everything keeps rolling. So yeah, when you're in flow state, it just feels like nothing can go wrong.
Yeah, nothing can go wrong, and certainly things went very right for Optic Gaming in this series. And Clutch, looking back at some of the highlights here, who were you really kind of pinning this win on? I know Lucid had an incredible series, but also some support players here. I mean, Dead Zone, the map too, gosh.
Yeah, I don't want to put it on any individual, actually. I think the big difference between Optic in this series and then Optic against Pure is Optic against Pure were making phenomenal individual plays. But the teamwork was a little off, and I was concerned about how their Sunday would go, even though they were able to get past Pure. Optic's teamwork was on this series. You saw how dominant this team can be when their teamwork is on and the individuals are popping off. That mix is scary, and SSG probably had their eyes cocked a little to the side like, we got our hands full here in the grand finals because Optic looked like they came to play.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. And Walshy, we're going to look at the stats in just a moment, but it just felt like a different level of Optic, and they met Rebellion so well. They matched against them, and things were very, very different earlier on in this tournament between these two. This was a rematch. How are you feeling, looking upon the stats here, about Optic and their come-up?
Optic's looking scary good, and yes, we can look at the insane KD that Lucid had, but I also have been looking at damage throughout this time. Formal, despite having the lowest KD in his team, having the second highest damage, playing his role perfectly, grabbing the OBJ when he needs to, laying down shots when he needs to. He's doing everything right. I think damage has been one of the stronger indicators that we've seen on these stat screens as of late.
Yeah, I think that game 1 was really huge for Optic there. Shopify is great, oddball team as well, and honestly, just so what they're saying with Optic really clicking, you know, when Shopify lose 3-0 to SSG, Optic comes in, you really want to make a statement game 1, they catch fire, things start rolling, and that's where you see the teamwork really come through.
Yeah, it certainly does indeed. It's shining extremely bright right now, and I'm curious to get your opinion on how they're performing opposed to SSG. We're kind of seeing a very similar journey, but of different sides of the bracket. So yes, SSG, a clean winners bracket run, looking so, so good. 3-0s across the board there. And then Optic having to climb back, but there is a level of resilience. You've done that before with your team. You've done it at Worlds, you've done the unthinkable. How are you feeling about the two right now, how they're faring going up against each other in the grand finals?
It's going to be a tough matchup. I mean, all these top teams obviously play each other extremely close. Optic are going to be feeling really good after that series. SSG's played pretty flawless all tournament long, but at the same time, you know, when you get to play those loser bracket matches and get a little bit of momentum and get your run going, I mean, scary things can happen, so it's going to be a really fun match.
And while I've got you up here, in terms of Space Station Gaming, I know that you've also been playing some twos recently with Legend, Bound. You've been getting around and making the rounds with some of these guys. How are you feeling about Legend right now? Because he has been so incredible, coming onto a roster, the European hope and dream of every young player, thinking, I can make this one day. What do you make of him?
Yeah, I mean, obviously his talent speaks for itself. Just playing with him, he's super easy to communicate with and work with. Just honestly takes everything on really well. I'm sure teaming with guys like Eco, Stellar, and Bound help him just progress more and more. But obviously going back to his days on Quadrant, everyone knew how talented everyone on that roster was, and it's just been great seeing him kind of shine through.
Yes, certainly has indeed. Clutch, obviously we do have a FaZe player on here. It wasn't their tournament this time around, Clutch, but do you have faith that these guys are going to bounce back in the next one?
We've had conversations about this. He knows how good I think he is and how good I think that team is. It's no secret. Old boys of mine, but I mean, it didn't happen this weekend, but I think you needed a little kick in the rear in order to motivate you for the ending of this season. I think with SLC coming up and a world championship, the meta shift that the Bandit's going to provide when we slow down the rate of fire, I think there's going to be every reason in the books that you guys are going to have your A game come SLC. I'm expecting it, but we'll have to see.
I was just like looking at PJ's face during that. He's like, I actually don't think we need to lose that. Like, I've been practicing a lot. I've been putting the work in. I don't think I really need the kick. Like, we would have been just fine having a great placing, and still stay in mode for this next one, so not sure if that was
You
necessary.
need a kick in the rear too, Dave.
Oh my goodness, be careful.
Don't
A
get
fight
me
might be
started
breaking
on you
out.
as
Oh
well.
goodness me. You don't want these fists, man. I'll tell you that much. Let's take a look at the bracket though, because it has been a brawl all weekend long in our championship bracket. Kicking things off with the elimination side of things, we just had our finals. Optic Gaming, they made quick work of Shopify Rebellion. And look, I am a little bit shocked. I was really hoping Rebellion would have a tiny bit more fire coming into Sunday, but it proved too much for them yet again. Off they go home. We'll see them in the next major. Let's take a look at the winner's side of things. And up where it's looking peachy clean for Space Station Gaming, they're going to be facing Optic, who are fired up. They are ready to do this. It will take 2 best-of-7s to get it done. And Snakebite is somebody who's done that before. What is the mental like right now, do you think, for these Optic guys? How are they feeling? What are they talking about backstage in order to potentially get this done? It's a big journey.
I think they're going to be feeling pretty good. Obviously, you know, losing earlier on in the tournament is always going to be a little bit rough, but like we've been saying, you're able to kind of catch your flow, get things going. One of the good things for them is they actually haven't played SSG yet, so now you get to really kind of put everything to the test. You know, with having momentum going, you know, you're feeling pretty confident that, especially knowing you haven't played, that maybe you can make something happen.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, the next major, and I know you're going to be looking forward to this one for the rebound, of course, is Salt Lake City. And that is where you're going to catch us next in split number 2. We're going to be going to the Space Station home event yet again. And Space Station got it done the last time in front of their home crowd. And I loved to see how many fans were in that venue last time. It was incredible. It was a really different one, wasn't it, Snakebite? To kind of have that surrounding of fans. You were right there in the mix. You felt like a bit of a rock star up there because it really did give that rock and roll vibe, but it was a tight-knit kind of space. Are you looking forward to going back to SLC?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they threw an amazing event. Like you said, the crowd experience was really awesome. I look forward to every event to go play in. Everyone is its own individual experience, but yeah, they threw a great event, so really looking forward to go compete again, especially after this one.
Amazing stuff. Well, Snakebite, thank you so much for joining us on the desk.
Thanks for having me.
I'll see you later, probably. And with that, folks, we're going to head to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we do indeed have the match you've been waiting for all weekend long. It's going to be our grand finals. It's Space Station versus Optic Gaming, and I'll catch you on the other side.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Oh my god, it is so hot out here. Can they just let us in already?
Right? The tournament hasn't even started, and I'm already sweating.
Look, here comes the staff. Welcome to the HCS Atlanta Major. Before the doors open, does anyone have any...
Oh, me! I heard fans get to play the next Halo Infinite update early.
That's right. Available to play all weekend long. Stop by to try out the new sandbox updates, such as the new Bandit Rifle Rate of Fire, and more. What else can we play? Fans in attendance will also have the chance to compete for cash in Halo 3, 5, and Halo Infinite side events. What if I don't have teammates? Don't sweat it. Lone Wolves can sign up for the $5,000 FFA tour. Hey, are y'all here for the FaZe Halo Major? Whoa, it's Frosty and Boo Boo Doo Boo.
That's right, I'm Frosty and you're nobody.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm just kidding, man. Thanks for coming out. Be sure to stop by the FaZe booth for exclusive event merch.
Hey, what are you doing out here? Media day's already started. Get in there.
Alright, we'll see you on site.
Okay, where
Hey, what about drops? Can we unlock anything for watching?
I'm glad you asked. Okay, you can step out now.
Hey there! Fans watching live on Twitch will unlock new armor coatings, weapon coatings, and charms.
Ooh, okay. What about us watching here in person?
Everyone joining us live in Atlanta will receive a code card at check-in that unlocks all drops offered.
Nice!
Alright, folks. Let's get this weekend started.
Let's go! Face up! Space Station, what's up? SSG.
Hello, friends. I'm afraid I must insist you not proceed. Survive this encounter. You are making me angry. No! Enough! Must we do this the hard way? The task is done. Now, clean up.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
Well, this is it, Atlanta. It is grand finals time, and we have two absolute titans on that main stage. You can see the trophies right now, and I bet you one thing. They have that in their sights. That is the motivation, another chip, something to go forward with, to know that all that hard work, it meant something, that they got something out of it. We have two very different teams with two very different journeys, but both absolutely exceptional. Clutch, Onset, Bravo, lovely to have you on the desk. We're going to talk about the first team, which is going to be Space Station Gaming, coming all the way through the winners bracket side of things. They are looking so good. What a difference it has been from London. And really for me, it's just a bounce back. This is just the same old day for Space Station Gaming. They are always in a prime position. It is not often that you see this roster lackluster. It was a very difficult London for them, but wow, the bounce back has been everything fans could have asked for. How are you feeling about them right now?
It's a perfect trip through bracket play so far. Haven't dropped a map since pools, and this team looks like they are on fire. Bound is moving today. That winners bracket finals, you could tell when Bound is locked in the difference that he can be for this team. We pointed it out at the start of the show on Friday, Mark, that we were talking about how Bound's damage differential was an outlier. Bound's deaths were an outlier. This tournament, a much different story. Bound's impact for this team to be where they are coming from the winners bracket is massive.
It certainly is indeed. And talking about Bound, Onset, I think one of the problems he might have been having in London was he was just kind of pushing forward way too much. The pace was a little bit off from the rest of his team. He wasn't adjusting enough and they weren't working together. It was very individual at times. Bound has definitely kind of pulled that back a little bit. At times he is off the leash. He's looking really fast, really aggressive as per usual. But I think he also has found a time to be patient, and that's the difference maker.
Yeah, I think SSG in general have just looked almost flawless in the way that they've played, right? There's no weak link. Every single player on that team you look at has had big moments throughout this event. Some bigger than others, of course, but the sum of the parts is what makes SSG what they are. And they are all firing. You've seen ridiculous shots coming in from Stella. You've seen Legend having big moments, but Eco's been quietly going about his business as well. So many important little double kills, little first picks that have gone in the way of Eco. He's been so important to their success so far.
Talent, skills, that's one thing, but the talent of telepathy is another. And Eco on the main stage talking about that final push in that Slayer that sent Shopify into the elimination bracket. I mean, my goodness me, the fact that he's not really even making a call, he's just kind of doing his own thing. And I think it's that extra layer for Space Station Gaming, knowing exactly what that team wants to do, when to do it, especially in a crunch time like that, a 49-49 close call, where you really have Shopify sweating, because they don't often find themselves in that situation. Space Station Gaming, if they're doing that, and it's breezy, easy, and not even having to calm, I mean, this could be a wild series for them.
Yeah, I think you summed that up perfectly. Also the humility in that Eco interview, right? Just saying we knew they were going to be tough opponents. We've played them a bunch of times before. We took that situation one moment at a time. I think says a lot, right? I think a lot of players will come to that main stage and be like, no, the boys were doing this and that. Instead, he's like, hey, this was a tough series. We got through it. And I think that tells you kind of where their head is at for the grand finals. They're ready to make sure they put in the time here in this best of 7.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. On the other side of the stage, though, with the green wall behind them, we do indeed have Optic Gaming. They're looking to take another one here. They want a chip this season. They are yet to do so. This would be Space Station's second, and you best believe they want to snatch that one right out of their hands and do this in 2 best of 7s. Clutch. How are you feeling about these boys? Because I do feel like they've hit a new level here with their gameplay, and every single one of them are feeling it.
I feel great about where Optic's coming from. I know 2 best of 7s against an undefeated right now SSG seems daunting, but if anyone's going to do it this weekend, what Optic just showed us in that elimination bracket finals is that they are here to play. The teamwork is on, the individual skill, the playmaking is on, their objective efficiency was perfect in that game. Optic looked like championship Optic form, but that's a lot of games in that grand finals. You got to make sure there's enough gas in the tank, and that might be my only concern.
It certainly is a lot of games, and I think they're going to have a lot of stamina, but if going through the elimination brackets taught you anything, it's that the cardio is on, and they're definitely well trained at this point in time. Onset, though, what are you looking out for the most? What are some of the keys for Optic Gaming to get through 2 series?
Intensity, and it's got to be there from game 1. It's got to be game 1 to whenever they want to be in a position to lift that trophy. And like Wes said, it's going to be a long, long road if they do want to do it. But something that really just jumped out to me was the first listening of the day, the way that Formal was communicating with his teammates, the way he was letting them know when he was hitting his individual shots. And on top of that, the pop-off from Lucid on that overkill. Usually Tommy's the kind of player, he does something like that, he's looking for the next kill, he's very composed, but I think they're fired up, and I think they're here with a point to prove.
Yeah, that pop-off had me sweating. I even had to change clothes, go to the back, and steal Scherzy's shirt, for God's sake, because Optic heated this place up so much with the plays that they're making. That elimination bracket finals for SSG had to be a little eye-opening to understand that the Optic's going to give them every bit of what they can take here in the grand finals.
They certainly will indeed, and I can confirm he was sweating more than I've ever seen one man sweat
And you've seen this man sweat a lot.
Hey, I don't get breaks,
Yeah.
so I literally had to run about 150 yards to rip Scherz's shirt off of him. He's still back there. Like,
Scherzy sat naked in the green room right now. It's like,
uncomfortable for everyone else in the room.
Yeah.
He's still in the back like, where is Wes? But
It
now
really was crunch time. I had a little fan for him that he was using off his shirt.
It got hot. I mean, I was starting to sweat too. Losing overkills like
Yeah.
that. And it's spicy.
I casted half that series with a fan up my shirt, trying to cool it down.
Yes, he did. I do think also that one might have been making Chick sweat because that could have just taken the best overkill we've seen so far in Halo Infinite.
There was debate backstage.
You know what? I was thinking about this, and we were kind of going back and forth on it, just discussing it, and I was thinking to myself, you know what? Actually, I do think that could have been a little bit more impressive than Chick's. Chick's was very impressive, don't get me wrong, but I'll tell you why. It was the kind of levels, the reticle movement, the placement had to be there. It had to snap on. Chick's was on one plane. Lucid's was on 3. That was crazy.
The verticality and the consistency of the shots, it wasn't like all headshots. It was body shots, pull out the DMR, continued the process as the last shot was obviously the flashiest, but the moment for me, Elimination Finals, Game 1, and he sets the tone and rips anything that Shopify are about to do away. I mean, it all comes down to Mental trying to throw that snipe off as well. Mental tried his best to avoid this from happening.
He's like, if I don't do this, I've seen what happens. And then he's like, 5 seconds later, he's like,
I've seen this film before.
Yeah, I should have got that off.
Indeed. Now, folks, we need to look at the series layout. This is going to be a longer one. This is a best of 7, and if Optic want to do it to them, then they'll have to do a second. But this is the first, and we're kicking things off with Oddball on Recharge, which, if I know anything, I think Optic Gaming are pretty happy with this map number 1. They're really good on Recharge, and they're very good at Oddball. Clutch, what is sticking out to you here in terms of the journey of both teams to get it done?
I think Interference is a very interesting game as Game 3, and that is something that I think SSG can use to maybe get back in the series if Oddball and Slayer Solitude don't go their ways. I like Interference Strongholds for SSG, but what I'm looking at is a ton of the asymmetrical maps. We don't see our first CTF until Game 6 in this series. And that is traditionally a very strong game type for Optic Gaming. So if SSG can take some of the early games, they can build themselves up a lead, and it won't be till that Game 6 where Optic are really able to maybe push the series the distance.
It's a great point, Wes. I mean, ASIMs all the way till Game 6 is, I mean, even if you just run the statistical probability of that happening, it's probably pretty low in terms of map layouts. It's pretty wild. We don't see anything symmetrical till Game 6.
Indeed. What are you going to have to see from the two teams? Who is that kind of favoring in terms of the kind of scrappiness, the individual talent, and being able to kind of regain and adjust when you're put into difficult situations?
Yeah, my focus goes immediately to SSG's pace and how SSG plays some of these ASIMs. They fly, and when they get advantages, they push advantages and force split spawns. Optic are going to find themselves on their back heels throughout this series in some of these maps. Can they deal with the pressure? If the answer is yes, and they can stall that pressure before the score gets out of hand, Optic can win this series. But they are going to have to deal with the snowball of SSG throughout this ASIMs, and specifically a lot of those middle game types, Live Fire, King, Interference, Strongholds. The pressure will be on. How to Optic handle the pressure?
I love watching how it's not just these game types, it's the game style, right? It's SSG trying to apply pressure, Optic trying to hold angles, trying to deal damage and let SSG walk into them. It's a fantastic setup for the grand final, and I think we have to talk about a couple of players as well, right? Trippy is the man on Optic Gaming who put the tweet out and said, hey, final was on me. Baum was the guy who put the tweet out last event and said, hey, wasn't my best tournament. They've both been phenomenal up until this point, but you don't want to have to put another tweet out after this series saying, hey, that was on me again.
Sure.
You want to be the guy who is saying, first place champs in Atlanta, and congratulations, everybody else, suck it.
There's only so many my bads, as we say. So I'm looking for both of them to have very big series, but obviously only one can win. Trippy has impressed me today, and that makes me believe that he is turning this Optic team around, and this is their best chance at a chip this year.
Another thing that would be very impressive, is if they did manage to reset this bracket. Let's take a look at the second series layout that potentially could be coming
How
this
often
way.
do we do this? We're already taking a look.
I know, and I'll tell you what, it's kicking off with King of the Hill Solitude. Okay, looking across this, again, a lot of maps here to kind of unpack, and we're seeing another recharge on here pretty early on.
Big thing that sticks out. Yes, a lot of ASIMs, We had 2 symmetrical maps, but the big thing is these ASIMs are the big ones. The Solitudes, the Recharges, the ones that have a lot more space, the ones that take SSG a little bit longer to get to the spawn kills, a little bit longer to hit those fast rotates and force split spawns. This series is going to be Optic Gaming's if they get to it.
Yeah, I look at that and I look at there's a lot more control on some of these maps, right? King of the Hill is a control-based, setup-based game type. Capture the Flag Argo, it's very linear and it's very simple to focus on certain areas. And then you have an oddball in the middle, which Optic have been phenomenal at. I think they're one of the best oddball teams in the world. And then, I mean, when you get to, if we get to the last 3, by the way, because we are looking a long way ahead there.
Way ahead.
It starts to
Hours
get,
from now, to be honest.
It gets a little bit crazy.
It certainly would get insanely crazy. I also do think in terms of Optic Gaming, if we're seeing players like Dead Zone kind of on the flank, getting really sneaky, I think this layout could bode very, very well for them indeed. I'm excited to see how this kind of goes, but that first one is looming over their heads. They're going to have to really push very, very hard in order to get this done. How are we feeling right now about the roster's mentality? Because they have had a kind of shaky, kind of split 1, to be perfectly honest. Consistently getting second. They're now here in split 2. This is the time to do another grand finals, whereas I'm sure they can't help but think that second place, it's looming over them. There's a potential for them to also take silver home today.
Yeah, they come into this series with a chip on their shoulder, and usually when you put a chip on one of the big 3 shoulders, they eat that chip and they take that chip. I expect that from Optic today. I expect them to be the best versions of themselves throughout this year. This is a championship roster. They made the switch to Dead Zone to win trophies. It's eluded them twice. It's been in the back of their heads for months now. This is the moment that they've been waiting for, hoping to get back to, and I'm expecting the best from them.
I certainly am indeed as well. And talking about the best, I really do think we're seeing a very, very good formal indeed. I've got to say the step up has been amazing, especially from London. He has been cooking on that stage on set. What do you make of that young, amazing, legendary man?
I mean, he's been playing some phenomenal Halo. It really hasn't put a step wrong. And I said the difference between when I looked at Formal an event ago and what I look at him now is what I'm hearing. You know, I mentioned the listening. The listening told us so much without saying too much, right? It's the way that he was just, you know, I'm not going to repeat the words, but trust me, you can hear them across the stage if you're on the receiving end of them. He was letting everyone know on the other side of the stage, if he was winning a fight he had no right to win, if you hear Formal barking at you, it's not a nice place to be in.
Formal's not an IGL, but what he is, he's a tone setter. When Formal starts expressing a level of energy, that rallies the troops. Everybody gets behind the most historic FPS guy, console player of all time. The fact that you heard that so early in the day tells me that the rest of Optic Gaming woke up behind him, and we saw the teamwork that ensued after that. And Optic has looked better and better every series from the elimination bracket. They're going to look even better here in this grand finals.
Well, I'll tell you what, between these 2 titans, there's definitely no script here. I won't be following anything other than the incredible action on our screens. This is it, folks. Space Station Gaming versus Optic Gaming. Let's see who takes it. Your grand final starts right now.
No one's looking at you, but it's much more difficult when someone's challenging.
Doing everything they can to try to get some stops. And it's going to be Trippy, the one who said he didn't step up in London, gets a triple kill.
Now he wants to also, not just the entire team, but also remind people why he is one of the best to ever do it now.
Over shield, perfect kill, killing spree. Why not make it a triple kill for Dead Zone, doing everything? Oh, worst kill.
The ball by 106 minutes away from winning this game, but you imagine annoying it.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a weekend it has been, but it has led us to this moment. Only 2 teams remain that can blaze the trail to this championship to get this Atlanta trophy. Now, Atlanta, are you guys ready to get this grand final started? Coming out first, get ready to make some noise, because here comes the Arlington champions. show some love to Space Station Gaming! We got the man himself, Stellar! Coming down, this is duo Eco! We got the superstar, Bound! And with the nation on his shoulders, give it up for Legend! And last but not least, is Coach Elamite. Space Station Gaming looking to do it again and come out with another win. Atlanta, make some more noise for them. All right, boys, take your seats right now. It's time to bring out their opponents. This squad has been fighting hard to make it back to this point, looking for their first win of the season. Green Wall, get ready to get loud, because here comes Optic Gaming. Make some noise for some of the best to ever do it, Optic Gaming. Here comes Dead Zone. Followed up by Big Game Trippy. The FPS legend, it's formal. Followed by the Super Slayer, it's Lucid. And here comes their coach, Lunchbox. Optic Gaming looking to get their first win of the season. Atlanta, one more time, show some love to Optic Gaming. All right. Take your seats. Now Atlanta, one more time, help me set the stage ablaze. Only one of these two teams can come out on top. Are you ready to get this grand final started? On set, Rob, let's light it up.
Well, here we go then, Atlanta. We have our two teams who have made it through the bracket to our grand finals, and what a story it's been for both sides of this stage. And there's something almost interesting about this series, and it's the number two, right? The number two. Let give me a few seconds here to explain, right? Optic Gaming, second place, the second place curse. That's been their problem. That's where they haven't just been able to get over that line, and there's a long road ahead of them until they can put that right. On the other side of the stage, you're looking at Space Station Gaming, and the reason I talk about number two is their chance to pick up their second championship of this season.
That's right, it's a rematch of your Arlington Grand Finals, and it feels like these two teams such a core of our Big Four, and it's unsurprising that these are the last two who have fought through the bracket, of course, on very different sides and very different paths to this Grand Final, but here we are, your best of 7 is right in front of you.
Incredible to see Space Station rebounding in the way that they have from London. Huge amount of questions being thrown at this roster. Was it an off event? Was it a little bit of a worry? Maybe they weren't going to be the Space Station that we saw in Arlington. Was Arlington a fluke? Well, all of a sudden now we have the answer to that. They have marched through the winner side of this bracket to book their spot in this grand final. And amongst all of the upsets in that elimination bracket, one team stood tallest. Optic Gaming had to fight tooth and nail just to get into this grand final to have the opportunity to take on Space Station.
Got some SSG fans in the building right next to some Optic fans. You just saw some thumbs down next to those banners. Gonna have to make sure everyone behaves themselves down there, but it's been an amazing crowd here in Atlanta, been an amazing event here in Atlanta at the FaZe Major. FaZe, though, exiting early and now paving the way for these two teams to now find themselves in the grand final. As you said, for Optic, it's really them looking to return to form, to get back on top. For Space Station, it's a bounce back tournament for them, of course, placing outside of the top 3 for the first time in quite some time in London, and now they have found themselves guaranteed top 2, but they want to secure their second win of the season on the board and continue Optic's unlucky second place streak here in Atlanta.
It's interesting, isn't it? We always have these stories coming into an event that we talk about on day one, and we wait until these moments in front of us to resolve what those stories are going to be. Is it going to be the bounce back of all bounce backs on the side of Space Station? Is it going to be the curse broken for Optic Gaming, and will they get their first championship of this season? Well, it's a Sunday evening here in Atlanta, and you know what that means. It's time for our grand finals.
Optic Gaming, so much to prove here. And most interestingly, both of these teams, right, made one specific team change each to make sure that they would become the world champions this season. Space Station has already shown that it's paid off, but they fell flat in London. Optic Gaming still looking for their first win of the season. We are underway. Optic Gaming versus Space Station here, your grand finals at the HCS Atlanta Major.
Optic Gaming coming off the back of a hot win as well, with some of the flashiest plays that we've seen so far in this tournament. Space Station had to bide their time a little bit. Maybe it's going to take them a few moments to get that rhythm together, but off the break here, it's going to be Optic Gaming who have their rhythm broken. 3 dead off the rip, and Eco already getting that ball back to blue.
Man, what a pleasure to watch these two teams. Always a battle, and especially in a grand final with so much on the line, not just the cash prize, but also, of course, the bragging rights and the momentum for the rest of the season. Everything to play for here with these two teams.
Bound trying to escape. With this shock rifle in his hands, he is last alive here for SSG, so a really good break actually coming in from Optic Gaming to make sure that that oddball wasn't taken back to blue and significant time wasn't put up by SSG. Lucid, he's got his ankle protectors and his shin pads on and manages to stay alive through those shots coming in. Legend gets a pick. And that's going to put Optic on the back foot for just a few seconds. Dead Zone also going to fall. And maybe Lucid, who pokes back out, isn't going to be so lucky to get away with his life this time.
3 dead again. Trippy was your last player alive. And one thing that immediately stands out when you're watching this match is these two teams have earned their spot here. Sometimes when you get to a grand final, some teams have had an easier bracket. Maybe they haven't had to work their way as hard as their opponents. However, with these 8 players on your screen, you look at these names and you think, my God, they have had unbelievable tournaments, pop-off moments, incredible teamwork, and it's going to be a bloodbath. And you can tell that already because it's so low scoring early on. Only 13 points on the board so far in game number 1.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about low scoring. I think it's a combination of how good people are playing, but also just the respect, right? People realize they can't get that odd ball away without guaranteeing kills before they start to move that ball. Holding that ball is exactly what SSG are going to do right now. It's 4 dead for Optic. SSG with full control of this map.
They'll go into the lead as well. And like you said, slow and steady wins the race for SSG. They're now outslaying 16-8.
Looks like the A-spawns came in there for Optic Gaming. Maybe Legend just pushed up a little bit too far on Turbine. Maybe they were trying to force it, just didn't make the play off the back of it. It's going to be 2 dead thanks to the bullets coming in from the Bandit of Bound, as Optic did get those first picks, but weren't able to make too much of it. Bound trying to escape with the camo. It's going to be down in the pit. Dead Zone with a double kill, and that man has played some Halo today.
That's a big play there. They were just being outslayed 19-10, but that slowly inches things back in their favor, and it also, because of that double, leads to a camo grab here for Lucid.
Stella has that oddball in his hand, though. And he's rotating it away from the Optic Gaming members that he's aware of. However, here's the camo.
Wow.
There's Lucid with some great shots onto Stella. Oddball is still down, and there's going to be a trade up on the glass, which means the Oddball is going to be in a neutral position for now. Optic will scoop it up, as they do have a little bit of support. And now you have the shot in the hands of Lucid. And he can do anything, like we saw a little bit earlier with that sniper rifle. Well, this is going to be a good few moments for Optic.
I love that from Lucid. Look at the way he's moving around this map. There's so much to talk about there. Unbelievable with camo. Just jumps up to glass. There's 3 players there, and he just isolates the target so perfectly to make sure they get control. Now still with shock in hand.
Legend just gets fizzled a little bit there, but certainly not fried. Keeps his life for a few more moments. Just 1 point between these two teams at the moment. That ball is in a precarious position, as is Lucid. But Lucid just staying alive is taking the attention away from SSG. And Optic members elsewhere managed to pick up just a couple of kills. Bound now, he's on the flank. He's trying to force his way through Turbine. Eco's going to be pinching onto Dead Zone, who plays that ball back to batteries. And it looks like a reset on the map here for both teams.
Really nice from Dead Zone. Look, Dead Zone stayed alive the whole time as well. He played the ball and stayed alive to wait for teammates. That's a nice amount of time on the board, especially when Optic's getting outslayed by 8, yet they still lead. So far, it's been Optic who's been a little bit more efficient with the ball work.
2 dead on the side of SSG. Bound now going to find himself in a position where his teammates are down. And he's going to be joining them as well. 3 in a bed for SSG for now. Optic with a chance to maybe look for a 4 dead. And Dead Zone's going to fly. He gets the beat down. No trade on the side of Eco. And you would imagine with the ball being reset, there should be an opportunity to grab this. Maybe with that grapple he's got in his hand.
You expect it to be. Bound, by the way, on your screen. He's 12-5. And he's got a camo. Ooh, my. Trippy makes sure to neutralize that. That's a big, big finish. Trippy gets 2 as well, which could extend the Optic lead if they can get this ball off the stand.
Stella now last alive. Optic with another opportunity to get that ball back into pipes, and that's exactly what they are going to do. Trippy trying to force the pace. Trippy gonna take the 1v1, but Stella wins that 1v1, falling from the skies. He's the one who connects with that headshot first.
I mean, the confidence there from Stellar. Anyone who's played enough Halo Infinite knows that when you're dropping down from a catwalk there, that's not easy to refocus. Instead, he just drops back down with complete confidence in that Trippy 1v1 from a disadvantageous angle. And in the end, cleans that kill up. But still, like we said, 3 dead for the moment. It was essentially a 2v1 for just a brief second. Still 40-29 in favor of Optic Gaming. Game clock is what we're going to start to focus on here, Mark. Only 125 left.
Certainly are. Time's starting to slip away a little bit here. SSG will be more aware of that. But they're the team who have to make the moves. Bound to be taken down. Great shots coming in from Formal once more, but it is going to be Stella who gets that ball in his hands for just a few moments. But he's going to have to rotate away. I mean, we have the luck to have the outlines of where the players are going to be, and Stella does get chased down. So now Eco, even though he's trying to put pressure, he knows he has to try and pressurize this off ball, because otherwise the lead's going to get out of hand. Dead Zone in front of him. Dead Zone still in front of him. Dead Zone still in front of him and standing over his dead body.
The crowd likes what they see as well. Anytime you got to drop that ball first and still win a 1v1, it's a big deal. Stellar is your last player alive. As you can see, he's going to have spawners on long haul. This is going to be continued time for Optic Gaming, and now about a 30-point lead about to take place.
Cushion is starting to build here for Optic Gaming. It's been good control for them. Love the way that they haven't at any point tried to get scrappy with it. It's always been about control. If you're not sure, don't worry about that oddball. We have the lead in our hands. 4 dead for SSG, and now it is comfortable.
Boy.
This is going to be at least 10, 15 points more being added to the total of Optic.
This is big. They're going to be ready for these spawns as well. If they get the first pick here yet again, this might actually be the round here.
Formal jiggle peeking with Bound. Bound's going to have to back down. The shield advantage is certainly in the hands of the man on your screen right now. Formal turns around to finish off Legend bomb middle, and Dead Zone all the while is just holding that ball in his hands. Bound is stuck in the tower. There might be time for one more push from SSG, but if not, this is going to be the first round going to Optic.
Wow, unbelievable. 90 points on the board. Optic was trailing, as we said, by a 9-kill deficit. 2 dead again. Unbelievable. Optic Gaming goes into the slaying lead for the first time at the 94-point mark.
Stella with a desperation play, top goal, not going to be able to get anywhere near that oddball. And Dead Zone, who has had the easiest job in the world for the last 30 seconds or so, gets the first round on the board for Optic.
Unbelievable there. In the end, it's a huge point margin difference in that first round, despite it being, once again, as we said, a big close game in terms of kills. In the end, Optic outslays 48-44 after once again it being 29-20. Space Station lets that game slip away from them.
And another great round from Dead Zone, right? 73 points on the board. He had the most objective time by far in the lobby. Also had the most kills on Optic Gaming and the least deaths. That's how well he played that round. Dead Zone, he's been outstanding so far today.
He really has now. The opening, Space Station knows they need to bounce back in a very big way here. Formal gonna win that battle bottom middle. Now try to get his way back to elevator as well.
I think the concern for SSG from that first round was how they just felt like they were unable to really consistently break the setup that Optic Gaming had when they had that 4 dead situation. When Optic could take map control, SSG was struggling to even get the first pick in the situation to slow down the scoring. So SSG have got a lot to work on here. This time, they're not going to have to worry about the pipe setup for now. They're going to have to worry about the elevator setup, but they're also going to have to worry about Lucid, which they do so. Take the shock rifle out of his hands, and maybe that's the break they needed. 2 dead for Optic.
Stellar barely gets away, connects as well, and you never want to have this guy with the shock in hand if you're on the side of Optic Gaming. 4 dead for Optic Gaming, and as soon as Stellar gets the shock on height, look what he can do with it now. It will be Space Station off to another early lead, but they know that they need to play the entire round this time as they let that first one really slip out of their hands.
Bound did a good job as well, just making sure he collected that ball very, very quickly as well to get it back in towards the elevator for that setup. A little body shot from Dead Zone. Onto Dead Zone, excuse me, from Stellar. It isn't going to be enough to take him down, and now all of a sudden you're seeing it get scrappy. Optic have managed to really not let Space Station get a considerable chunk of time here. It's a very similar start to what we saw in round 1. Nobody wanted to overcommit for that oddball until the kills come their way. Optic find themselves with 2 dead, and there's 2 fresh spawners as well.
One thing I also got to point out is Bound stats. He's 18-13 now. A while ago, he was about 13-4 or so. 3 dead for Optic Gaming, by the way. So you could just tell that he's really putting pedal to the metal there in the end. His deaths have really crept up relative to his kills. Did everything he could at the end of that round to keep things close, but in the end, it was a dominant round win. However, Space Station now with a narrow lead in this second round. 3 dead. Stellar's last player alive on stacks with C spawners.
Yeah, this is really, really impressive stuff. I mean, Formal goes for that oddball, but his job there was to help Dead Zone get the camouflage. He did exactly that, and now Legend, having got his first pick, has no idea where Dead Zone has relocated. It's going to be 1 kill at least, maybe even 2. Stella's trying to give him the wiggles. That's a big kill going in the favor of SSG. Stella not willing to trade, only willing to go 1-0 in that fight.
The two teams, by the way, tied once again at the 64 kill mark. Interestingly, Stellar is leading the game with 21 and 15. However, once again, it has not translated to objective efficiency just yet. Dead Zone is the last player alive for Optic Gaming. This should be time for Space Station.
I mean, this was all Stellar, this run that we're seeing now, because he got that kill onto the camo player, had no right to do that, didn't trade the situation, flies back out, gets that first kill, then immediately recognizes next thing to do, get some more points on the board, and that's exactly what he does. Rotates it towards those teammates off spawn, picks up another kill. Stellar's doing it all at the moment.
Really doing everything he can there, tries to rotate the ball all the way to C. In the end, it does get cut off. You have to wonder if it was a bit of an over-rotate potentially. In the end, it was going to be Optic Gaming grabbing time and about to tie up the round.
Looks like Lucid knows of Eco's position there down on the yellow door. Needs it out, forces him back. And for all the good work we just saw from Space Station Gaming, now we are seeing the lead change. Optic back into the lead now, 33 points and rising. SSG get a couple of kills though. Lucid might get one here, but it's going to be a trade somehow from Stellar. Once again showing that it's not an easy kill when you're going up against the man whose name is Stellar.
Shake of the head there from Lucid there. It looked like a little bit of a confusing battle at the end of the sneaky there. The pre-nades looked good from our side. 2 dead for Space Station Gaming, and Eco's going to have to retreat just a bit as there's good pre-nades coming in from Control as well. Still a relatively low-scoring game. It's Optic up by about 10 here.
Camouflage is the focus for both teams at the moment. Lucid's going to get a pick. Lucid going to survive for just long enough, but Eco again with the right elbow to secure himself a kill. Formal now trying to get an angle on that camo. 2 dead for Optic, 1 dead on the side of SSG. It's going to be 3 dead now for Optic. This should be a camo pickup for SSG.
Stellar now with another camo and an opportunity to get back in this. Still, by the way, leads the game in kills. Bound only behind him. Space Station narrowly leading in the kills category, but once again, not able to translate into points on the board just yet.
Yeah, really interesting. Actually, that kind of worked out for Optic Gaming there. Constantly being able to challenge bottom middle means that SSG were never getting oddball time. The camo popping up at the time that they won that initial battle has allowed them to kind of keep it scrappy, keep it messy, and not let them get set up on the map. A 2v2 on the map turns into a 1 versus 2 in the favor of Space Station Gaming. Trick P is trying to survive, but his shock rifle takes a huge amount of damage, but not enough to take him down.
Finally, I mean, Shields have been flashing for what felt like 12 seconds. Finally gets his shields back and avoids the next grenade that might have been coming in. And God, you really cannot ask for a better matchup, right? As we talked about, these teams, by the way, still within 1 kill of each other in total slays. It's amazing to watch just absolute, as you say, strategic. My God, by the way, shots from Lucid there from the bat ledge, absolutely beautiful. Just really just strategic mastery from both teams, just trying to get the hold that they can. Optic Gaming still narrowly leading in round 2, 39-30. We'll see if they can continue it with a listening.
They're pushing tower. Yeah, weak, mango pit, and one on bottom tower. One shot bottom mid, one shot bottom mid. I'm gonna go gold, man, go gold. Yeah, already gold, they're already gold. There's 2 guys tower, and there's 1 guy gold.
Gold here, yep.
Good plays there.
You buy now, hurry inside though, hurry inside, guys. Only 1 guy gold, only 1 guy gold. Only 1 guy gold, get the gold. Yep, 1v1 this kid, 1v1 this kid, go.
Yeah.
1v1 this kid,
Go, he's on ball. One shot gold door, 1 shot ballage.
Neither to turbine.
1 shot ballage now, which is sitting ballage. 2 there.
Yeah. No, we don't really need to play in the goal. We should play for camo, honestly.
10 seconds.
I need to break out tower. Hold needles. We're gonna go. I'm gonna go lower. I'm gonna go on tower, guys. We're going
on tower.
We're trying to follow you up. C-plat weak.
I'm looking C-plat.
Might be ratting here.
Yeah, these guys are ratting.
Yeah, back salad.
Watch your village. One guy C-plat. One guy C-plat.
Back salad C-plat.
Gold door, one guy. C-plat.
Back salad lit. Back salad lit.
C-plat, 2 shot. I got bottom middle camo.
Long, back salad.
You missed it. Back to camo now.
Back to camo. C-plat on you, Tommy.
C-plat still. C-plat still and not single stack. Yeah, ball's rotating. 2 guys double.
Watch
your glass.
Am I gonna get out with camo?
C-plat. One shot glass on me. Looking glass. Looking at you.
Weird nade. I think you're weird nade.
Walking. Going blue pipes. Up tower, weak, bottom tower. One shot, tower. One shot, one guy. Just hit C-plat here. We should try to hit C-plat.
Yeah, 1 shot. Yo, silo.
Camo's here. Bottom middle. C-box is 1 shot. C-box is 1 shot. And blue tunnel. Live. Run up. Play the ball. Tower. Just toss it.
Alva comes back into the game. You're going to see the ball be played here, but while the listening was going on, SSG were busy picking up ball time. They now have their biggest lead we've seen so far in this game.
Absolutely, 3 dead though. We'll see if Bound can do anything in the pipes. He gets taken down to 4 dead. Eco is your first spawner, and an opportunity for Optic to get right back in this game. They trail by 20.
Pipe setup again is what they are looking for. Stella's the closest player forward, but there's 2 to try and deal with him, and Trippy's just going to stick him. And that's going to be good enough. And now a second kill will be picked up as well. It's a solid push coming in, but it's a bit of a flood. It's straight into those grenades from SSG and made those kills maybe a little bit simpler for Optic than they would have wanted. Dead Zone now leaves that ball behind. It's going to be picked up by a teammate. He's going to finish off the kill onto Eco, you would imagine. Ex-teammate going up against each other, and it's Dead Zone who wins yet another battle, which should create some space for his team.
Lead change here. Optic Gaming does go into the lead here with 30 seconds left on the clock now as they cross the 80-point mark. Not much left here.
See, the Shroud went down there on the camo jump as well. Maybe SSG trying to sneak forward, trying to coordinate a push here to try and break. No connection with the shock rifle, just the melee, and now you're seeing the rotate from Trippy, but there's a shock rifle at his back. He's trying to throw it out into a position where SSG aren't going to be able to do too much with it, but Eco is waiting. Eco is grabbing, and with just 8 points needed, Optic Gaming went 4 dead, and this is SSG's chance to turn this game around. One more push coming in. Formal going to be the first forward.
Here comes a push. Formal might win this 1v1 in the back. Single-handedly, 4 dead. What a push from Optic Gaming to close the round. They needed it. It had to be perfect, and they do it.
Optic Gaming will go up 1-0. What a push that was. No one fell. Everybody lived. And you've got to go back and watch that from the SSG point of view, because surely something's gone wrong there.
Unreal. Eco has the ball at back Hydro, thinking, okay, we've got a second. We're going to put some shots down. Formal says not so fast. By the way, Formal had damage on him when he flew into Hydro.
I was going to say, not enough though. Not enough damage. He's half shields, and the player behind him is full shields. Like, people can't get that quickly to an oddball carrier after a 4 dead without taking damage. Optic send it. Optic win it.
Wow.
And Optic Gaming will find themselves 1 up, and the first brick in a very long road is going to be laid.
Laid down indeed. By the way, Space Station outslays in the game. 103-100 in an oddball that they lose 2-0. Optic Gaming, not only objective efficient, but strategically efficient that entire game. And even though Space Station doing everything they can to largely control the map and the kills, was not enough. Very impressed with what we saw in both rounds from Optic Gaming, and also even had to string together another comeback there after being down by over 20.
And once again, you can see in the player cam there, you know, Formal wins that fight, and if you're a lip reader, you'll know exactly what he said in that situation. Stella had some really, I would say, flashes of brilliance in that game. But you kind of take it back to that last moment of the round, right? I need to see what happened, because it was very un-SSG-like to not have some sort of coverage to make that push more difficult.
And also very, I think, a kind of new era Optic-esque of the fact that they have not, historically, they are not a team that always flies in and does this, but they flew right in immediately. They didn't waste any time, and they're playing faster than you might say they ever have, and certainly looking very good in that game number 1.
I mean, this is the moment, right? I mean, 4 dead. You can see Stella gets taken down first. Dead Zone picks up a kill, Formal, Trippy. I mean, it's difficult to watch from the point of view of Eco, because Eco's done nothing wrong in that situation. He's grabbed the ball, he's rotated to blue, but before he knows it, he's got people flying at him, and he can't even get the play ball.
Also, you might have seen in the player cam, Formal actually exchanging some choice words down the line on the push alone. Stellar throws the head back and can't believe it. But man, Formal continues to be hyped. It's a beautiful final push from Optic Gaming. By the way, as we see this game on the board now at 2-0, that extends Optic Gaming's oddball recharge record this year to 6-0.
Yeah, 6-0 is perfect. What else do you want me to say about it? No surprise to see them winning that game type. Now we, though, change our game type, change our focus just a little bit. And when you're looking at those Atlanta stats from this tournament, when we're looking at Slayers, this is where SSG have excelled.
They really have. SSG on this specific map as well is 3-1 on the season. Optic Gaming, by the way, 3-3. So clearly, the gaming record overall for this game type specifically goes to SSG. We'll see if they can tie up the series with a game win.
So advantage to Optic, 1-0 in the series. And like we mentioned, it's a long road to a championship for them, but that is the first step taken. Game number 2, though. This is one where SSG have excelled, and they will want to answer back.
They certainly will. And SSG knows they really can't start to let these series slip away. The last thing they want to do is have to play a second best of 7 against a red-hot Optic Gaming. Lucid with the first camo of the game.
So Lucid probably thinking, hey, where's that shock rifle? We can prick that off the pad. And now this is somewhat of a problem. How do SSG play this one? Do they slow it down to the point now where they're trying to buy time for that camo to elapse in front of them? Or are they going to just try and formulate and flood one area of the map? Eco, well, he's going to find out where Lucid's standing. It's right on top of that pillar, and he's going to take your eyeballs out.
Interesting there. I really would have thought they played it a little bit more tucked in, right? Turtled up to not let a player like Lucid, who has camo shock, finally it dissipates, but to not let him even hit that first shot. In the end, though, they do keep things close. It's within 2.
Within 2, and even though he's not invisible anymore with that camo, Lucid still has that shock rifle, and he is dangerous enough with this weapon in his hands. Now you see pressure starting to be applied by SSG. They want this trade. It's not going to come in, and somehow this player stays alive. Eco is going to get one, Bound is going to get one, and even though Lucid picked up 1 kill, he's trying to retreat and keep this weapon in his hands and in his team's hands. Stella gets the final member that was in and around the loop, but it's going to mean we have a tied game. Lucid does escape, though.
Yeah, off of that tussle, it's essentially just SSG tying it in the end. It's a little bit awkward around loop as well as glass, the way the kills were exchanged, and that's actually going to be SSG going into a narrow lead here. Lucid keeping things close, though.
Eco's job in this game is to tell everybody where Lucid is standing with the shock rifle, because it's been twice now that he's peaked and been brained almost immediately. 10 to 10, we find ourselves. As Bound flies out, tries to get out and survive for a few more seconds. Lucid tries to do the same. Stella's going to chase him down, and it's a big push coming through on the LR from SSG. Trades coming through, but they're favoring SSG by the looks of things here.
Yeah, scrappy, and it's messy. Kills being traded back and forth throughout the entirety of the game, and I think it comes back to what you said in game number 1, Mark, as well, about the respect that these two teams are showing each other, and knowing that if they make the wrong choice, if they overextend just a bit, the other team will run away, riposte all the way up.
Oh my God,
What
Stella,
a
that
play
is
from Stella.
absolutely ridiculous. Camo eliminated.
Unreal. Very rarely do you see a repulse of a camo player like that, but leave it to Stellar to invent some new tricks, and the both shots from him looked good as well. Finally, he's taken down, but not before SSG goes into a 5-kill lead.
Those kind of kills are just, they're almost worth double, right? Because it's not just the kill without getting traded. You take the camo player out of the game, and there was a lot of time left on that camo as well. They'd only just managed to pick it up, and we know what a role you can go on if you get that power up in your control. So a huge swing moment. It's not a multi-kill, but it almost feels like it in this game as Trippy will fall as well. SSG find themselves 3 dead for the first time in quite some time, and that gap is starting to close ever so slightly as Optic chase them down.
They're starting to close indeed. Eco makes sure that he's not taken down as the 4th kill. We'll see what they're going to be able to do as they start to push out of the yard. Starting to formulate some kind of push, now only a 1-kill lead for the side of SSG.
Well, SSG do have that lead. The pressure is now coming in from Optic Gaming to try and collapse. You can see that they're all trapped at the moment. The Formal doesn't check his corners, and he's going to be taken down by Bound. And with Legend on your screen right now, it's a perfect time to jump into the comms with SSG. Let's jump in to a listening.
Where are we spawning them? They're spawning blue, I think, guys. I'm going nest. They're going to spawn in blue. I go alerts on a legend. I'm going alerts on a legend.
2 flowers, quick. 2 flowers. Blue ramp.
It's
2 flowers.
Blue ramp, 1 shot.
I'm going dip.
Low blue, weak. These guys are weak.
Push blue, man.
They know we're pushing. They know we're pushing.
3 guys in yard. One blue.
Flower side bound. One's driving to loop. One flower's bound. Yeah, LR weak. 1 shot LR. 2 guys, 1 shot LR. 1 shot LR still.
Flowers.
LR, 1 shot Snipestairs. I know. Snipestairs and soda, guys. Going for camo now. 1 shot on camo.
Yeah.
Top mid, Brady. 1 shot top mid. 1 shot U-turn. 1 shot U-turn. U-turn to get with camo, I think.
It could be.
Yes, 1 shot U-turn. Nice. I think there's. Do you get the blue guy?
You're in this corner.
I'm in LR. 1 shot thrust. 1 shot flowers. Nice. There, last guy.
You're spawn blue, 1 spawn blue, I think.
See, no,
Two blue.
No. Brett, look at everyone. Another one. Hotel. Coming down. Hotel weak.
2 shots. Market.
Hotel, right? Hotel weak. 1 shot hotel.
Let's watch on go.
Bottom mid. 1 shot bottom mid. Going dip. Dip to Zeke.
Garbage.
Zeke jumping up right.
2 shots.
They're both weak.
Hotel.
They're gonna be behind you guys. Trade us. Another one hotel. Top snipe 1 shot. And dip. You guys.
One shot.
Dip you guys.
Dip.
Blue ramp. Yeah, 1 shot blue ramp. Another blue. Back blue weak now. Good pull. On my flowers.
You get back to Birdie.
S4 4.
Yeah, you're trying to come here. I'm gonna nest.
Watch out.
Benches. I can look benches.
Go on top side.
Go on step in, Rick. Watch out, tap in.
Watch out, tap in.
What a run this has been from Bound, by the way. What a game this has been from Bound. He is slipping, he is sliding, he is challenging, he is outputting damage and cleaning up kills. 15 and 7. Bound finds himself as SSG now move within 9 kills of tying up this series.
I mean, unreal. During that listen, you and I were looking at each other and shaking our head, and we were thinking the same thing. The amount of damage coming out of this guy is absolutely unreal to now be double positive here in a Game 2 Slayer in a grand final. Unbelievable. Stellar also grabs the camo. 5 kills to go for SSG.
Stellar gets the kill as well, and they are getting cycled here, Optic Gaming. I think they know that maybe the writing is on the wall in this particular game type. Dead zone, he'll fall to Stellar. Camo still in his hands, just 2 to go as Legend adds another to the tally. He'll get 2. Stellar just looking for bodies, looking for the one to call the 50th. It's going to be Eco who secures it, and we are all tied up.
50-33 in a Game 2 grand final against Optic Gaming is a statement. We saw earlier on that they certainly had the statistical advantage in Slayers, but man, as we say, it can always be something different on Championship Sunday. This time it's Space Station absolutely dominating and shutting down Optic Gaming. They answer back in a huge way.
Yeah, very, very impressive gameplay from SSG. They came off the back of essentially a 3 or 4 dead situation. They were able to hit spawns, keep cycling the split spawns, and it was so difficult for Optic to get any presence on the map. And I love the aggression that we saw from Bound as well. Just spotted out that moment where he had the disruptor, he had a nade, spots out Trippy, just the end of the gun, might be a toenail, whatever it was. I think not only can I get in a position here to get this kill, because I've got the thrust, I can get out as well. And then everyone's attention is on me. The rest of SSG flood off the back of it. Bound turns his attention to new sets of spawners, while the rest of his teammates are still cleaning up the damage. Perfect gameplay coming in from SSG. And when you're watching Bound gameplay that looks like that, where he's in one fight, out into another, cleaning up this, cleaning up that, that's when SSG machine is rolling and it is looking like everybody is taking their responsibilities.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, how many times during that sequence and during that listening did we see Bound dealing damage to 3 separate players before disengaging, right? I mean, unbelievable. He was getting either 1 or 2 of the kills, making sure he was also dealing damage in 1 or 2 other places, and then staying alive. And that is so hard to play against when you're on the side of Optic Gaming.
A few of these clips at the start will be from the point of view as Lucid. This play, though, this play is kind of what felt like triggered the run that SSG went on. And you can see that even though the lead is ever so slight here, this is a situation where Optic find themselves 4 dead. And from here, they just got cycled, it felt, for about 3 or 4 sets of kills. Then you're seeing a 5 kill advantage from here. This is the kill we were talking about with that disruptor. Bound gets out with a double kill in and out of all of these fights. And Optic haven't moved off 25. And look at the score at the bottom now. It's around 28 to almost 30.
This was the end of that as well. We were staying with Bound that entire time as he hit the 15 and 7 mark. I mean, as you said, just really, really great control, and it leads to, when you have Bound doing things like that, it's easy for Stellar to grab the kill. By the way, Eco just finishes this one before Stellar even can, as really a deafening shock shot to the dome is how that game ended. Space Station fans excited for what they just saw on your screen. Also worth noting, game type wise, as we take a look, the last time that game type was played by each team, Space Station had 50-35 Rebellion. Optic Gaming had lost 50-45 to Pure. So that tells you that that definitely was a game type that was one-sided historically as well. And now getting ready for strongholds on interference is going to be a rapid pace of this game.
Well, let's look at this man's stats when it comes to strongholds. Incredible. First across the board in KD. First across the board in kills per minute. First across the board for deaths per minute as well. And I mean, you look at his damage differential per minute. I mean, hey, surprise, make it all first. Stellar has been phenomenal when it comes to strongholds for SSG.
If there were any other categories, it would be first as well. I think they just decided that you get the picture here of what's going on with this guy in strongholds. And it's a real special quality, right? Because I think you and I talk a lot about this very specific play style that you need to bring to strongholds. It's all about positioning. It's knowing when to trade. What are you holding? What are you forcing? And it's clear that Stellar knows exactly where he needs to be to set up around his teammates to make sure that not only is he staying first in those categories, but that they're putting points on the board.
Yeah, I always feel like we were talking about it yesterday, right? It's almost like a vision cone. Like everyone from SSG is always within the same vision cone. Everyone is able to access each other's battles or provide them with an escape route. And I feel like Stellar is so good at almost, if you imagine the man on your screen right now, Eco, being the center point of SSG, right? Like he's always within a distance to assist in that fight, to clean up that fight, to keep Eco alive. And the same can be said on the other side of things when you come to Bound, right? Bound could be that first guy. Stellar is always in a position to help clean up the damage. And it's positioning in a way that's just like non-traditional, because you look at map control, you look at top tower, you want to be top tower if you're main Slayer, right? Stellar recognizes that his positioning is based upon where damage is on the map, and he's so good at accessing that damage and cleaning it up before the player who took the damage has the opportunity to get the shields back.
Yeah, we got a chance to talk to Talik yesterday after Pure series against Space Station where they got 3-0'd, and we grabbed him and we asked him, we were like, you know what, it feels like SSG is always looking in the same exact direction, all four of them, and like you say, like a vision cone, and he goes, yes, bro. He's like, that is what it felt like the whole game, and it's amazing to watch. It almost feels like they also have this amazing, almost like teamwork where it's a tether, right? And they can't separate
Can't
from
go too far from each other.
Yeah, it's as if they have on their Spartans some kind of tethering where they will always be within the perfect distance to each other where the kills will get cleaned up. And the second they won't be, a player will retreat, right? Wait for help. It's unbelievable because of the speed of this game. You cannot overstate how difficult it is to constantly be exactly looking at the same priorities with the opponents that you have, especially in a team like Optic Gaming, but they're doing it.
Well, isn't it interesting we say that actually, because we were talking about how when we look at SSG, we feel like their skill ceiling is almost infinite, right? They can be, when things are working for SSG, you see a game like we just saw, where this insane level of communication, teamwork, skill, ability, but because it is so kind of precise, it means that the floor sometimes for SSG can be a little bit lower if things don't start to click, like we saw in London. So SSG at the moment seems to be hitting the height of their game. Optic Gaming, they took a little bit of a battering in that previous game, but now it is a reset, and this game type, we know all about it. This can be punishing.
Also worth mentioning here, it's perfectly timed because at the 1-1 mark here, tied up in the series, both teams come into this specific game type with a winning record in Atlanta.
Well, Bound looking to continue his good work from the previous game in the Slayer. Hey, peekaboo, there's another one. Manages just to take one down as well as some shields, but it's going to be Space Station who have control of B and C, and will be scoring momentarily. There's Stella, doing what he does best.
You had a feeling from Denzo's POV that might be what happens. Overshield up right now. Stellar knows he has one more battle to fight before they're able to grab it.
Optic at the moment, all trapped to A. Overshield is up, and look at this prioritization of targets coming in from Stella. Pressure completely onto the spawners here, and there's some more perfect shots coming in from Stella. Now he's turning his attention back home because he knows there's another kill for him. Lucid is dealt with, it's 4 dead. He takes down Dead Zone, it's a killing spree off the rip for Stella.
You and I are watching that, it's not even 4 dead, it's only 5 dead somehow. Right away, the first spawner gets taken down as well, and just like that, it's Overshield in hand, it's 42 points on the board, it's Space Station picking up where they left off.
It's a triple cap, and it is hurting Optic. It will hurt anyone on interference, and now you're going to see Formal in the 1v1, but Legend cheats because he has the Overshield, so he has a little bit of advantage, but uses it to make sure he guarantees the kill.
Just keeps dealing damage. This is the theme, by the way, from Space Station. Even when they've done a lot of damage on the map, they somehow pivot around, they whip around, they get to a new angle, and they deal even more damage. 78-0 off the opening.
82 and rising, and Legend has not died on the map yet. He's yet to die. And it looks like SSG are about to cross the 100-point mark. Maybe there might be an opportunity for someone to take him down, and finally he will register his first death of the game, but the pressure keeps coming in. Finally, Optic get a few kills on their side, and that's going to be all dead for SSG. It's Optic's time now to put some hurt to SSG.
Triple kill for Formal to slowly get back into this game, but I think Legend just died as the team hit the 100-point mark. I don't know how many times in HCS history a team has had 100 points on the board at this level, certainly not in a grand final, when you have a player who hasn't even died yet on your team.
Well, this is the problem for SSG though, right? It's like, hey, fantastic, great start. However, go 4 dead, and then you find yourself on the back foot, and there could be a triple cap coming your way. But look how well they have fought out of this situation. That was a 3 dead situation for Optic Gaming, even though they picked up the kills, and they've lost the Overshield as well. And Legend said, I've died once, but I have no plans on doing that again.
Wow, look at also a very late pop of the Overshield, brings it all the way down low, and then is able to just snag it and pop it a little bit late, which means they can continue scoring, and he's going to run these catwalks, wait for his teammates to spawn up, of course. Now Bound start to push as well on tower. It's 123 points on the board.
Like what SSG are doing here as well. They're not overextending, they're not giving any freebies away, and Lucid's going to fly forward, and Lucid, with a little bit of help from Formal, will negate that Overshield. Legend, that's your second death, and you'll remember that one for quite some time.
A little bit of a difference there, right? When you see an Optic player so far in this game look for more, they typically get taken down. When you see an SSG player look for extra damage, they somehow not only deal the damage, but they get out of it as well, or some teammates come to help as well. 2 dead for the moment for SSG. AB holds.
Stella with a heat wave. Formal with no shields. Formal should fall in the next second or so, you would imagine. And indeed, Stella's going to chase him down. Look at the pressure he's trying to keep on. There's a thrust, but even with that, Lucid shots are pure enough to make sure that that was not an easy kill. Optic trying to get control of A. Trippy winning the fight, but traded out by Legend, and 2 dead again for Optic Gaming, and Dead Zone can't control A as well. The reset's going to come in thanks to Eco.
Big from Eco. I'm glad you said that. Really the only player alive there needed to win that battle. Might not have looked that important on your screen. However, he wins that essentially in a 1v1 and now hits unbelievable pre-nades as well to keep Lucid in the back of bunker.
Almost as if he knew exactly where he was. The timing of that grenade was absolutely perfect from Eco. And even though it doesn't secure the kill, it keeps him out the stronghold, right? And that's how you win the game.
Space Station looking very different in terms of objective efficiency here in this game number 3 compared to that game 1. Right now they're outslaying 31-26, but much more importantly, 167-24. It's an A-B hold for Optic Gaming.
A-B hold. Good news for Optic though is they have control of the map. They have control of the inside as the overshield comes up. So now this is their chance to pressurize SSG, and there haven't been too many opportunities so far in this game for Optic to really stranglehold onto their opponents. It's a 2-dead situation for now. This should be 3 dead as Eco will get the kill, even though I thought for a second he got the stick, but Lucid managed to avoid that as well.
Okay, very nice job here from Lucid. Even going to use that last bit of overshield to start to engage, but most importantly for him and the squad, they will finish C, and it's now a trip cap for the first time for Optic Gaming. Wall 2, we're still dead.
They know where the spawns are coming in as well, because you can see the bound. He took a little bit of damage, had to retreat. They have the carbine blocked as well, so Lucid and Co now have all of SSG trapped over at the nest, and that's why you're seeing Stellar on his own. He's last player alive. It's Lucid versus Stellar. Stellar wins it, but he's lost alive with no shields.
It feels like it's that kind of weekend for Stellar, even though he does get taken out in the end. If he's in these 1v1s, he's hitting those shots and he's winning those battles. Now, it will not translate to control for SSG, as Optic Gaming will continue scoring on the AB hold, and they're right back in this game, but still a long way to go.
Gotta say, give a huge amount of respect to both teams, because there's been triple caps that have been in effect momentarily and a couple of kills that followed them up, but nobody's been able to hold it for a significant amount of time to really get out into a, I would say, a crazy lead where we're looking at the snowball start to roll. So congratulations to Optic Gaming and SSG. The triple cap hasn't hurt you too much, as Optic will continue to score.
And if we use the stats as a forecast tool, once again, Optic Gaming actually just went into the lead in the kills category, so they do still trail here by 40 or so. Excuse me, 70 points or so. We'll see if they can get back into this one. Formal is 13-7, doing everything he can to get the team back in this, but Formal, Stellar on the other side, as they fall 4 dead, is 14-11.
Now the question for that triple cap, you can see the Dead Zone's first priority is where are the spawns coming in? He's going to wait for damage here. He knows the bunker spawns are there. The A conversion is going to give that detail away. And now it's just about picking your time to strike. Eco in the 1v1. Eco will win it as well. Kills like that just stagger everything and give SSG an out to get back on the map.
3 dead. Lucid is your last player alive. You're going to see his top tower should be an easily 2v1 isolation. Yes, it does come in the end. Great team shots coming in there, and a great, once again, isolation. On the back, speaking of, back car spawns here. Space Station going to look to continue dealing this damage and going to look to control B. They will begin scoring again. Only a 50-point lead, though.
Yeah, another overshield goes to SSG, and Legend, though, the man seems to be spawning with it at the moment. Every time he goes to his POV, he's got an overshield to make his life a little bit easier, and now you're seeing overshield still in their hands. You're seeing a triple cap in their hands as well, and maybe the opportunity to win this game in their hands as well. Legend is hunting. Legend is looking for bodies. Blocking the spawns over at the bunker first, and now he's going to move forward.
Yeah, look at this, just ready for anyone who might push in. Looks like player's going to start to push a mid-haul push off the gaming, and Legend's actually going to even give his team that information. In a 3v3 on the map right now, 220 on the board for SSG. This is the home stretch.
Continual damage onto multiple targets coming in from Legend as well. Backing up while he's doing this damage, waiting for the teammates to come in. It's perfect. Damage output coming in from the Frenchman. 2 more players in front of him, does even more damage and somehow stays alive. He is one slippery customer, this Legend.
B now. Look at that reset, 241 on the board. Once again, Space Station showing no signs of slowing, only 5 points to go.
SSG with the lead, SSG with the hold. One more push maybe for Optic. They step inside of B. Couple of kills start to go their way, and they will convert. So the game will keep going, even with SSG just needing the 2 points. But Optic, I mean, it needs to be almost flawless from this point forward.
You got to think with the way SSG is playing, it is unthinkable that they come back in this game. All it takes is not even a good push, really just a single kind of offhand strongholds cap that would end this one. 248 on the board, 2 to go.
Eco hunts behind one and will get the kill. Legend got another as well. It's 3 dead for Optic, and this will be game going to SSG. They're inside of C, they're inside of B. The final points will tick up. And from 1-0 down in this series, SSG will go into the lead.
Closely fought once again in terms of the overall slays. Space Station outslays 54-50, which on paper you would think was a much closer game than we actually saw in the stronghold points category. As you say, SSG now takes the lead in the series.
very often you see the Green Wall fans being challenged. I kind of like what I'm seeing from the Spartan on the front of the stage here. And challenges happening on this stage as well. Optic Gaming, a few forward rails here as we look across the main stage. Two difficult game types to really get your head around. Sometimes when you find yourselves 3 or 4 dead on interference, you're probably thinking, hey, what's the next game type?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, also worth mentioning, SSG will now extend their streak on that game type. Undefeated, now 3-0 on the season as well. A game type they know well, and it really showed in that game as well.
That man thinks it's happened 2 times. He's talking about the 2 times this season that he wants to see SSG lift that trophy. And now with a 2-1 series lead, we'll take a look at some of the replays that we just saw. And I've got to kind of highlight a few things in this game and a few players in particular. Stella, again, I'm going to keep talking about him because the way that he converts damage into kills is world class.
Really is 18 and 13 in that last game with 10 assists, by the way. Second most assists on the team and also leading in kills. And you cannot ask for more from a player on your team in a grand final.
Yeah, very, very impressive. You look across pretty much everyone's statistics. I mean, I want to take a look at Legend as well, because we said that there was an early run that came in from SSG and it took a little bit of time for them, or for Legend, excuse me, to find his first death. He didn't have the best stats statistically, but the damage output that he was involved with led his team with 13 assists, and his control of the overshield, I mean, he was the pivot point for everyone to work around.
Yeah, tied for first most assists in the entire game. Lucid on the other side also with 13 assists, but as we saw, and you can even see on your screen right here, that final scoreline of 250 to 152. Just once again, I mean, it flips game 1 on its head because we were pretty concerned about objective efficiency from the side of Space Station. Optic Gaming was looking so good. In that game, however, it really became a very different story. SSG wins that handily, and they hand Optic Gaming another loss to now only be 2 games away from calling themselves the HCS Atlanta Major champions. King of the Hill Wi-Fi up next.
Let's take a look at some of the stats for this particular game type and map as well for both teams, because you can see that the record for Optic Gaming isn't the best. On the other side of things for Space Station, undefeated here in Atlanta. King of the Hill has certainly been a happy hunting ground for them, and something I think they've worked on away from this event as well, coming into this main stage match.
Interesting as well, because it's important to also look at this specific game type and not just King of the Hill overall. In this specific game type in 2024, Optic Gaming is 4-1, SSG is 2-3. Which tells a different story than King of the Hill.
It's funny how you can pick the stats to tell your story, isn't it? You got to keep big picture.
It really is. So if you just look at overall King of the Hill in Atlanta, I think you could say, ooh, this one looks like a Myco SSG. If we look at this specific game type, though, the records certainly indicate that it could be Optic Gaming tying the series. However, as we always say on a championship Sunday, it'll always come down to the moment. Can Optic Gaming do it here?
Maybe it's an indication of the hard work that SSG put into the game, away from the game, right? Away from the tournaments, in those scrims, in their preparation, in their VOD review, to make sure that weakness isn't something that's exposed here in Atlanta. Well, SSG, they're up 2-1 in the series right now. It's time for some King of the Hill. Stella has been out of this world so far in this tournament. Let's see if he can continue that form here in the next game.
And if you're on the Optic Gaming side, you're worried that Stellar's kind of hitting the final form, right? You really don't want to ever let him heat all the way up. It can get very dangerous. And off that last game, he might take the momentum and just really continue where he left off. The dead zone with a very nice shot there to take down Eco.
A little bit early time here for SSG, but the delayed camo spawn is going to meet a little bit of attention, moves away from the hill towards that. Dead zone going to have a line of sight on it, but first of all, he's got to deal with Bound, who is flying, it's Stella, who is flying forward. Almost expected that to be Bound with the way that Spark was boogieing. It's actually going to be Bound who's going to collect the camo, and Stella has the snipe, and Formal just found that out for himself.
It's true, it's scary with the movement on SSG, isn't it? If they were all wearing the same armor, you'd have no idea, because they tend to all fly into areas at just breakneck speed altogether. Here's the pushback green from SSG.
SSG looking to pick up the kills before they step into that hill, using this camo to its max. I know he's here somewhere, but somewhere ain't good enough sometimes. But look at the play from Optic, by the way. Optic are giving as good as they can on this hill. It's not going to be an easy break for SSG. Dead Zone's still inside that hill, and Lucy's trying to support him. Stella's probably thinking, hey, where are these Optic Gaming members coming from?
It's wild, the percentage plays that Stellar looks for, right? The fact that he goes Nest Bridge and knows he's going to hit that body shot to clean up the Nest player. Just a lot of high confidence plays coming out of him. But so far, it's paid off for Optic Gaming. As you said, a really good hold there on the pillars and sandbags angles that they took, and now only moments away from closing out the first hill.
Yeah, they've done a really, really good job. I think it kind of started with the hold that they had when that camo was in and around the hill. They picked up a couple of kills. They spawned in the big door. They managed to fly out and keep contesting. And now you're seeing them step inside the hill with SSG 2 dead. This could be the first point for Optic. They convert. They're up 1-0.
Really, I think SSG got surprised there on that last angle. I think Stellar thought he was going to walk in. Once they got the nest kill, generally, once you get that kill, you can get breaks on back green. You can get breaks on sandbags, on pillars. Instead, Optic Gaming really great timing on their team shots specifically to hold down that angle, shut down Stellar, and then eventually close out the first kill as well.
Battle for the rotation is now our next point of call for both teams, as the tower hill is where we will be heading. 3 dead for SSG. Optic looking extremely focused in this game. Haven't really put a foot wrong so far. Even when they didn't get that camo, they were securing hill time. In the meantime, Eco's going to wait for them, and I like that from SSG. Yep. Wait for the flanker, wait for the scammer, pick up your kill.
I like that a lot. 1v1 here. I think Dead Zone's still alive. If Dead Zone's actually going to pop the camo, we'll see if he can stay alive. Big help coming in. Dead Zone eventually taken down. A nice double kill. It will make things 2v2 on the map momentarily, but I agree. It's a really great heads-up play there from SSG. I think when we were on Trippy's screen, everyone was thinking, ooh, is Trippy going to get away with this with a house flank? Flank window and scoreboard? Not at all. Eco looks it right away, checks big door, gets the kill, and makes sure that things stay even here on the second hill.
Green gun for Chip. Trippy's going to make the kill onto Bound a little bit more simple than if he didn't have it. Hits the green bolt. But look how fiercely contested this hill is, right? Nobody has had an elongated period of time with their toes inside of it. Maybe Lucid with his sniper rifle can change that in the favor of Optic Gaming. Bound has the visor cracked, and then he has the skull follow it afterwards. There's a little bit of a zoom in, as Lucid maybe is creating the space for Optic. They are now 2/3 of the way to capping this hill, and it's been thanks to the sniper rifle in the hands of this man.
Yeah, I mean, this team looking very good on this game type, like we said. Just not missing shots here, gonna get some help, and that's 3 assists in a row. Beautifully done, just dealing all the damage that he needs to, and they're moments away from closing out this second hill.
And Lucid's playing his best. This sniper rifle looks so whippy. It's such a high sense player, high acceleration. It's so fun to watch him do what he does, but Optic Gaming, even though they've had a huge majority of this hill, have fallen at just the wrong time to call it their own. SSG do break, and now they have to hold.
As you said, Formal not able to get a trade or even pivotal damage that would have helped the spawners. The timing wasn't there, so Optic Gaming is going to need to formulate an entire push. They've got one, certainly, at minimum, probably 2 pushes here to try to make this work and close out the second hill. No QT there for Stellar. That means the first kill will go to Optic.
Yeah, no damage either coming in from Stellar, which is very rare in those situations. You get caught off guard ever so slightly, which has made the push for Optic a little bit more simple to take care of. Formal will find one onto Legend. Bound has taken damage himself. Lucid's up on that tower. And even though Bound does get the kill with the trade, Dead Zone's still here, still causing problems. But look at SSG, they're flying across the map. This has been such a staggered push from both sides that now the spawners are involved.
Yeah, really interesting. Just a chess match between the two teams, right? Just slowly, as you said, knowing that they didn't want to take the damage. It took so long for Trippy to even leave the nest boxes there to actually go into tower because he wanted to play very selected angles to avoid cuts as well as dummies. In the end, the first kill on the next rotation, first 2 kills on the next rotation go the way of Optic Gaming, and they close out the second hill as well. A lot of mental battle there, and really just, as you said, a slower push than usual. In the end, it's Optic Gaming that gets the upper hand. They get the second hill as well.
Really important this for Optic Gaming as well. Having lost the last 2 games, you need a bit of confidence and momentum to swing back your way. Securing the first hill, a good way to kind of level the mentality. Securing the second one makes you believe once more that you're in this series. For now, though, they have to focus on breaking again. As SSG have won the rotate, they had 3 dead momentarily, and Stellar, this time you get the feeling he's not going to go through a fight without doing some damage.
Yeah, just like you said, so rare that we're on Stellar's POV. Essentially, him getting taken down led to a long series of events of what then led to Optic Gaming taking that second hill. Optic Gaming, by the way, narrowly outslaying at this stage of the game, just 37-36. Every single game, they have been neck and neck in terms of kills.
One man who's having a great game again is Dead Zone. He has been so impressive so far, and the kills are stacking up in his favor once more. Unfortunately, he's going to have to take a death this time around, as his stats will now change from 12-6 to 12-7. And Stellar, he's looking for more. He's going to find Formal off guard, doesn't want to trade this kill, and won't. It's 4 dead. As Bound picks up a couple himself for SSG, they're starting to have a little bit of a grip on this hill.
SSG not out just yet. Going to look for that sniper top middle as well.
Enemy about to
And only if they get the first pick here, especially the first 2 picks, this will be their hill.
They get the kill onto Dead Zone. Eco's watching bottom middle. Stellar gets another one as well, and you get the feeling that even though Formal has found one, this is going to be a 2-1 game in the next few moments. That's exactly where we find ourselves. The SSG get that hill on the board, as now we move to the mud hill, and for Eco, he's got the snipe and he can break this open.
Also worth noting there that Optic actually did go for the stop and now they find themselves 3 dead yet again. Back-to-back 3 deads because they tried to fly in and get the stop on that. You have to think it's a high-risk, high-reward play in the end. Now it's going to lead to still 3 dead. More time on the board here for SSG, and they're going to look to tie up this game.
Eco probably just saying to Legend, hey, jump in the hill, buddy. I got that sniper rifle, although this is a pretty good spot to snipe, especially towards green, but this angle is difficult, and he decides that if there's one thing I've learned from the previous series, learning what happens when you let Lucid catch a sniper rifle, I'm not letting that happen again. It's a double kill for Bound though. While the action moves away from the hill towards back green, this man, he's looking for more, and he's gonna get it as well. It's another kill for Bound.
4 dead for Optic Gaming, 3 of them coming from Bound. It's amazing to watch him play. The shots, the only way to describe those shots are crispy in all of those battles. Beautifully done, beautifully executed. And with that swing of play, Space Station will now go into the lead, 51 to 45 kills.
Half that hill is theirs as well. Push is coming in on the pillars. They know they have to deal with Bound, but look at the damage. Even with no shields, he peeks out, he prods out, he gets 3 shots into Lucid to make the cleanup a lot more simple for the rest of his teammates to take care of. And SSG stand back in that hill once more.
Optic is really just in the blender here. Anyone who's been watching the kill feed as well as the top left of the screen, you've seen Optic with 3 to 4 dead 3 times in a row. Maybe Lucid can slow this one down. See if they get back to control the map.
Decides to take the 1v1 with Stellar. It's brave and it's confident, and luckily for him, Stellar just didn't get that first shot. It wasn't perfect from Lucid, but the 6 shots was enough to get that kill. And Optic finally have managed to get semblance of map control. And you're right, it's the camo that's allowed them to do that. It's not just the kill, Andy. You got to think, SSG are thinking, where's that camo?
Stellar again. He gets it this time. Stellar wins it. You challenge him a second time, 4 dead, by the way, and you have to think this is such a big hill, not just for this game, but for this series. If this goes 3-1 Optic versus going 2-2 SSG, this could really determine how these next few games go.
Optic gonna have one more stab at this one. Bound is gonna challenge. Stellar's gonna get the kill, and it will be 2-2. SSG inside of that hill, call it their own, and now we turn our attention to top middle, and with Stellar looking to get on top of that tower, this kill could be massive from Lucid, but Eco keeps his teammate alive.
How about Stellar doubling back to take down Lucid the second time, huh? You know, fool me once is what Stellar says. He comes back down to challenge that battle again. Of course, it's a pivotal battle to break there in mud.
Oh my Stellar!
Unbelievable shots, unbelievable play coming from him. Finally, he's taken down, but not before some progress on the board in the hill, as well as a few kills to his name.
Now Legend's winning the individuals as well. Jumps up and gets above the body of Dead Zone to land the bonk onto the top of the head, and Bound's got a sniper rifle as well, so this is not looking good for Optic Gaming right now. Tower control owned by SSG, hill owned by SSG, and Bound is standing with the big stick, looking to peel anyone who dares to poke.
Yeah, this is not an easy push. Against other players, it might be easy to fly
in.
Oh,
sweet Jesus! That is a shot and a half, and he gets the beat down as well on bottom middle. Can't quite convert it into a nice looking double kill, but it's going to be enough for SSG to stay inside of this hill and call it their own. SSG up 3-2 now.
How about Bound just, I mean, that's how much of a threat he is. Nobody even wants to look top mid. No one goes sandbags. No one wants to go see flat or bottom tower because they know you're going to get absolutely peeled by the sniper rifle of Bound. That's what he does, getting that kill, and as you said, getting the melee as well. He's getting a kill, getting another player no shield. That paves the way for them to get the 3rd hill. Mind you, they were just down 2-0 here off the opening. It's an unbelievable comeback from SSG.
And for all the impressive things that Formal has done so far in this tournament, he's been one of the standouts for Optic. This has not been a standout game statistically. 9-21 for Formal. Needs to find a few more kills to get his team back on level footing when it comes to those slays. And with 22 seconds left in this game, you have to wonder, are SSG thinking time? Or is that going to allow Optic to step inside this hill and send us to a decided hill?
2 dead, Formal with the camo game in his hands, 3 dead. He's the last player alive. This is dicey and dangerous. You have to think there's no way out for him. What can the spawners do? It's going to be too late. 9 seconds left on the clock.
Formal knew they needed to get near that hill, but I wonder if he just could have bought a few more seconds of time, and
that's it.
It's going to be SSG now who do close out the final moments of this game. It's a turnaround in their favor, and Space Station Gaming now 1 map away from being your champions.
How about Bound? 24-16 in that game. We've been talking about him all weekend, and for very good reason. Amazing numbers from everyone on SSG. Total kills go 76-61 in favor of Space Station, and every single player going positive or even on the side of SSG.
Isn't it fascinating sometimes how a player can have a reality check and come back, and that fire that they have because of, they knew they let someone down. They knew they let their teammates down. They care so much about the success of not just their own careers, but that of their teammates, that they come into the next event and just look like a different beast altogether. Bound has been phenomenal so far this tournament, but it's difficult to say anyone on SSG that hasn't been.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable play from them. Also, to lose game 1 the way that they did and now bounce back in this. Let's also not forget in that last game that we just watched, they were down 2 hills. It's just showing that they have brought a different level of resilience to this grand final, and they're looking like a completely different team than they were in London.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one more game to go, right? One more game to go. For Optic Gaming, they're probably thinking, we need to try and send this a little bit deeper. We need this next game, otherwise we're not going to get an opportunity again. And this story of the second place curse, well, it's going to continue to be told. So a big game for Optic Gaming. They want to really try and pressurize SSG and say, hey, we're here for the long game, not just for another grand finals appearance. We'll take a look at some of the replays here. It's a great start by Optic, fantastic start by Optic, but it was the mid-game that belonged to SSG.
It really was. I mean, and look, also just so dominant the control, right? I think if anyone was placing bets at the early point of that game or the mid-game, they would have said this game is going to Optic Gaming, but also Optic there, after that first hill got capped by SSG, they fly in late, and it was a low probability stop on that hill. I think they even knew it. And I was worried when I was looking at the numbers. There's another sequence here from Bound, which was absolutely fantastic. I believe he even picked up more after that. But Optic Gaming spent the next few spawns in a 3-dead blender because they flew in to try to stop that hill late. And you have to think maybe a different game if they don't just try to get that stop.
Yeah, it's one of those things you look back on, right? In hindsight, it's always 2020. You're like, maybe we shouldn't have done that. But those decisions and that work you feel like it should have been done beforehand, right? That shot from Bound, by the way, was pretty much the one that secured that top middle hill, and then it was just a case of biding your time, let that clock do the work for us, see the game out, and put yourself one map away from your second championship this year.
2 things jump out, like you said. First of all, Bound on the first day when we heard him in the interview, just a really amazing response from him, very mature response, saying, I take full responsibility for the London performance, we're going to change that. We'll take a look at the series layout now. It has been all black and gold for the last 45 minutes or so. Space Station Gaming winning three games straight, and they now put themselves 1 game away from calling themselves champions here in Atlanta.
And the thing is, it's the Slayer again, right? And Slayer has been SSG's forte. When they have played well in tournaments, when they have won tournaments, the Slayers have been a strength for them. And here's another example of it, right? This is what we saw in map number 2, 50-33. The Bound KD in that particular game.
I mean, come on.
It almost looks like incorrect data. You know what I mean? Like, it's that high.
I mean, a 2.29 going up against a team where no one was able to even go positive. These are unreal numbers, 16-7 from him. Of course, 2 players above the 4K damage mark as well. Unreal numbers there. Like we said, nobody going negative in that game either. That seems to be a theme for the side of Space Station Gaming across the last few games.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at those stats, you're probably thinking, hey, it's time to pack it up if you're Optic Gaming because of how one-sided they are. But this is a different map, a different game type, different elements to play around. You've got the Stalker rifle to play with, you've got the Bulldog, you've got the Shroud, you've got that camo as well. There's a lot to work with for Optic Gaming on this map and a lot of opportunities for them to go on a few runs. Also, I feel like Streets is a game type you can slow down a little bit sometimes. You can play some nerdy corners, you can really catch opponents off guard, and Optic can set a few of those traps that they love to. For SSG though, you can see the focus is, get me into this game, let me near that trophy, and let me lift it above my head once more.
Yeah, and once again, we'll look at this specific game type stats here in 2024, which I think is important for map number 5. Optic Gaming is 2-2 in Slayer Streets. SSG is actually 1-3, so significantly losing record.
Yeah.
And even though we just looked at the Slayer stats from game 2, this specific game type, on paper, right now, leans in the favor of Optic Gaming. The question is if they can get it done. Once again, we said the same thing about King of the Hill Live Fire, and SSG showed that those statistics weren't as important. SSG fans in the building want to see another win here, and if we just won more, they can raise that banner even higher.
Something to remember for everyone who's in the crowd. You might be a bit of a dejected Optic fan right now, thinking, oh, not again, not another second place. Take yourself back to Arlington, right? Take yourself back to Arlington. And the flip side of this happened, right? SSG, they went down early in the series. They took a little step away from the stage. Yep. They came back and all of a sudden looked like a completely different team. That's exactly what Optic Gaming have just done. Stepped away from the stage for a few moments. They're back on the stage right now. You can see they're having a little talk together. They're trying to iron out a few things and maybe just a little reminder of the belief that needs to be installed. Lucid is holding court right now and probably saying to his teammates, hey, we're here for a reason. We have fought, we have clawed, we have done everything we can to get back to this grand finals position. People didn't think we'd get here. Right. Well, let's go and win a championship.
Exactly. They know there's still a long run ahead of them. As long as they can put these games together, it will be a big task in this grand final number 1 if they want to force us to a game number 7, but that's exactly what they are going to look to do here.
Who are you looking at as to be the game changer for Optic here? Who do you think is going to be the man who has to step up and really drag the troops through this next game?
I think it's got to be Formal for a few reasons. One, we've seen the games where he pops off this weekend. This team gets to new heights. I think we've also seen him trading that out with Lucid. However, when Formal hits new heights, he was dropping 21 to 9s earlier in the tournament. We'll see if he can do that. Secondly, name a better duo than Formal and a big game on Slayer Street.
Yeah,
right? We've seen it before. We've seen the highlights. That's the question for me. I think the X factor is Formal. We'll see what he can do in this game.
Formal runs the streets a lot of the time. We're going to have to see if he can do it again here. Optic Gaming need this game to keep this grand final going. For SSG, one more map is all they're going to be saying to each other. One more map, and we can claim our second championship of this season. Stellar the POV to start with. Let's see what happens.
Could be the last game of the tournament here. If Space Station Gaming is able to close it out, that's exactly what Stellar and Co. are going to look to do in your Game 5 Slayer. No advantage off the opening here. First one will go to SSG.
Lucid absolutely flies into trap there with the Bulldog, and it's going to be 1-1. As Formal now going to have the 1v1 and take the trade. So a couple of dead on either side momentarily. A slight lead on the side of Space Station. As Eco is just anchoring here at the back of the tram. Camo's going to be coming up. That's why you're seeing a little bit of respect. Dead Zone's going to fly down the middle of the map, and that's going to be 2 dead. All of a sudden, SSG find themselves up by 2 or 3 kills. Bound's going to get that camo, I'm pretty sure, and SSG, they win the opening rush, and now they've got some toys to play with.
Camo indeed. We'll see what Bound can do. To be 6-3 here is really dangerous territory for Optic Gaming. They and a Bulldog, as you said, in the back pocket as well. We'll see if he can continue this score streak, just slowly dancing around. You can tell Optic trying to eagle-eye the Camo.
Couple of bullets in from Bound, just make sure that he plays his life. Most important thing for him to do right now is get in a position to get a kill and not get traded, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He gets 1, he gets 2. It's perfect use of the Bulldog Camo combo. And let me tell you, that bite, that hurt Optic.
I love the bottom mid route from there. It looks like they're going to clean up this one as well. Should do. Yes, Legend in the end cleans it up. That will be 3 dead for the moment there for Optic Gaming as Space Station goes into a 10-5 lead. I love the route there. Sometimes you can get away with that without Camo, but going bottom mid, Bound says, actually, I know there's a back door to this one, and I'm going to come in and get both kills and tires.
Legend looking to be the first up here to take an engagement, and take an engagement he does. Dead Zone gets trapped on those B stairs. And now it wouldn't surprise me to see SSG try and flood through the arcade, or maybe they're just going to wait for another opportunity. This man, with a bandit in his hand, doesn't miss too many bullets, and he's making Optic pay. Now it's time for some assault rifle action. Add a little bit of spice to the recipe.
2 dead here for Optic, and Legend just going to hold down the driveway. 14-6, and SSG right now doubling their opponent's score. Let's get to a listening with Space Station Gaming.
Keep in bottom. Hurry up. Could be your spikes.
Spikes. You're fell down. Just going. Front seat.
He's breaking.
Chasing Legend, guys. Weak. He's nervous, bro. Nice.
They have camo, by the way. Could be on you.
Engage, bro.
They could have camo shot.
Could be spikes on.
E Street.
I'm getting up.
Is it going to come?
Are we watching bottom C? I'll watch Ivy.
Yeah, I'm watching bottom C.
Red room, come chicken.
Might jump Ivy.
F still.
We're watching bottom C, right?
One type. Yeah, bro. Look how much right. B-roll. I shot him once. No B-roll.
You want shot?
You're good. Just take your time. Nothing front C. Front C now. Kevin, you have the name. Watch out for trash. Watch out for trash, B. You go.
Right now, Brandon here.
Watch out for the jump. Watch out for trash. One. The other one. Could be safe.
Yeah, we don't play off that. We don't play off that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one trash going down to B. One is going down to B.
Come to you.
One is going down to B.
Going heaven. I'm posting now.
Yeah.
They
could have launched it.
Top of your stock.
Okay, good call. Arcade's really weak, actually. Backed up ice cream. No, they haven't.
Drive 2 B side, guys. We can
getting
trapped.
You're be weak. And driver. 2 shot B stairs.
They have stock. They have stock. You said, right?
Yeah. Yo, I'm gonna play long.
They might push me. I'm 1.
Be weak.
You can go bottom. Careful.
Sitting driveway. One guy in B, guys. They're just
one more P. Shot it. One more P. ATM. Could be ATM.
Arcade and tires.
Yeah.
Guy in tires to laundry, I think, guys.
Okay,
bottom is Chinese.
Died.
Tires from
Tires
and plants.
Dead.
No. He's plants back up to B.
Both there.
They push shot.
Tires.
Guys, a shot to your left. Nice
Legend.
The shot.
Still tires.
Come on, 10.
Tires, I think.
No, watch out, B stairs. Come on, watch out, Ivy. Watch out, 2 shot Ivy. 2 shot Ivy dead zone. Yeah, guys, come on.
I can't look at it. Might
push that in.
Ivy in bottom C weak.
He dead in?
He's front tower. Watch out, front tower. Dead. Oh my god.
Left camo.
He's gonna go B stairs with it. They have Shoddy. Shoddy was driveway last scene.
See if he comes benches.
I'm watching front.
Watching bottom mid and benches.
Driveway.
Over here, laundry. Come on. I should have marked. He's weak.
He's in tires. Plants. He's plants.
Yeah, weak. Plants in arcade weak. Arcade weak.
One shot B stairs. One shot B stairs. Camo, I think. I don't know. I don't know.
It was trippy.
Pulls on me tires.
Yeah,
Shoddy. Yes, Shoddy. One shot. Nice. MP.
Bottom, two shot spikes, Legend. Nice.
Two dead.
On you, Kevin. Yeah, breaks.
Tires.
He's breaks, Legend. Breaks.
We got PD on me.
I spot see the all B.
Back on me. One dead.
I spot see the all B.
Shoddy. Repulse down back there, Brennan.
I'm just seeing your B set. One could be, bro.
This one PD.
Could be more trash.
Tires, the laundry weak.
Okay. It's still B, yeah?
They're B-side, Brennan.
Should still be B.
Careful, you should make them. I have shroud.
I'm just sitting C. I'm just sitting C.
Trying to help bound. They're calling me out, actually.
Nothing about driveway.
Go back PD.
One's bedroom.
You have plants? Did not push, Brennan. One shot plants.
One shot
plants. I'm going.
One's arcade. He's spinning back to after that. Stock.
Stay aggressive. SSG out of the listening into the game and almost on their way towards another championship, it feels. Optic Gaming feel like they're on life support here.
I mean, amazing comms coming in from the entire side of SSG for that extended listening. Just getting to hear how they break down all these plays, all these situations together. You heard the small talk, you heard them encouraging each other when to push, when to back down. It was beautiful communication, and it's 3 dead yet again for Optic Gaming. 35-21 for Space Station Gaming in what feels like is starting to become a victory lap.
We've talked about Bound, we talked about Legend, we talked about Stellar, right? 36 kills on the board for SSG. Eco has only died twice in this game. It's the Kevin Smith show here, and he's looking to lead his team forward.
Unbelievable. Camo popping here. Maybe the last hope, to be honest, for Optic Gaming because they're 3 dead again, but you have to think they do not have where they need to be on the map. Dead Zone was your last player alive. You have spawners coming in from back A, but it should be a camo grab for SSG as well.
Could they be winning this with a steak dinner? It would be the ultimate destruction of Optic Gaming and the ultimate way to go towards another championship for SSG. Eco stays alive again. As I say that, he will forward. SSG will find themselves 4 dead. Now, this has to be special. It has to be something that we haven't seen in quite some time when it comes to comebacks. But they have the tools to do it here. They have SSG trapped. They have the camo in the hands of Formal. But this is going to have to be back-to-back-to-back squad wipes.
So interesting there that the camo still went to Optic, to be honest. It was 4 players dead. Dead Zone was the last player alive, and now slowly getting the kills they need. 3 dead. Last player here is going to be Bound. See if they can track him down as they slowly try to get their way back into this
Bound's
game.
still alive. Bound got out of there. They could not. Bound, look at this. He gets the kill onto Dead Zone as well. Bound doing his best example of how you can turn streets into a jungle gym, and now you're going to see Formal take it down as well. It's 5 to go for SSG.
Legend's happy with the trade there, without a doubt. 4 to go for SSG. Bound is holding forward, not wanting to back down whatsoever. Gets the kill as well. 3 to go for SSG.
SSG marching towards another championship. And you have to say the bounce back has been beyond impressive. From disappointment in London to a grand finals here against Optic Gaming in Arlington. They now find themselves back in a grand final once more. This time, it's in Atlanta, and this time, it's going to be theirs to take again. 49 kills, 1 to go for SSG. Who's going to get it? Legend's on the hunt.
Last player alive, Legend. Going to wait for his teammates here and then start to formulate a push. Here he goes, holding forward.
Dead Zone's in trouble. Dead Zone will fall, and Legend will get the final kill. And the bounce back is complete for Space Station Gaming. Their 2nd championship this season in the Halo Championship Series. And the bounce back from the disappointment in London is complete.
And how about the yell from Legend you saw on the player cam, right? He pops off. That's a man who's tasted land victory once and then started to feel a 4th place finish, and he wanted that back, and he wanted it bad. The entire Space Station Gaming team shows up in a huge way. Space Station fans as well here in Atlanta as they now focus on the trophy ahead of her.
Give it up for Space Station Gaming Atlanta, your champions here. All the way through the winners bracket to that grand final. And a dominant performance to win it.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, make some noise for your Atlanta champions, Space Station Gaming! Let me come on up in here and talk to the boys real quick, because what a win this was. Stellar, talk to me about what this win means after the woes in which you guys had last event to come in here. How does it feel to be back on top?
It feels amazing. I mean, we were disappointed after London. It was definitely a fluke event for us, and we all know what we're capable of, so coming out and winning today, it means a lot.
You guys definitely did lock in, okay? We know what this squad was capable of, and you guys fulfilled it yet again, get another championship. Now, I want to talk to your teammate, Bound. Now, you know, even when it came down to Stellar, a lot of people was even talking down on him a little bit. Talk to me about how crazy those allegations were and how happy you are to come out on top and get another victory.
Yeah, I mean, London wasn't our best showing, definitely my worst event of my career. I think everyone kind of counted us out. I mean, after London, I was pretty much on the game all day, every day. I fucking love this shit. I don't know. Feels fucking great to prove people wrong. Get another one.
It definitely does feel great to prove people wrong, okay? And you guys have done it yet again. Move on down the line. Okay, I got Captain Eco in the building, big brain himself, man. Talk to me about what this tournament was like for you and the squad, and how does it feel to get this win?
I mean, this tournament was amazing, honestly. Look, we actually put in so much work previously, and I think it showed up.
It definitely did show off here, okay? Atlanta, did their hard work show off? Truly did, okay? Now, come on, let's make some noise for Legend, all right? The man who carries EU on his shoulders. You get your second win. The first was awesome, but talk to me about how the second one feels.
I mean, I'm very happy because like we proved people wrong. Like no one saw us winning this. We had like one bad tournament and like everyone forgets like how good we are. This win is good, but we're gonna put the work in for the next tournament.
All right, okay, he said it's not over just yet. All right, Salt Lake City coming up, and the team wants to come away with that dub. All right, let's talk to Coach, okay? Coach, you won a lot of these, but I know this one feels special. Where does it rank up there?
Definitely a great one. These guys are incredible. I'm just honored to get to like be a part of it with them, so definitely a solid one.
Definitely is, okay? Now just kind of talk to me about what you guys went through from the last event here, and you know, how does it feel that everything in which you guys worked on came to fruition?
Yeah, I mean, London was a big disappointment for us. We knew we weren't playing even close to our best, and the team competition is so strong. I think that's demonstrated here especially. But, you know, we'll enjoy this one tonight, but it's on to the next one.
It is on to the next one. It's your home event. Now, lastly, I want you to say something to the fans here and close us out here. What you want to say to these amazing SSG fans in the crowd?
I mean, you guys are literally the best. Shout out all the fans, the staff, the org, everyone that couldn't make it here as well. We appreciate you all, and make sure you guys show up in Salt Lake.
You heard them. Make sure you show up in Salt Lake for SSG's home event. One more time, Atlanta, make some noise for the champions, Space Station Gaming!
It was as if it was written in the stars, and those stars on the stage were shining awfully bright. Space Station Gaming are your Atlanta Major champions. Another win on the board. A big question coming into this major was, will we get a third different champion? Space Station Gaming said absolutely not. We need another chip. We need to peak once again, especially on our journey to Worlds. And the next stop is gonna be their hometown. SLC is right around the corner. And if Space Station Gaming wanna take that one, they need to just keep doing what they're doing because it looks damn good.
Yeah, Baum was moving in that grand finals. Every decision he made was right, and the pace of play was too much for Optic to handle. SSG set the tone so early in that series. They lose game one, but game two was dominant, and the second you see interference strongholds is at game three. I figured SSG was gonna take this by the reins, and they ran away with this grand finals. That last game was over by the midway point. Hats off to these boys, and they set the bar once again this year on what it is to play the best Halo.
Onsa, I'm so happy that at the beginning of this weekend you mentioned Bound, and this discussion has been one that has definitely grown with us this weekend. What a performance out of him on Sunday to dig deep, to do that. He really was, for me, the outlier. He was so incredibly powerful on that map. He would not let Optic move at all. What a superstar performance from him.
I mean, that was Bound at his best, right? That's what he does. He gets in, he gets out. You think you're going to get a trade, you don't. He gets away, kills someone else. chaos. He's such a nuisance, not just in his individual ability and skill, but to track on the map. You think he's one place, he's hit a G-slide and he's challenging someone somewhere else on the map. He has been absolutely phenomenal, and I always love it when a player bounces back in a way that kind of silences the critics, because he knows what happened in London. He's going to be the player who knows most, the person in the world who knows most about how he underperformed, and he said it himself. But to come back at the next event, not only to win it, but be a huge reason as to why your team has that success, it's like, hey, I proved I can do it. I proved I can do it again. Let's move on.
Bravo, it is so difficult to out-team Optic's teamwork. And I feel like that was exactly what Space Station did. They worked together so nicely. Not only were they split up often on maps, especially in that final one that we just saw, but they were working together in tandem. They almost had every single angle covered so that any time Optic tried to double up, run in twos, they had them wrapped back around. They had no idea where they were coming from at whatever time. It looked very, very chaotic at the end for them, but so unbelievably uniform for Space Station.
It really is. Uniform is the best way to put it a lot. Mark, you and I have just been kind of nerding out the whole time. We've been watching a lot of SSG games over the course of the weekend of how tight they are, how cohesive they are. If either of these players are doing damage, right, you're going to see a player nearby able to follow it up, and that's just because that's how they're thinking about every single push, every single hold. Is anywhere we're doing damage, we're making sure it's not just high damage, but it's the right damage on the map, and it pays off.
Certainly does indeed, and I think in that final one, we also saw that really coming in from Eco. Eco was really there to clean up. He really was that janitor in that final map. Every single bit of damage his teammates were doing, he was managing to make that impactful kill. He was getting the room for them.
Yeah, he was. He was an amazing performer in that final game, but also what a punctuation mark from Bound in the final game. I think you just saw there, it's sort of near the end of the game, Bound has 17 kills, and a Slayer to win a championship, when you're a player that people are asking questions about, that's how you answer.
That's exactly how you answer. And I also think the same thing for Stella as well, right? You know, talking about whether this guy is still good with a sniper rifle, you guys must be mad, because he is certainly incredible, as well as dealing damage, because he was the highest damage dealer on Space Station Gaming, looking so unbelievably good. And those stats, they're padded, but don't get me wrong, there was a lot of teamwork that came into that. They look phenomenal for a reason, and optics are looking a little bit difficult because of how incredible Space Station really came out to play. I'm just so unbelievably impressed.
The pace that Space Station were able to play at, the amount of chaos that it looked like from every time we had an opportunity to see it from Optics' point of view, was so difficult to wait. SSG, when they get the ball rolling, this is what I feared when we looked at the map way out going into this first best of 7, is when they get the ball rolling, it is so hard to track players like Bound, like Legend, and Stellar. But all of them popped off in the series. There's a reason that this went 4-1 and not the distance. Optic was playing phenomenal coming into this series, and SSG stopped them in their tracks and looked like flat out the best team in the world today.
I think one thing that's so special for me is in that post-game interview, right? These players, aside from Legend, those players have been there before. To hear how much it meant to them was really special, right? Because you don't always get that. I think it speaks to just how tight everything is at the top in Halo Infinite. It's amazing that you have players who have been doing this for now a decade plus, and when they're still on that main stage and when they have a trophy in their hand, they're telling you how much it actually means to prove everyone wrong. It's a special moment to be in competitive Halo, and it's amazing to see.
I do also love it in that interview as well, the fact that we're seeing a little bit more of a hybrid from Legend. Yes, he's bringing in the kind of qualities of a young gun who's so happy to be here and happy to take another win under his belt, but also the SSG kind of nature rubbing off too, right? It's like, yeah, this was great, but we're getting back to work. And that is something I think he hasn't had before. It's like, yeah, we can celebrate, but we're already thinking about the next one. And that is what makes greatness. That is what makes these teams better than the rest. And Space Station Gaming, they are molding this young man to be an absolute superstar amongst the rest of them as well. We need to take a look at our brackets though, folks, because what a journey we have had with our teams. It has been unbelievable. Here's the elimination side of things. As you can see, the journey Optic Gaming have had has been also unbelievably incredible. But unfortunately, the consistency is biting them in the butt. Yet again, that second place finish, it just sucks right now. And I think they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure things out, and maybe rework it earlier on in a weekend to try and get the winners bracket side of things.
Yeah, Optic's going to have to go back to the drawing board. This is back-to-back-to-back-to-back second places from the World Championship last year and how their season ended. Second place is not good enough for Optic Gaming. We will see them in another Grand Finals this year, but the competition's only getting stronger. how does Optic solve this problem with not being able to finish in the grand finals is a big question for the rest of the year.
It certainly is indeed. And when it comes down to Optic on set, you know, we've just been gassing up Space Station, rightfully so. Optic, they did show a lot of fight there. I think a lot of individual talent at times. I think in terms of the stats, it doesn't really kind of make sense to talk about, you know, how difficult that must have been for them, because at the end of the day, you're trying to desperate, you're trying to make something happen by the end of it. And if you've got to die, you've got to die on that hill to do so. What did you make of their gameplay and maybe some growth going into SLC?
Optic had a great event again. Yeah, it's a second place. Yes, it's disappointment because we hold them to that bar of they're a championship caliber team. The moves were made to win championships, but I don't think there's too much to be disheartened about. It's all about the winner's side of a bracket, though. I think you summed it up perfectly. Get to a grand final, but do it from the winner's side. Let's just see you get all the way through there. Make it so that someone else has to beat you twice. Not that you're coming into a position where you know you have to win a huge amount of games to call yourselves a champion, because that elimination bracket, this event was nuts. You can only imagine what it's going to be like at the next one.
I don't think you're wrong by any means about Optic needing to go through winners. I think everybody pretty much needs to go through winners with how strong the competition is. Whoever does come through winners is going to be good enough to close out one of those best of sevens eventually, you'd have to think. But for me, if I'm Optic, I'm going back to the drawing boards on specific map mode combinations.
Exactly, yeah.
This map mode combination series layout in the first best of seven, I had a bad feeling about it for Optic. I said if they can get to the second one, they're probably in a pretty good headspace and they can probably do it. But these specific map mode combinations that are so favored, it feels like, for SSG, these small ASIM maps where rotations are quick and Legend and Bound are going to be miserable to play against, you got to find out whatever formula it's going to take to get better and stronger at those to be able to take those games. So if you do see these same series layouts, you can get to the favorable ones later.
Well, let's take a look at the standings right now to see where all of our teams have finished. And of course, we do know our champions. They are Space Station Gaming right at the top of the pile with $100,000 to take home with them. Optic Gaming coming second. Rebellion take third place yet again. Now, we might be having conversations about consistency there, but unfortunately with a bronze. We do also have Pure in fourth place. They're going to be so happy with how they played, and they're definitely going to be looking to try and break into that top three heading into SLC. And the big surprise, I think, for everyone here was the hometown team, FaZe Clan, bowing out in sick. That is really, really uncharacteristic from them.
It really is, and I got to say, I'm willing to say globally, nobody had this top six, right?
No.
Nobody had picked this one.
Not me.
It's an exciting place to be in terms of competitive Halo this year of Halo Infinite, that you have everything kind of this tight amongst the top, but also this unpredictable as well within that top six.
Yeah, it really is very unpredictable, and I think there are certain moments and certain times where teams just find themselves falling flat, and it's very difficult to get out of that rut. And usually we do see the top four teams being able to do so. They can kind of swing moments in their favor, and like you said, in terms of series layouts and map depth, they're able to kind of pull something out of the bag when they like what's showing up in a series layout. You need to go back to the drawing board, work on things, try to get better at some of the struggles that you're having in a series layout. And I think it was an interesting point that you made as well, Clutch, about kind of symmetrical and asymmetrical maps. There's a lot of asymmetrical maps. There's a lot. And if you're not good at them in a best of seven, you're going to struggle.
And a lot of the game modes on those ASIMs is Strongholds, King of the Hill, and Slayers. Strongholds and Slayers are your two fastest modes in Halo Infinite, so when you see a lot of those in one series, it's going to benefit the team that creates more chaos. The Shopifys of the world, the Pures of the world, the SSGs of the world, they play at a pace that is very difficult to track if you're not in control. And I think that map mode combinations will continue to give differences across our tournaments. I'm looking at some of the teams that we know to play more traditional Halo to start playing Halo Infinite at a little bit faster of a pace the way SSG does.
And a lot of that comes from teamwork, but teamwork wouldn't be anything without some of the individual talent that you have on those rosters to be able to open things up. And here is our KD leaderboard.
There he is.
We got Stella,
He's back.
SS Jesus, right at the top of the pile, 1.29, coming out of this major looking so unbelievably good. And then again, you just got to tip it, Lucid. Oh, just an unreal player, and still facing a second place finish here. He's still putting up the numbers for his squad, and he's still doing what it takes to try and be in that conversation. Renegade coming in third as well, again, another main slayer. And it's interesting to see where FaZe have fallen flat here. But with that, FaZe fans, don't worry, there's hope. There's next major for sure. I love to see these and to see some of the stars that we do have here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, the fact that you only have Stellar at 1.29, Legend is in fifth, and you have three players from three different teams, also on the KD leaderboard, tells you a lot that none of these teams had easy roads. Sometimes when a team has maybe a more favorable bracket, you'll have 3 out of the 5 on one team. Clearly, that's not the case here.
Indeed, and I've got to say, in terms of Lucid and, you know, obviously giving him his flowers, we can't help but give him also the AMD power play of the day, and it has to be that overkill versus Shopify. It was just unbelievable. I want to relive this moment. I'm sure we're going to be seeing it on Twitter, on all the social medias for time to come. But this really was so unbelievably special clutch. So difficult to do. You catch a sniper rifle, and then you just go to town.
Yeah, we missed the best part where he literally robs someone of throwing that snipe off the map. He actually catches it right before it does, relocates top tower. The body shots are perfect. It finishes it with this angle. It's disgusting to hit that shot. And then this is a guarantee. Line it up for Lucid as he heats up. He's going to knock it out of the park every time. Another overkill for Lucid.
The craziest thing about that final no-scope as well is it's not like across a flat plane. He's not. It's like the angle. You have to swing down and across diagonally. It's such a difficult shot to hit. I mean, crazy play. Certainly easy decision on that one.
Also just like cinematic, right? You got Mental flying in, sliding, and he just like slices. I've never seen a shot that's like that kind of angle just as the last one. It was too sweet.
I couldn't think of anything worse as a competitor for Shopify there, to just trying to take that out of the hands of your competitors, but then for Lucid to catch it and get an overkill. I mean, I'd be checked. I'd be so checked.
You know what the comms were? Don't give him the dunk. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Just throw it up, throw it up.
Yeah.
He caught it.
Oh, God. The overkill and the kill.
I'm starting to sweat again.
That's a nightmare.
Somebody get this man a fan. My goodness me. Yeah, just unreal stuff from everyone here. And we love to see the most incredible Halo Infinite on show as well. But we do have more coming your way this season, because up next we have Salt Lake City. It's in Utah, folks, and it's Space Station Gaming's Major. And wow, what a way to open your hometown team than with a championship before it. Wow, incredible stuff. Excited to see how they turn up here, because if I know one thing is that they loved the fans from last season. They loved having all of those Space Station Gaming fans rooting for them, and that does something to a team on set.
I mean, you heard it from Stella, right? He says it's OP, and if they turn out the same way that they did last time, it's going to be pretty difficult to stop SSG. I mean, the SSG event last year was one of my favorite the entire season. The vibes were great. It was an amazing time, so much to do. So if you're in the area, or if you're not, book the tickets early, because it's going to be a great event for sure.
We have the table set for SLC, but there's a patch coming out Tuesday. A lot of meta to change. And we'll see who's still dominant and who kind of falters with that meta change. I'm expecting all the top teams to have to transition, to put a little bit of extra time. So going into SLC, it's anybody's game, especially if they're able to adapt quicker than the others.
That's why you get paid. That's why we're up here, because you're right, meta change is coming.
I've been asking myself, why do I get paid?
We've been asking that too, actually.
I'm still here.
Well, now you have the answer. Absolutely amazing stuff. Well, I'm going to wrap things up on the desk, and as I do, Clutch, I would love to just get your final thoughts on this weekend.
Man, I love the young guns stepping up. It's been a couple of years of the same teams at the top, Pure and Shopify. I love to see you guys place well. I want to see more on Championship Sunday. I think the experience will continue to give you more opportunity. Let's see what you got at SLC. SSG, way to rebound bound. You made your statement for best player in the world this weekend, in my opinion, and you looked good doing it. Optic, man, I'm concerned about what another second place does, but those guys are champs, and if anybody can figure it out. And I guess I'll throw FaZe out there too. It's a disappointing weekend, but you know the world champs will be back with a vengeance.
On set.
Another European winner. What can I say? Another championship going back to Europe. ITB in the top
another
6.
Title.
Oh, it's just so easy for us, I tell you. I mean, what a time it's been, though, right? It has been upset city here in Atlanta. So many incredible series that have gone down to the wire. We've seen the likes of Last Shot coming out and putting in a great performance as well. Really kind of a breakout superstar. I think a breakout performance from him. And I think SSG certainly, without a doubt now, the team to beat moving forward. But the bounce back seems to be something. There's something happens with the bounce back. You have a bad event, you usually bounce back pretty strong afterwards, so keep your eyes on FaZe for this next event.
Bravo.
Yeah, for me, I'd say really exciting. The stories that we had coming into this event were remarkable, right? We already had incredible storylines, and you might argue some of the most exciting ever in competitive Halo. I feel like this event just notched that up to an 11, because now every story, every assumption you had coming into this event was turned on its head. And now you have to ask, where the hell do we go from here? And in only 1 month's time, we're going to be in Salt Lake. I can't wait.
We certainly will indeed. Well, gents, thank you so much for joining me. What an incredible weekend we have had. Congratulations to Space Station Gaming. They take yet another one this season. And trust me, they're going for for a third. I hope you guys have enjoyed yourself. We certainly have up here, and we will see you next time in Salt Lake City.
Pushing the limit till I'm about to break. Me, I be giving it all that it take. Never let anyone get in the way. Foot on the pedal, I'm switching the lanes. Yeah, taking it higher. I got the motivation and the fire. My competition, yeah, they will expire. I'm in it, but life will never retire. I'm ahead of my time. Going up, I will never decline. If I want it, I got it, it's mine. And you gotta go to the back of the line. Yeah, you know the deal now. They keep telling me I need to chill out. I'm facing my fears, switching the gears, revving up, and I feel out. Let's go! You're going way too fast, you need to slow it down. But I just can't stop, they can't control me now. You need to hit your brakes, I don't take advice. Just keep going.